The Stubborn Sheriff and His Feisty Bride.
Written by Etta Foster and published by Starfall Publications. Book from Historical Western Romance series. Save more with our ebook and audiobook bundles on our website starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Pennsylvania, 1880. Naomi's heart beat a rapid thud against her chest. She tightly clutched her reticule even as her hands became clammy. She craned her neck yet again outside the window to see if a carriage was drawing up at the train station and the man she dreaded seeing would jump out of it, get into the train, and roughly pull her off it. Her heartbeat slowed a little when she didn't see any carriage but people waiting at the platform for the train to depart. She clasped her hands together, inwardly and earnestly praying to God to help her get out of her present predicament. Her eyes glazed with tears, but she rapidly blinked them away. This wasn't the time for tears. She had to remain strong, even though it seemed as if she was coming apart at the seams of her pale yellow gown, decorated with white lace. Her vibrant red hair was tied neatly at her nape with a white ribbon and covered with a white bonnet. Her face, though stiffened with worry, was exquisite. She saw some men glancing appreciatively at her face when they boarded, but she looked away. "All aboard," the trainmaster yelled at the top of his voice, and she almost rose from her seat with nervous energy, desperate for the train to pull away from the station. From her seat by the window, she watched as some of the other passengers who were still standing on the platform hurriedly hugged their loved ones and rushed into the train. The carriage became increasingly noisy, and the sound somewhat calmed her nerves, allowing her to not focus on her own desperate thoughts. The train puffed as its engines came alive, its piercing whistle making her want to whistle along, because if things went as planned, she was on her way to freedom. She cast one last look at the platform and sighed with relief as the train began its slow movement down the track. Her thoughts were on her father as the train continued its movement, taking her away from Pennsylvania and heading to Idaho. How disappointed he would be in her when he found out that she had snuck out of her small bedroom window and left their house. But what did he expect her to do? She couldn't marry William Branson, especially not now that Carl Saunders, in his last letter to her, had not only asked her to marry him, but had also sent enough money for her train ticket and her journey to his ranch. She couldn't possibly reject such a wonderful offer from Carl, and instead marry a man old enough to be her father, even though she had never set eyes on Carl. Her last thought made her wonder if she wasn't taking a huge risk by traveling thousands of miles to not only meet, but marry a total stranger. In all the time leading up to that moment, she hadn't thought what she was doing was dangerous because she had been very desperate. But now that she was actually going to meet Carl, she was beginning to have doubts. But what was I supposed to do? She asked under her breath. It was a hopeless situation, and she needed a quick way out of it. Being a mail-order bride to a sheriff in Idaho had seemed a good idea at the time, but now she wasn't so sure. She bit her bottom lip and looked out the window. "Hello, Missy." The old woman seated beside her drew her attention, and Naomi turned in her direction. "Hello, ma'am," she replied with a smile on her face. "What's a purty little thing like you're going to do in Idaho?" Naomi sighed. She wasn't really in the mood for conversation, but ignoring the woman's question would be rude, and her parents had not raised her to be a rude girl. "To meet my husband," she told the woman, who was looking at her keenly, and for a silly second, Naomi wondered if Will had sent her to spy on her. She inwardly shook her head. She was beginning to get paranoid, and it didn't help her situation. "How delightful," the woman exclaimed, and patted Naomi's hand with her wrinkled one. Naomi wondered what she would say if she told her that today was actually her wedding day to another man. That, in fact, the man was probably at the church now, waiting for his bride, his runaway bride. She wasn't sure Will would be able to live down the scandal, but it served him right. She had told him repeatedly that she couldn't marry him, but he had insisted simply because he had a hold on her father. "Papa." Her thoughts went to the man whose shoulders she had leaned on ever since her mother died. Tears wet her eyes at how hurt he would be by her arguably selfish act. She had always been an obedient child, trusting that her father knew what was best for her, but not in this case. Her happiness was what mattered, and she knew that it didn't lie in the hands of Will. The troubled girl leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. This was a journey she had always yearned for, so she would put all her worries aside and enjoy it. She had never been outside Pennsylvania in all her life. This was one experience she would cherish for the rest of her days, even though it would be a draining one. The journey took 5 days, and though it was tiresome, she enjoyed every bit of it. She was too anxious to sleep soundly like the other passengers. Her gaze was always glued to the window to take in the flat plains, rocky creeks, mountains, meadows, and sage-covered slopes in turn. Every mile the train ate up brought her closer to Carl, and she couldn't wait to meet him. At last! Naomi breathed with a sigh of relief as the train finally pulled up to a station, and from the rough-hewn signboard, she saw they had reached her destination. "Welcome to Silver Creek Valley." She swiftly rose, stretched her stiff limbs, and helped the old woman off the train. Naomi moved along the platform, which was teeming with people, and located her trunk. After bidding farewell to the old woman and her family, she sat on her trunk, twirling her reticule in her hands. She became nervous when she realized she had no idea what Carl looked like. Thoughts of his appearance had crossed her mind a couple of times, but she usually pushed them away because a person's looks didn't matter to her the way their heart and character did. Carl, she had deduced from his letters, seemed to be of good character, but now she was beginning to think it was foolish of her not to have asked. Abruptly, she rose from her trunk and tried to look as if she had her wits about her. Her chin thrust forward, and she tried to appear taller than her average height. As usual, she saw men staring at her, but she avoided their eyes. It seemed men in the West were no different from Pennsylvania. Her eyes darted all over the platform, and her heart slammed painfully in her chest when she saw a man with a warm smile on his face slowly walking towards her. His appearance surprised her because he looked more like a rancher than a sheriff with his buckskins, leather boots, and black straw hat. What was she thinking? He lived on a ranch, so of course he would look like a rancher. The tall man kept strolling forward with an easy pace, and Naomi took the time to study his features. He was quite handsome, with thick, dark brown hair, bushy brown eyebrows, and eyes she could see were also brown as he drew closer. A broad nose, beautifully shaped lips, and a strong chin that was cleanly shaven rounded off his facial features. His ruggedly handsome visage didn't bring the thrill inside her that she had hoped for upon first seeing him, and she felt a pang of disappointment. She had thought that seeing him would be like having all her dreams come true, but now she didn't feel an ounce of attraction towards him. "Oh, fudge, what do I do now?" she said under her breath as the man covered the distance between them. Her mouth twitched with nervousness. "Miss Naomi Hart?" he asked in a very youthful and playful voice, his smile still plastered on his handsome face. Naomi nodded, swallowed thickly, and said, "Yes. Are you Carl Saunders?" Her head cocked slightly. He shook his head, still smiling, and avoided her eyes before saying, "I'm Winston, Carl's brother." "Oh, nice to meet you," she squeaked, and her face flushed. She had totally forgotten about the younger brother Carl had told her about. How silly of her. As he carried her trunk and led the way to his wagon, her brows creased as she tried to remember what Carl had written about his brother. He was a rancher and was 2 years younger than him. She tried to remember more, but nothing came to her. When they reached the wagon and he placed her trunk in it, she couldn't stop herself from asking the question foremost in her mind. Where's Carl? It was only proper for him to have been the one to come for her. A nervous look crossed Winston's features. He had to go in pursuit of some cattle rustlers. He'll be home later. Naomi's brows arched at his unease, and she wondered why. Was it fear of his big brother? No, that didn't seem likely, not from what she had come to know about Carl. It was most likely Winston wasn't used to women. He helped her climb on the wagon and then did the same. "Get! Ha!" Winston shouted at the horses and whipped them into moving. Naomi admired the way he handled them. Her eyes moved from the horses to her surroundings. As they journeyed on, the town opened up, and she saw and took in its dusty roads and a cluster of buildings comprising saloons, a hotel, a newspaper vendor, a dressmaking shop, and a bakery. There were men moving about with cowboy hats and boots on, while women dressed in what they believed was the latest fashion. She tied her bonnet securely under her chin as a gust of wind blew. She couldn't suppress the thrill of excitement that went through her. Naomi couldn't believe she was here and ready to meet her future husband. They continued out of town, following a trail into the countryside with its low gray hills, tall grasses, and sages. She opened her mouth to start a conversation with Winston, feeling uncomfortable as the silence between them lengthened. But she couldn't think of anything to say, so she decided to keep mute. Winston was probably a man of few words, so she didn't want to make him uncomfortable by being a talker. The horses finally turned onto a trail, and she could see the ranch in the distance. The sight took her breath away. It covered impressive acres of land, with willows skirting the property to the south, barns and horse corrals to the west, and wide grassland where she could see some of the ranch animals grazing, and a picturesque creek. The horses came to a stop in front of the ranch house, a white stone building with white pillared porches. Winston jumped down and helped her to descend, as her gaze roamed all over the property. Her gaze fell on the distant mountains against the backdrop of the beautiful sky. Her eyes squinted at the far distance. She longed to take a walk along the grove of trees and have a picnic at the creek. "This way, ma'am." Winston stretched his arm towards the wooden front door after hefting her trunk off the wagon. Naomi stared at the large and simply furnished living room before Winston led her into a small room that had a single bed and a small chest of drawers. He placed her trunk beside the drawers. "You can rest a little before dinner. There's a pitcher of water by the bed and a basin for you to clean up. I'll tell you as soon as dinner is ready." He left the room, shutting the door behind him quietly. Untying her bonnet, she opened her trunk, removed the pins from her hair, took out a brush, and combed the lush tresses before replacing the pins and the bonnet. She poured water into the basin and washed her hands and her face in it. After doing that, she felt better and decided she was ready to face Carl. A small knock sounded on the door, and she heard Winston's voice telling her dinner was ready. She opened the door, returned his smile, and followed him to the kitchen and the smell of delicious cooking. On the large table was a bowl of venison stew, cornbread, fresh butter, and crockery. Her stomach growled from hunger, and she couldn't wait to devour the tasty-looking meal, even though she wasn't much of an eater. She hadn't had a decent meal since leaving Pennsylvania. "Carl will be home in a few minutes," he informed her, as if understanding the question in her eyes as he pulled out a chair for her. Naomi smiled her thanks to him and was about to sit when she heard the front door open and close, and her heart started beating frantically. Heavy feet trudged the wooden floor in the direction of the kitchen, and a tall man cast a handsome silhouette at the door. He bent his head and came into the room, removing his green hat that matched his green uniform with an air of authority that left no one in doubt of who he was. He wore a pistol in a holster around his right hip. Carl Saunders. Her lower lip parted company from the upper. She hadn't expected him to be this handsome. His blue eyes met her brown ones as they stared at each other, and the atmosphere became charged. Naomi couldn't understand the emotions churning inside her as she gawked at the tall, alluring figure. His dark and wavy hair was creased at the point where his hat had rested. His face was deeply tanned and rugged, and there were tired lines at the corners of his eyes. She deduced that he was a man who worked very hard and had very little time for leisure. From his forehead, she scanned downwards, taking in dark, intense eyes, a broad and slightly pointed nose, lips that had her blushing furiously, and a strong chin that was devoid of any stubble. She had never seen a more handsome man. Faint warmth crept up her cheeks when she realized that she was gaping at him. Her eyes quickly lowered. She wasn't surprised at the thrill that went from her toes to the roots of her hair. She was pleased he was to be her husband, if he accepted her. She lifted her eyes for another peek at him and saw he was still staring at her with something close to awe. His scrutiny made her slightly uncomfortable, but she too had also been staring, so she couldn't really blame him. This was their first sighting of each other. "I didn't know you had a visitor, Winston." He spoke to his brother in deep tones that fit his features after some moments had passed. "Who is she?" Chapter 2. The silence that descended in the room was so thick, a knife would do just fine cutting it. Naomi's involuntary gasp drew Carl's intense gaze on her again. There was nothing she could do to hide the surprise in her eyes. Who was she? Was this some sort of joke? Were they trying to cut a shine on her? She had his letters in her trunk as proof. Her eyes moved from Carl to Winston, who was still standing by the stove. His features reflected despair for a few seconds before he sighed and came forward. "She's your mail-order bride," he shortly replied with unease in his voice. "My what?" Carl's voice was so thunderous, Naomi jerked in discomfiture. Winston's face became pinched as he ran his hand through his tousled hair. "I was going to tell you, but—" He trailed off and gripped the chair before him, avoiding his brother's gaze of fury. The sheriff also ran a hand through his dark tresses, and his eyes blazed in anger. "Tell me what?" Winston raised his hand to say something, but dropped it, turning pleading eyes on Naomi. "Naomi, I'm so sorry. I have a confession to make." Naomi's heart thumped loudly against her rib cage, and with foresight, she knew she wasn't going to like his confession. Her mouth became dry, and a tremor went up her body. The obviously distraught man stared at his hands on the chair for a moment before lifting his eyes to make his confession. "I wrote all those letters to you, not Carl." Naomi's forehead was suddenly soaked with sweat, and her legs wobbled under her. She decided to sit before she could make an utter fool of herself, more than Winston had already made of her. Crumpling on the ground and weeping her eyes out would be disastrous, so she quickly pulled out a chair and sat. Her head bowed, and she tried to still the shivers racking her slim body. Carl, still standing by the door, let out a curse word and took some steps forward with fisted hands. "What have you done, Winston?" he asked in savage anger. His brother's shaky hand went through his hair again, something he did when he was very nervous. "I did it for you, Carl. Whether you agree with me or not, you need a woman in your life." The sheriff's hand slammed against the wooden table, making not only the crockery, but Naomi jump too. However, she hurriedly lowered her gaze when she saw the intense fury in the sheriff's eyes. "Don't take that tone with me, young man. I told you I'd find my own woman. I don't need you to do that for me. I've told you 100 times to stop meddling in my affairs. It's not your call to make. You can't continue living like this, Carl. You've got to lay Grace's ghost to rest. It's been 3 years. That's none of your business. If I want to mourn her for the rest of my life, then so be it," he retorted hotly. His face tightened in a massive frown. "It wasn't enough that you meddled in my life. Now you've roped an innocent lady into it." His clipped words made his brother's face lose color. Naomi's head remained bent as the two brothers exchanged blistering words. Her thoughts drifted from the accusations flung across the room as the two brothers aired their dirty linens, totally forgetting her. Did this mean she had come all the way from Pennsylvania for nothing? Her spirit sank to her toes. It had really seemed too good to be true at first. But hope and the need for a solution to her problem had pushed her. Sudden anger displaced the feeling of self-pity which had held her bound for some minutes. Rage coursed all over her body and made her face flush. If only Winston had told her he was writing on behalf of his brother, she would have understood. But the question was, would she have agreed to come, knowing she wasn't wanted by the man? She didn't know the answer to that. All she knew now was that her spirit was crushed and that her journey was all for naught. She had very little money left after going to have dresses made, so she wouldn't look like a beggar before her future husband. The thought of going back home didn't appeal to her one bit. Anger kept her silent because she couldn't understand why Winston had deceived her in such a manner. Now she felt foolish, and the thought of Carl seeing her as a desperate woman filled her with shame. She felt like cussing Winston for treating her in such an insensitive manner, but, brought up as a gently bred lady, the words wouldn't pass her throat. As she heard the genuine concern for his brother in Winston's voice, she began to understand why he had done what he had, but she was still angry because now it seemed that she had to go back home and marry Will. Winston had obviously done it out of love for Carl, but his methods weren't appealing one bit. It seemed Carl wasn't in any way ready to get married, probably because of this Grace. All her daydreaming of a loving husband was all for naught, and all those sweet words were from a man she felt absolutely nothing for. Silence finally enveloped the room when Carl stormed out of the place in anger and slammed the front door. Winston pulled out a chair close to her and sat down in a weary manner. A large groan rumbled from his throat. His words were soft and rueful when he finally spoke. Naomi, I don't expect you to understand why I did this, but I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to botch things up. Naomi suddenly felt pity for him. His features were strained and his lips formed a thin line. I wanted to tell you I was writing on behalf of Carl, but I was scared you wouldn't come, and I needed desperately for you to come because after exchanging letters with you, I knew within me that you were the perfect woman for him, but... She forced a weak smile on her face. It's okay, Winston. I perfectly understand. His eyes held surprise. You do? She shrugged and admitted ruefully. I'm just disappointed that I came out here for nothing, though it was quite an adventure. I'll have to go back. The young man vigorously shook his head and placed his hand on hers on the table before quickly jerking it away. I'm sorry, you can't go back. Why? I saw the way Carl looked at you before he found out who you were. He couldn't take his eyes off you. He likes you. He's just angry at my methods. But believe me, once he gets to know you, you'll be married before you know it. Just give it time. The young woman was elated at the words, but she couldn't rest her hope on that. Perhaps Winston was just saying it to placate her. She shook her head. I can't base my future plans on mere speculations. His countenance became earnest. Please, you must stay. You have to. I know my brother. He'll come around. Stay for a few days, a week, 2 weeks, maybe a month. I've employed a maid for you to be your chaperone. She's in one of the bunkhouses. I'll fetch her immediately. A smile curled Naomi's lips at the man's antics. He obviously felt if she stayed long enough, his brother would fall in love with her. She wanted to believe that, but she had to be practical. However, she really didn't want to go back home just yet, and besides, she didn't have enough money to do that. She surmised that she would have to find work. Perhaps she could work in the bakery she had seen or in any of the mercantile shops in town. All right, Winston, I'll stay, but only for a short while. Maybe by the time she went back home, she would have earned enough money to pay Will off. A big grin spread across Winston's handsome face. Thank you. You won't regret it. That's left to be seen, Naomi thought. But that night, when she lay on her bed and sleep was far from coming, she had to admit to herself that there was something about Carl that drew her to him. She wanted to know everything about him, and she really hoped from the bottom of her heart that he would come to like her and they would get married. Oh, fudge. How did I get myself into this predicament in the first place? She asked, no one in particular, turning on the bed to stare at the maid who was lying on her bedroll on the floor, deep in sleep. As she closed her eyes and tried to let the soft hands of sleep carry her away, she remembered the conversation with her father that had started the chain of events which had led to that very moment. Chapter 3. 7 months earlier, Pennsylvania. It was a month after Ruth Hart's burial, but her daughter still felt her loss like it was yesterday. Ruth, succumbing to the mysterious ailment that had plagued her for months, was a heavy blow to her husband and her daughter. "Oh, Mama, I miss you so much," Naomi said in a voice filled with tears that matched her eyes as she plucked a weed from the ground. She sat back on her haunches and stared at her gloved hand. She recalled with intense sadness the period before her mother's demise. The young girl had tried her best to nurse the woman back to health, and her father had taken her to see different doctors, buying all the medicine recommended by them. Alas, one told them that the disease had eaten deep into her body, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Why did her mother have to die? Why did that wicked illness snatch her away from them? She remembered the first time Mama fainted in front of her when she was climbing the stairs to change for dinner. That had been the beginning of her mother's journey into ill health. Within a month, the woman lost so much weight, she became like a scarecrow. Her pallor was so pale she looked deathly white, which was a cause of constant worry to her family. Every treatment the doctors had tried hadn't worked, but that hadn't stopped her father from trying to find a cure. Ruth had begged her husband to stop, admitting that she had made peace with dying, but Benjamin wouldn't listen. "I love you," he rasped, in a voice filled with despair. "I can't watch you waste away and not do anything about it." Her mother managed to raise a thin hand and cupped her husband's chin, staring into his eyes, which were filled with strain at the corners. She smiled weakly at him. "Oh, Ben, my love, it hurts that I have to leave like this, but you've got to accept it. There's nothing anyone can do about it." A sob caught in Benjamin's throat as he gently clasped her hand. Her mother had continued, "You have to be brave and move on for Naomi's sake. I know you will take very good care of her. When the time for mourning passes, you must try to find love again." Benjamin shook his head vehemently. "Never." She shook her head. "You mustn't say that. You will find love again. I don't want you to be alone. You will need a wife and Naomi, a mother." Naomi had sat in her usual position beside the bed, not saying a word as tears chased each other down her face. "There you are." Her father's voice jolted her out of her reverie. She swiftly wiped away her tears with her apron and forced a smile on her face. "Papa," her voice came out as a croak and she cleared her throat. "Are you all right?" he asked when he reached her. She pushed herself to her feet, schooled her features, hoping her eyes weren't still wet, and blinked them just to make sure. She let out a deep breath before she turned to look at the man who had worry in his eyes. Naomi could see that her father was still reeling from the death of her mother. He looked far older than his 56 years of age. Gray had replaced his once dark tresses, and they thinned out also. Spider webs made their mark at the edges of his eyes, and the bags underneath them were a testament to his many sleepless nights. Pity for him flowed through her body, and despite her resolve not to show her grief, tears wet her eyes. "I'm fine, Papa. I was just remembering how Mama and I used to work here together." A distant look crossed her father's face, and a fond smile formed at his lips before he nodded. "You two used to have a wonderful time here together and completely forget about me inside the house." Laughter burst forth from her as she recalled a memory of her father standing with arms akimbo, giving her and her mother a stern look at the garden gate. He had been home for hours, but the members of his small family had decided to spend the whole day in the garden, taking breaks to drink tea and chat under the shade of the orange tree at the back of the house. She remembered she and her mother bursting into fits of giggles at the sight of him. "I miss her." He shook his head as if shaking off a memory, and his countenance became solemn. "I need to speak with you in my study." The change in his features alarmed her a little, but she nodded. "I'll quickly wash up and join you." He nodded and departed from her presence, leaving her to wonder what he wanted to talk about that made him seem so somber. She undid her apron and quickly cleaned up before entering the house through the side door, tying her red hair, which she had gotten from her mother, in a bun. She let out her breath and knocked softly on the door of the study. "Come in, Naomi," her father summoned, and she went in. Her father was seated behind his worn table with his hands folded on it. The way he unfolded them and laid them flat on the table before folding them again confirmed her suspicions that something was wrong. A small frown creased her face. "Papa, are you all right?" He avoided her eyes when he said, "I'm fine. Take a seat." Feeling a little apprehensive at the uneasy look on his face, she pulled out a chair and quietly sat. "Papa, is something wrong?" He offered her a false smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Everything is fine, Naomi. I have something important to tell you. But first, I want you to know I'm very proud of you." A warm smile crossed her face, and she played with the hem of her gray calico dress. She hadn't expected him to say that when she had been so apprehensive that he was about to tell her that he had been diagnosed with a deadly ailment. "You've grown up to be a beautiful lady. You look exactly like your mother did when she was also 19 years old. She was so beautiful, I couldn't take my eyes off her." His eyes took on a dreamy expression, and she knew he was missing her mother terribly. He went on and on about the first time he had seen Ruth at the park when he took a ride there, and he had fallen in love with her instantly. As he talked about the adventure he had, before he eventually married the love of his life, his daughter wished she would someday find the kind of love her parents had shared. "And that brings me to what I have to tell you," her father said, and she came back from her thoughts to notice the uneasiness in him again. "Naomi, I would love to see you settled in marriage before anything happens to me." Alarm crept into her eyes. "Oh, Papa, please don't talk like that." He let out a sigh and sat back in his chair. "We didn't expect your mother would leave us so soon." She nodded. He was right, but she wasn't ready to leave him just yet. She had just lost a parent. She didn't want to lose another. Not that she was going to lose him, but she wasn't ready to leave home yet. Besides, she hadn't yet seen any man she wanted to marry. She got a lot of stares and attention whenever she went out, but having spent the past 6 months indoors, nursing her sick mother, she didn't even know what was going on in society anymore. Her best friend Agnes tried her best to fill her in on the details, but concern for her mother made her deaf to them. "I know, Papa. I also understand that you are concerned about my future, but I assure you that everything will be fine. I really am not ready to get married at the moment." Her father rose from his chair and began pacing the room, which unnerved his daughter. "I'm sorry, but you don't have a choice in the matter anymore." A gasp escaped her throat as she shifted uneasily in her chair with frantic eyes. "What do you mean?" The man stopped pacing, stood behind his chair, and settled sad eyes on his daughter. "You're to marry William Branson as soon as the appropriate period of mourning your mother is over," he pronounced with solemnity. His daughter's first reaction to the news was shock so great it robbed her of words. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, and she didn't even know when she pushed herself to her feet. William Branson. Who was he, and why did she have to marry him? She opened her mouth to ask the question, but nothing came out but a squeak. She closed it, swallowed thickly, licked her rosebud lips that had suddenly gone dry, and tried again. "Why do I have to marry this man that I know absolutely nothing about?" He sighed and raked a shaky hand through his hair. "Sit, Naomi." She did as he instructed in a stiff manner, her tongue wetting her lips in an act of nervousness. Her heart dropped when her father told her the pathetic story of having become bankrupt when his merchant business went under, having removed funds to treat her mother but not returning them. Then someone introduced him to the loan shark, Will, and he had borrowed a huge sum of money from him, hoping he would be able to pay it back once Ruth became well, and he focused his attention on his business again. However, It wasn't to be so. You and I have no choice in the matter, my dear.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
I've thought of a number of ways to get out of it, and even offered to go to debtor's prison just to get you out of marrying him, but he refused, insisting that it was either marriage to you or the entire loan back, not even in installments. Chapter 4. No, no, Naomi muttered as she thrashed around on her bed. She felt a hand shaking her, and she jolted awake and instantly sat up, blinking at the worried maid. The maid straightened and stared down at her in discomfiture. "I'm sorry for waking you up, missy, but you'll be talking in your sleep and I don't know what to do." "It's okay, Anna," Naomi quickly replied to calm the maid's nerves. She lay back on the bed and drew up the sheets she had pushed to the bottom of the bed in her restless sleep. She had drifted off to sleep, thinking of that horrific day her father told her that terrible news, and somehow she had relived it in her dream. Her mind went back to that day and she shuddered involuntarily. She recalled arguing with her father about why she couldn't marry the loan shark, but her grief-stricken father had insisted that they both had no say in the matter. Exasperated, she had told him to go to another loan shark to get the money to pay off Will while they found a way to pay back the new loan shark. Her father had told her that he had tried doing that, but he had already gotten a bad reputation for not paying back Will's loan, and the angry loan shark had found a way to get no one to help him. Frustrated, she had suggested, "What about the bank? You were a very good customer to them." Her father shook his head in defeat before telling her that he had also borrowed heavily from the bank in a bid to try to save his business when it started going downhill. So he couldn't meet them for any more money. Then he told her the other bad news. The bank was coming for the house as a means of paying his debt. So in a few weeks, they would have to move to a much smaller house. He added that it was the reason he thought marrying Will was going to be a good idea. The man was wealthy, and she would have a roof over her head, even better than the one they were presently living in. That hadn't placated her at all, and weeping, something she didn't do often, she ran out of the study, up to her room, and lay on her bed wishing she could die like her mother. Her attention came back to her present surroundings, and the chirping of birds beside her window was a welcome sound. She flung aside the sheets to rise from her bed and go to the window to look at them. When she noticed that Anna was still standing by the bed, staring at her with expectation in her eyes. "Begging your pardon, missy, but Master Carl be wanting to talk to yer." Naomi had to inwardly tell her heart to stop beating so fast, as her mind thought of a number of reasons why he wanted to see her. Had he calmed down and realized it wasn't a bad idea after all for his brother to have ordered a bride for him? A glimmer of hope made her eyes brighten, and she lifted them to the maid, who was waiting for a reply and regarding her with interest. For a short moment, Naomi wondered what the young girl was thinking. Was she thinking she was a very desperate lady for what she had done? Naomi shrugged nonchalantly. She didn't care what the maid thought of her. Anna didn't know anything about her and what she had been through in life, so she was entitled to her own opinions. "Thank you for the message, Anna. Please tell him I'll be with him shortly." Anna nodded and said, "Yer be needin' help with dressin'?" Naomi shook her head and rose from the bed. The maid departed from the room. As she washed and got dressed in a simple but beautiful print dress that made her look elegant. Her mind drifted back and forth on the reason Carl wanted to see her. After staring at herself in the small mirror hung on the wall, she felt she was ready to face him. Carefully opening the door, she stepped out of the room into the narrow hallway before she took slow steps towards the living room. "In here, Miss Hart." She heard a voice from the kitchen that sent thrills all over her body. "Oh, fudge," she muttered under her breath. Was this how she would react to him any time he spoke to her? Pulling herself together, she slowly found her way into the kitchen, and it hit her once again how tall and handsome the man standing beside the stove with a cup in his large hand was. His hair was wet, and it was all she could do not to run her hands through the luxuriant mane. She noticed he wore his sheriff uniform from the night before. His heated gaze on her halted her steps, and she stood transfixed as his eyes trailed her from her slippers to her hair tied in a bun on her head. Thrilled by an electric buzz in the air, she found it hard to breathe for some seconds. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the moment passed and everything returned to normal and she could breathe again. "Good morning, Miss Hart. I trust you slept well." Naomi lowered her eyes to avoid him seeing the disappointment there. He sounded so formal he might as well be talking to one of his cattle. She giggled inwardly at the thought of Carl talking to an animal. "Very well, Mr. Saunders. Good morning. Did you have a good night?" She returned as coldly as she could muster. Well, if he wanted to treat her like a stranger, she would too. He probably got the message because his brows arched. "As good as could be expected given the situation we found ourselves in." "Oh," was all she said, allowing her gaze to trail the small but clean and neatly kept place. "Allow me to pour you a cup of coffee," he offered, but she raised a hand and shook her head. She needed to hear what he had to say first. Besides, her stomach was in such a knot at his presence. She would probably throw up anything that passed her throat. "You wish to speak with me." A frown creased his forehead, and he took a sip from his coffee before nodding his head. He jerked his head towards a chair by the large table that took up considerable space in the kitchen. How ungentlemanly of him not to pull out a chair when Winston did it the evening before. At the thought of his brother, she wondered where the easygoing man was. She wished Winston was the brother she was drawn to and supposed to marry instead of this dark and brooding man. "Aren't you going to sit?" she questioned, when she noticed he hadn't shifted from his position by the stove. He shook his head. She surprised him by rising to her feet. "Then I feel I'm at a disadvantage with you staring down at me." He blinked, unable to say a word at first, and that made Naomi smile inwardly. Let him know she wasn't a pushover. "I was only trying to treat you like a lady." She stifled an angry retort and then threw at him. "Well, then, you should have begun by pulling out a chair for me." He looked as if he would rather be anywhere else than in the kitchen with her arguing about sitting arrangements. "My apologies." He strode forward and pulled out another chair for her. With a wry smile on her face, she thanked him and sat down. "Happy now?" She offered him a bright smile. Ecstatic. "I'll get straight to the point," he informed her briskly. He placed his cup on the table, folded his hands across his chest, and put one ankle across the other. "I apologize on behalf of my brother for dragging you all the way from Pennsylvania to this place. It was very irresponsible of him, and I'm wholly disappointed in him. That said, I know nothing can ever replace the time you wasted coming here. But I hope a ticket back home and some money to cover the cost of the journey would placate you." The train will be going back to the north in 2 days, so you can spend the time exploring and enjoying Silver Creek Valley." Red color suffused her face as she felt as if she had been slapped. He hadn't lifted his hand, but his words had done the job for him. So the plan was to send her back home and keep her sweet and placated with money? Wasn't it better if she had married Will than come all the way here to receive such an insult? Rage overcame her when she noted the smug look on Carl's face. She rose fluidly to her feet, not caring whether it was graceful or not, and looked him squarely in the face as her height would allow her, before flatly announcing her refusal. "No." He did a double take. "Excuse me?" Her face tightened. "I said no. I didn't come out here for your dirty money. I came here to get married, and I will. So you're not going to send me back home like a good little girl who doesn't have a mind of her own." Carl's face became as hard as one of the mountains overlooking the ranch. He changed his slouching position, and Naomi had to tilt her head back a little as he straightened to his full height. She was clearly at a disadvantage as he towered over her like a huge tree, but she stood her ground, ignoring the anger that darkened his eyes. "You will leave this ranch," he firmly declared, and she flinched at the words. A wicked smile curled his lips. "In fact, you won't stay a minute more in this house. Go and get your things. I'm taking you to town. You will stay at the Silver Creek Hotel until the train comes." Another woman would have cowered before him, but not Naomi. She wasn't a redhead for nothing, and even though she didn't lose her temper often, when she did, it wasn't a pretty sight. "I'm going nowhere, you arrogant lout," she yelled at him, making him draw back a little in shock. With her eyes blazing and her face red with anger, she continued, "You ought to be grateful that such a wonderful brother like Winston was willing to do something so sweet for you so you wouldn't be alone for the rest of your miserable life." Fury blazed in Carl's eyes, and his face became menacing, causing a frightened gasp to escape Naomi's lips. But she was just too angry to back down. With fisted hands, he snarled, "Well, if you're his definition of sweet, I'd rather die of bitterness. Why, what made you travel all those miles to come and marry a total stranger? None of the men back home would have you because you're too prickly a pear to come close to." Her nose flared at his sneer, and she stamped a foot on the floor. Better a prickly pear than an arrogant swine. "Now look here." She raised a finger at him. "No, you look here. You won't get rid of me as easily as you think If you think I'm gonna marry you, then you must be crazier than I thought. I wouldn't marry you even if I were paid." He let out a humorless laugh. "Ha, I wouldn't marry you if you were given to me as a gift." They both jerked in the direction of Winston's voice as he came into the kitchen. "What's going on here?" Chapter 5. "Somebody is in a mighty fine mood this morning," Ray Sullivan, Carl's deputy, teased. As Carl stalked into the office, they shared with his face like that of a brewing storm. The sheriff ignored him and threw his hat on his table before throwing himself on the chair beside it and swinging his legs onto the bare table to cross them at the heels. Ray Sullivan, with a wide grin on his face, got up from his chair and covered the distance between them to perch a hip on his boss's table. He took a swig from his cup of coffee. "What has your horses in a rattle this morning?" he questioned, but got no response from the irate man. "Want me to pour you a cup of coffee to calm your frayed nerves?" he suggested, still with that grin on his face. When Carl still didn't say anything but stared fixatedly at the table, Ray went to pour the coffee anyway. He handed the cup to his friend, knowing he would tell him what had his cage rattled when he was good and ready. About 20 minutes passed before Carl opened his mouth, still in disbelief, and announced, "Winston got me a mail-order bride." Coffee splattered from the deputy's mouth, and he gave Carl a sharp look. "No kidding." "The meddling boy did. The most annoying thing is that he got me a crazy woman." Ray threw back his head, and hilarious laughter bubbled from his chest out of his throat. Carl eyed him angrily, but the brown-haired man continued laughing. Trying to contain his laugh after a few minutes elapsed, he said, "Things ought to be pretty interesting around here." Carl threw him a dark look, but he continued laughing. "You should invite me over for dinner tonight. I want to meet the crazy woman." Carl ignored him and was happy when someone called for Ray's attention and he had to leave the office. He swung his legs to the floor, trying to understand if he had imagined the heated exchange in the kitchen or whether it had really happened. He who took women as feather-brained beings had stooped so low as to exchange words with a crazy one. What was it about her that made him act out of character? Her beauty, a tiny voice said in his mind, and he quickly pushed it away. He had seen beautiful women before. Heck, even Grace had been quite a beauty. "Not that kind of beauty," the voice said again. "Shut up," he snapped and got up to start pacing the room. Yes, she had a beauty he had never quite seen before, he had to admit, even in his anger. A beauty so exquisite all he wanted to do was stare at her all day. From the glorious red mane on her head to her small feet that just begged to be massaged. Her face was so angelic that hearing her yell at him had come as a huge shock because he didn't believe anything so beautiful would have such a vile tongue. In his mind's eye, he pictured her as he had first seen her in the kitchen the previous night. A heart-shaped face, beautiful gray eyes, perfectly sculptured cheekbones, a lush mouth that made him wonder how she would taste if he placed his lips on them. He could bet it would be like peaches, not to mention her skin that was as pale as milk. Lord, she was beautiful, but unfortunately also crazy. Well, maybe not crazy, but very feisty, and he didn't like his women that way. He liked them quiet and well-mannered, just as his Grace had been, not one who didn't mind shooting off her mouth. He was sorely tempted to keep her around just so he could tame her, but the drama would be too much for him. She would eventually drive him crazy. Just a few minutes in her presence, and he had nearly lost it. Thank goodness Winston had come in when he did. Without saying a single word, he had stormed out of the place. No, he shook his head. If he allowed the attraction he felt towards her to grow, she would be the death of him. He had seen firsthand how she would be if he had a contrary opinion to hers. She would scream the house down and most likely destroy his stuff just to get her point across. He was tempted, but not that tempted. Besides, he had Winston to think about. What kind of influence would she be on his even-tempered brother? She would chew him and spit him out, and Winston would still be smiling like a ninny. What possessed Winston into inviting such a woman over? He questioned no one in particular as he continued pacing. He sighed when he recalled the first time his brother had broached the topic with him. He had decided that morning that since there wasn't much work to be done in the office, and Ray could always contact him in case of any emergency, he would stay back to help Winston with ranch work. He was concentrating on cleaning out the stalls after fixing the harnesses when Winston started talking as he brought in fresh hay for the horses. "Do you know I listened to a very interesting conversation in town the other day?" Carl rolled his eyes. Winston always started his conversations this way when he had an outrageous suggestion up his sleeve. No, he simply said, and made the single word as flat as possible. Undisturbed by his non-committal reply, Winston continued. They were talking about a mail-order bride. What's a mail-order bride? He questioned just to indulge him. Winston laughed, and surely even he knew it sounded fake. You know we're not blessed with a lot of women in these parts, so some men found a way to get women over here. They would place adverts in the Matrimonial Times, specifying the kind of women they wanted. They would get replies from women all over the country, and they would make their pick. The women would come over, and if things worked out between them, they would get married and live happily ever after. Carl scoffed. What a foolish idea. Why would any woman want to come out here except if she was running from the law or trying to hide from a scandal? Well, that's not always the case. Some women are lonely, some just want an adventure, and some might not have had any offers of marriage from anyone, and so would decide to take a chance and come over to the West. Sounds very stupid to me. No, it isn't, not at all. The man who I listen to already has one, and she's pregnant and everything he hoped for in a woman. Well, it's still not a good idea to me. You can't just marry a woman you know nothing about. True, but they don't just invite the woman over and then marry her immediately. They take time to get to know her. If there are females in their house, she stays there while they get to know each other. But if there aren't any, a chaperone is hired for the sake of propriety. Carl scoffed again and kept silent, hoping that Winston would get the message, but of course he didn't. You know what? His brother grimaced. No, I don't. As the man was talking, an idea came to my mind. And do you know who would be perfect to get a mail-order bride? Carl shook his head, already knowing where his brother was heading with the annoying conversation. He rolled his eyes. Oh, pray tell, who is this person? He questioned dramatically. You, Winston grinned. Carl paused in the act of shoveling manure and simply said, no. Come on, Carl, it's a perfect idea. You will have a woman to not only be a companion to you, but to also bear you beautiful children and be a homemaker. Carl placed his hand at the top of the shovel and pretended to think about it. Again, no. Winston drew closer. You know you need a woman. You're lonely. Ever since Grace died, you haven't been yourself, and I hate to see you like this. You need to come out of your shell and start living life again. Carl said sharply, with a note of impatience in his voice. Winston, let it go. I'm satisfied with my life the way it is. If I need a woman, I know where to get one. This topic is closed. But... I mean it, Winston, Carl warned sternly. This topic is closed forever. Stop meddling in my life for God's sake. And if you're so interested in the mail order thing, why don't you order one for yourself? There's nowhere written that you can't get married even if I'm not. He threw sarcastically at his brother and continued his work, completely ignoring the man who stood transfixed there. If he had lifted his eyes, he would have seen that that was the very moment the idea of getting him a bride was birthed in Winston's mischievous mind. Carl had to admit that even though he had found the idea outrageous, that night when he lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, the thought had crossed his mind again, and he had toyed with the idea of going ahead with it. He really did need a woman if he was being truthful with himself. In fact, the whole ranch needed a woman. The house needed the touch of a woman, and not just that of their old housekeeper who came in weekly to clean, wash, and keep the place tidy. Besides, he wanted children too, but was it wise going for a total stranger? There were bound to be lies from the woman because he couldn't see a lady traveling miles to marry a stranger. No, he shook his head. Things were best this way. One day he would meet a woman, maybe not love her the way he had loved Grace, but she would give him all he needed. He came back to the present when Ray returned to the office and whistled. "Would you look at that?" he said in awe, with his gaze focused on the window. Carl ignored him, trying to come up with a way to get Naomi out of his house and out of Silver Creek Valley for good. "My, I have never seen such a beauty before in my entire life," Ray continued, and Carl chuckled and wondered what his deputy would say if he caught a glimpse of Naomi. "I can see I'm not the only one who thinks an angel has descended upon us. Come take a look, Carl. I bet if your mail-order bride looked anything like this beauty, you would have been heading to the preacher's house by now." He chortled. Sighing, Carl grudgingly pushed himself to his feet and almost had apoplexy when he looked out the window and saw Naomi, looking resplendent in a blue dress with white lace and enjoying the attention men were lavishing on her. "I swear I'll kill that woman," he swore savagely, and darted out of the office. Chapter 6. "Hey, purty gal. What's a purty little thing like you doing in a place like this? Can I buy you a drink, missy?" Naomi blushed a fiery red at all the attention she was getting from the men in town. She hadn't expected it, and even though it was quite bold of them, it felt good that they all saw her as pretty and wanted to buy her a drink, unlike the oaf who she had traded words with earlier. The men were all dressed alike in straw hats, bandanas at their napes, with dirty-looking shirts and trousers, as well as dusty boots. When they smiled at her, she could see the stains tobacco had made on their teeth, and one of them had a cup he spat into every now and then. Within the twinkling of an eye, 5 of them were all around her and giving her appraisals that made her color heighten. "Why, thank you, kind sir. I'd love that," she told the man who offered to buy her a drink and gave him a smile which raised his bushy brows. Then she realized what she had just told the man, and her eyes widened in horror. Her ego must have taken a severe beating from Carl's words for her to have agreed to such a preposterous question. The men shared glances she didn't quite understand, and then she knew for sure that it wasn't a wise idea going with the man to a saloon to have a drink. A stranger at that. She didn't know the rules of propriety in the West, but she believed the rules in Pennsylvania also applied here. She opened her mouth to kindly retract her statement when all of a sudden the men started parting like the Red Sea of old, and she saw the last person she wanted to see in the world. And from his stony glare, he wasn't glad to see her either. He had his thumbs hooked in his belt, and a stance like that of a tiger poised to pounce on its prey at any minute. Oh, fudge! What was he doing here? A glance behind him told her why he was there. She saw a building with the words "Sheriff's Office" inscribed on it and cursed her luck. Of all the places she chose to pause to take in the architectural beauty of the town, it had to be in front of his office. It was the mercantile store across the road that had caused her to stop and stare, for it brought back memories of her father's. But if she had known opposite, it was where he worked, she would have continued walking and even gladly hiked for the rest of her life than be faced with his censure, which she could plainly read in his eyes. What would she do now? Brazen it out was what she had to do. But why was she even on the defensive? She was doing no wrong. In fact, he didn't have a right being there. He didn't fancy her, so why should he stop other men from admiring her? She'd be darned if she allowed him to dictate to her. Batting her eyelids and hoping what she was giving one of the cowboys was a flirtatious smile, she said, "Please lead the way, kind sir." The cowboy hooted and offered her his arm, but his face turned a dark hue when they all heard the sheriff's curt warning. "Put your hand on her, Buck, and I'll lead you to the station." "Dang it," Buck muttered into the silence that had fallen around them after the sheriff's words. "Begging your pardon, Sheriff. I didn't know she'd be your woman." The poor man stepped back, as did the other cowboys. Thrusting out her chin, a trait she seemed to do only when the obnoxious man was around her, she glared at him. "I am not his woman, and you'll never be." He threw back at her, and the cowboys whistled at the apparent animosity between the two of them. "A storm's a-brewin'," said one of them. Not used to being so ill-tempered, particularly in public, Naomi turned a rosy hue and swung away from the men. An iron grip on her arm made her pause. She refused to give him the satisfaction of turning to look at him, so she stared straight ahead. "Where are you off to?" She remained silent, pursing her lips in a mutinous line. "Off to cause more disturbances to the townsfolk with your presence?" That got to her, and she turned to give him a disdainful glare that lifted his brows before yanking her arm from his hand. "You're the most obnoxious man I have ever had the misfortune to meet." "Shut up," he ordered in a thunderous voice, and glanced around him. Only then did Naomi realize that their confrontation was causing quite a stir among the townsfolk. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but the place seemed quieter than when the ranch hand had helped her alight from the wagon a few minutes ago. The shoe shiners in front of the shops didn't have their attention on the shoes anymore, and neither did their customers. Even the ladies in front of the salon adjacent to the sheriff's office were staring at them with keen interest. Passers-by had halted and were pretending to be window shopping. Taking her arm, Carl practically dragged her into the building that housed his office and pushed her into the room. "Please excuse us, Ray, and kindly shut the door behind you," Carl ordered between clenched teeth. Ray, who had been staring out the window before they came in, walked to where Naomi was standing, looking embarrassed, and brought forth his hand. "You must be Naomi. Mighty glad to meet such a fine lady as you. I was to—" "Ray," Carl snapped and tilted his head curtly towards the door. His subordinate appeared as if he wanted to argue, but he shrugged, winked at her, and shut the door quietly. Carl pushed himself from the wall and crossed the room in 2 strides. She wasn't intimidated by his approach. She simply played with the strings of her reticule and avoided his gaze. "Where's your chaperone?" She shrugged and said in a nonchalant manner she knew was sure to make him angrier, "She was doing the laundry when I decided to hitch a ride with one of the ranch hands into town." Naomi almost burst into laughter when his color darkened, his eyes narrowed to slits, and he lifted both hands and made them claw-like, as if he would love nothing better than to wrap them around her neck and wring it. He swung away from her abruptly and strode to the door to snatch it open and slam it hard. She heard his angry footsteps outside the door as if he was pacing, and she allowed a small giggle to escape her lips. Trading words with him wasn't the way to handle such an arrogant man, she decided. She would use indifference to rile him. After all, it wasn't her fault that he had a short leash on his temper. After what seemed like eons in the office, she wondered if he planned on leaving her there all day while he stewed outside. She didn't have long to wonder when the door opened, and with his face still as if carved from stone, he brusquely said, "Let's go." A little trepidation ran through her body, but she squelched it. There was no way Carl would be so angry he would cause her harm. He was the sheriff, for crying out loud. Well, that didn't make him immune to crime, but she didn't think he'd go that far. Go to where? She tried to keep her voice steady and hide the fear she felt. Oh, the ranch? Or perhaps you prefer the train station? In your dreams. Lead the way. After you, he insisted, and after swallowing thickly, she walked to the door and he moved just a little for her to pass. She almost plastered herself against the wall just so her body wouldn't brush against his. The boar didn't bother helping her up the wagon he hired, and she had to struggle to climb on. He also didn't apologize when he flipped the reins for the horses to start moving, and their motion was so sudden she nearly fell off her seat. The exasperating man just looked straight ahead, totally ignoring her. To get back at him, she waved at the cowboys who were whistling as they rode by and even went as far as blowing them kisses. From the corner of her eye, she saw his hands tighten on the reins and felt sorry for the poor horses. He got his own back when they were out of town, and he called her a foul name that had her lips parting in surprise. She wanted to strike back with harsh words, but then she remembered her resolve to use indifference to get to him. So she turned away from him and focused her attention on the beautiful countryside with its grasslands and intimidating mountains. It was, however, difficult to remain indifferent when he practically dragged her from the wagon after the tense ride to the ranch and into the house. He lifted his forefinger at her and gave her a stern warning. Never go anywhere without your chaperone for as long as you're in my house. Naomi bit back an angry retort and casually said, "What is it? Afraid of a little competition?" She grasped her words were a huge mistake when his face became a mask of fury, and he tore into her with words, like a lion devouring his first meal in days. "I can see clearly now why you ran away from wherever you came from. If your display just now in town is anything to go by, it was because of a scandal, wasn't it? Were you caught in a compromising situation with a man, or was it men? You without a doubt have no decorum and no sense of propriety. You're nothing but a brazen little hussy who deceived Winston into bringing you here. If you know what's good for you, you'll take the next train back to the immoral hole you crawled out from, or I'll make your life so miserable here that when you do finally decide to leave, you won't have time to shake the dust off your feet." Red color suffused Naomi's heated face. She had never been violent in her life. In fact, she didn't think she had a single violent streak in her body, but at that moment, she felt like drawing back her hand and socking him in the nose for all the insults he just threw at her, then scratching his eyes out with her nails. But she put a tight rein on her emotions. She was hurt, horrified, and humiliated beyond what she had ever felt in her life. Pain rose in her heart at all the false accusations, scorn, and contempt he had just leveled against her. Angry tears glazed her eyes, but she hastily blinked them back. Indifference, she reminded herself. Hit back with apathy. Don't allow him to see how much he's hurt you. Her lips twitched in a smile, as if she knew something he didn't. You're the vilest man I have ever met, but you don't scare me one bit. She eyed him sneeringly. Do your worst, Sheriff. Let's see who'll run out of town with his tail between his legs. Little chit, he hissed. She smiled seductively at him. You talked about scandal? Believe me, you don't know the meaning of the word. By the time I'm done with you, scandal will take on a whole new meaning to you. Without saying a word, he swung on his heels and left her standing there, wishing she could jump on his back and hit him repeatedly. Insufferable lout. Contemptuous cur. Arrogant yob. Naomi wanted to scream till her voice became hoarse. Never had she met a man who rubbed her the wrong way. What was it about him that made her act out of character? She had to do something. He couldn't get away with all the insults he threw her way. She wasn't vengeful by nature, but she had to show Carl she didn't quite care for his threats, and she wouldn't be intimidated by him. Lifting her skirts, she hurried to her room to think of what she could do to him. She passed the kitchen and retraced her steps. Anna was there humming a song as she peeled potatoes. An idea came into Naomi's mind, and she smiled mischievously. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After a tiresome day, Carl stood at the kitchen door and let out a deep sigh. He felt like a child again when he didn't come home early after playing with his friends, and already knew what his punishment would be. His mother would take her wooden spoon to his hide, but this was somewhat different, because he had no idea what was in store for him behind the door. It wasn't as if he was scared of Naomi or anything. It was himself he was afraid of. All the while he was yelling at her, his body was reacting to her proximity. She had no idea that when she was angry, she became even more beautiful, like a flaming angel with that red hair of hers. He sighed heavily again. Never in his life had he yelled at a woman. But not only had he done that afternoon, he had also threatened one. If she did one more thing to annoy him that evening, he would give in to the temptation of pulling her across his lap and giving her pert backside the smacking it deserved after he kissed all the fight out of her. You can't be having such thoughts about her, he castigated himself. Naomi would drive him crazy if he gave her the chance. Here he was, too wary to go into his own house and afraid there might be another shouting match between the two of them. Watch your back, Carl, Ray had warned after he told him what transpired between him and the chit. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Carl scoffed. Hell hath no fury like a man who wants peace and quiet after a hard day's work. Deciding that he would entirely ignore her, he pushed open the door and slowly walked into the kitchen that was filled with a delicious aroma. He saw his quarry laughing animatedly with his brother at the table without acknowledging his presence. Carl, good of you to join us. Come take a seat. Naomi was kind enough to whip up some grub. Kind enough? Was he referring to the same Naomi he knew to be a shrew? The food most likely contained poison. If he wasn't so hungry, he would have ignored both of them and stormed to his room. But when he saw the beef stew, mashed potatoes, freshly baked bread, and boiled vegetables on the table, his stomach rumbled, and he decided to take his chances. He shut the door and took water from a pitcher to wash his hands. All this while, Naomi was still talking and laughing with Winston, as if her life depended on it, and for some reason it grated on his nerves. He stood ramrod still as she threw back her head and rich laughter bubbled from her throat, giving him a clear picture of her lovely neck. Her joviality softened her features. He was wrong. She was even more beautiful when she was laughing and happy. Why couldn't she smile at him like this? Why couldn't she laugh with him like this? He snapped himself out of his errant thoughts, and a frown puckered his face when he realized what she was doing. The dang chit was flirting with his brother. She was plying her trade in his presence. He wiped any fond thought of her from his mind and pulled out the chair beside his brother and sat. He stared suspiciously at his covered meal and lifted his gaze to the infuriating woman. But her attention was still focused on Winston at the other side of the table. What the... He rose abruptly in anger when his gaze met the charred food on the plate. The beef, potatoes, and vegetables were all burnt. Winston stared at the burnt offering with amazement and then burst into raucous laughter. Carl's angry gaze settled on Naomi, and he was surprised when she stared right back at him, unwavering. After holding her steady gaze with his for some minutes without her backing down, he angrily pushed back his chair, not caring that it toppled over, before marching out of the kitchen while his stupid brother was still laughing. Outside, he inhaled the cool night breeze and willed it to calm the rage inside him. After a moment, though, he headed for the bunkhouse. He couldn't spend the night under the same roof with Naomi. There was every possibility that he would wring her neck before morning. What the heck had Winston gotten him into? His life was going on just fine before she came. He came home to a quiet house, and, after discussions with his brother during dinner, he would retire to his room where he would sleep peacefully. But now serene sleep was far from him, all because Winston had decided to meddle in his affairs. As Carl strode into the night, which was illuminated by the light from the moon, he remembered how he had gone to the office of the Matrimonial Times to place an ad for a bride. That was after Winston had talked his ears sore. He had thought it was a good idea at the time, but standing there and remembering Grace got him rushing out like the devil was chasing him. He wished now that he had toughened it out and ordered his own bride instead of the disreputable lady he was now saddled with, who seemed like a bad toothache that wouldn't go. Chapter 7. The following morning, Naomi felt very silly for what she had done the previous night. She had never before gone out of her way to hurt someone, and the fact that she had done so made her sad. She had waited all night for Carl to return, but he didn't, which made her feel even worse. She had not only denied him his dinner, which was his right, she had also deprived him of his bed. In her estimation, that was cruel, and she felt terrible. Winston had tried to talk her out of feeling awful by telling her it was what Carl deserved for treating her in such a shabby manner, but Naomi knew better. Kindness can change even the hardest of hearts, Mama used to say, and Naomi was ashamed that she hadn't heeded the late woman's words. Mama would be turning in her grave at what I've become, she muttered, and twined her hands in discomfiture. Papa, too, would be shocked that she had been mean to someone, she whom he called my sweet little girl. Maybe he wouldn't be surprised. After all, she had practically left her husband to be at the altar. Even though she suspected Will didn't have a heart, she must have hurt something in him, perhaps his ego. "Oh, Papa, I miss you," she cried, as thoughts of her father flooded her mind. She wondered what he was up to. How did he take her hasty departure? Was he still looking for her? Was he in danger? Will was a dangerous man, so she wondered if he had left her father alone or decided to torture him. She was so worried about him, she was tempted to write him a letter, but feared Will would find out and also discover her hideout. Oh, fudge. She sat heavily on the bed and dabbed at her eyes with her dainty handkerchief. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I swear, I don't know where she is. I've told you that 1,000 times, Benjamin Hart shouted. Your words don't mean nothing, Tommy. William Branson snapped at the man and took a drag from his cigar, blowing thick smoke in the air. He regarded the man seated before him with derision, and a nasty snarl curled his lips. Let me make myself clear, Benjamin. If I don't get to marry ya last, you wouldn't like what I'll do, I assure ya." Benjamin swallowed thickly, and Will smiled with satisfaction. He had frightened the stupid man well enough for him to try to reach his daughter, to tell her to be careful and keep safe. When he did that, he would have him cornered like a rat and smash him. But that was after he made Naomi his. Naomi. His blood flared just thinking of the red-haired beauty. He remembered the first time he had set eyes on her. He was taking a ride at the park and saw her having a picnic with a frail-looking woman who was obviously her mother. He wasn't one to be moved by the sight of a woman, but one look at her angelic face and he was hooked. After making discreet inquiries, he found out who she was and the family she was from. He began watching her wherever she went, and on 2 occasions he put himself within her radius, but she looked right past him, as if he was an inconsequential being. That greatly annoyed him, because he had never been smitten by a woman before, and she had shunned him. He swore that she would be his, come what may. He began to study her father and his business, and it wasn't long before he planted people to start sabotaging the store so he could have something to hold over him. Great was his joy when news got to him that Benjamin was in desperate need of money to save his ailing wife. He planted someone who spoke into Benjamin's ears about coming to him for a loan, and he did his best to make sure Naomi's father couldn't pay him back. He had thought everything was going his way when he had insisted that if Benjamin couldn't pay his money, then he had to give him his daughter's hand in marriage. The annoying man had offered to go to debtor's prison, but he had told him it was either his daughter or all his money back in 1 month. An intense frown crossed Will's face in remembrance of the indifference Naomi had shown him when he invited himself for dinner one night so they could be acquainted. She had treated him like a nobody, as if he wasn't there. She had no idea that had strengthened his resolve to marry her. He smiled when he remembered how she and her friend had come to his office to beg him to change his mind. Well, her friend had come begging, but Naomi had come demanding, and when he refused, she had thrown an insult at him, making him want her all the more because he liked his women feisty, and she was one spirited girl. He had thought victory was his when she agreed to marry him, but pleaded to be given 6 months for her to complete mourning her mother. She had also supplied the ruse that she had always wanted to get married on her birthday, which was in 6 months. He had been so blinded by his taste of victory, he had accepted her proposal and tolerated her theatrics those months, in not wanting him to hold her hand when he took her to the opera and to the park for the sake of modesty, even when she had a chaperone. His hands tightened into fists and his brow creased in a frown when he remembered waiting endlessly in church for her that morning and becoming increasingly embarrassed as the few guests he invited began questioning what was going on. A messenger who was sent to her house returned with the news that she had run away and was nowhere to be found. Rage had held him speechless for some minutes before he bellowed to his men to search every nook and cranny for her, and he had been searching ever since. He had the suspicion that Benjamin knew where his daughter was and was shielding her. No one made a fool of him and got away with it. No one. He swung in Benjamin's direction and declared menacingly, "If I don't marry her, no one will." Chapter 8. I knew I'd find you here. Carl slowly turned around at the sound of his brother's voice. He half feared that he would bring that woman along with him to this sacred place, but he let out a little sigh of relief when he saw that Winston was alone. The early November sky was cloudy and looked as if it would open and drench the land with its moisture soon. Dried leaves chased one another across the yard as a gusty wind blew. The two men stood at the circular clearing that was surrounded by wildflowers and stared at the marble marker. Carl glared intently at the grave where death had held his wife in its grip for the past 3 years. It was the memorial of Grace's death, and he wasn't in a good mood. He felt like smashing something. It wasn't fair that such a sweet and gentle soul hadn't been given the chance to live life to its full course. It was such a terrible thing that the wife he thought he would grow old with was snatched away from him, and he hadn't been able to do anything about it. A fond smile danced around his lips when he remembered the first time he set eyes on Grace. He had thought that he had died and gone to heaven. What an angelic picture she made with her glorious blonde curls, homespun calico dress, and a face that an artist would spend hours painting just to capture its essence. She had such an innocent face, and when she smiled, he could swear he heard angels singing. He had just been made sheriff prior to their meeting. Ray had to nudge him forward before he took in that he was just standing there, staring at her as she set the table for lunch. They had received information that there was a disturbance at the stagecoach stop which her father owned. So they swung by to settle the dispute between the drunken hands. And Carl had lost his heart to her. It was an effort keeping his eyes off her, even though he caught her father's frowning glare every now and then. They had been invited for lunch, and although Ray wanted them to head back into town, Carl had jumped at the chance of spending more time just gaping at her. And so he had found one excuse or another to be at the relay station every opportunity he got. He had been ecstatic when news reached him of outlaws hitting the place due to the wealthy passengers that passed through. So he and his team of deputies had manned the place for some days to help the soldiers at the fort foil the attack. That was when he got to really know Grace and fall in love with her. It was her duty, along with that of her 3 younger sisters, to help the cook with the meals. So Carl used it as an opening to get to talk to her all the time when she served his meals. Everyone at the station knew they couldn't keep their eyes off each other except her father, who was busy running the place. When their assignment came to an end and they had to go back to town, Carl had been touched when he saw tears in Grace's eyes at the time he came to say goodbye to her. She tried to hide it, but he put his hand under her chin and gently elevated it so her sky-blue eyes could meet his. "I'm going to miss you, Grace. I want to thank you for your hospitality," he had told her in a hoarse voice. A tear slid down her cheek, and seeing the singular line thread down her face made him lose control. He wrapped her in his arms and placed his lips on hers. It was fortunate that they were at her favorite spot in the meadows, or he was sure he would have received a bullet in his back from her father's gun at daring to put his arms and lips on his daughter. "I love you." The words had been drawn out of him, and when he saw a smile that would rival the sun plastered on her face at his declaration, he felt peace so serene he wanted to burst into song. "I love you too," she shared shyly. He had been unable to stop himself from kissing her again before putting her from him. "We're going to do this properly. I'm going to approach your father, and we're going to get married as soon as we can find a preacher." Her joyous laughter had been all the motivation he needed to approach her father, who was an ornery old cuss. "No!" the man had shouted and wheezed after Carl had made his intentions known. You came here to do a job and not marry my daughter, so no." "But Papa," Grace had rushed into the small living room and fallen at her father's feet with tears running down her lovely face. Carl had had no idea she had been listening in on their conversation. "I love him," she stated passionately. Wheezing, the rotund man said, "What do you know about love, lass? I suppose your mother, bless her lovely soul, filled your head with all the love nonsense." Pouting prettily, Grace remarked, "Well, she told me how you chased her around her father's ranch all the time, proclaiming your love until she pitied your poor self and agreed to marry you." The man threw back his head and laughed heartily before succumbing to a bout of coughing. "I reckon she told you about the time I came calling with a bunch of flowers in my hands, looking every inch the fool, and her father caught me declaring my love for her, chased me across 3 counties he did afore he agreed to let her go." Father and daughter shared another laugh, while Carl just stood there feeling out of place. The robust man finally lifted his head to inspect the tall, dark, and handsome man with critical eyes. "But he's a sheriff, me lass. He might not always come home to you. I reckon one of those renegades or cattle rustlers would have put a bullet in his back afore you have your first wee one." A small frown tracked across Carl's face. It was nice to know his prospective father-in-law didn't think he would live long enough to see his first child. "Oh, Papa." Grace's distress at her father's words was evident in her eyes, and he longed to reach out to her and comfort her, but her father might just take a stick to him because he was staring at him something fierce. The man raised his beefy hands. "All right." Then he fastened a glare on Carl. "You can have her hand in marriage." Grace shrieked with delight and clapped her hands with joy. She leaned closer and kissed him on his robust cheek before throwing her arms around him. But the man directed his stern gaze at Carl even though his daughter's hands were still clasped around his stiff neck. "She ever comes to me crying that you laid a finger on her, I'm going to bring out my good old rifle and shoot you between your eyes. Comprehend?" Carl had hidden a laugh by clearing his throat and saying firmly, "Yes, sir." Grace had swung to look at him with amusement in her eyes that was reflected in his own. "You young'uns of nowadays don't know how to treat a woman right. Good-for-nothing fellas, the lot of you," the man continued grumbling, oblivious that his daughter and the sheriff were smiling at each other with love in their eyes. 3 weeks later they were married, and Grace had tearfully left the only house she had ever known to live with him and Winston at the ranch. What bliss he had known married to her. With a tender smile on his face, he recalled coming home during the day, which she insisted he did every day unless he was out of town, to a delicious meal in a very clean house. She placed flowers in every room, and the whole house always smelled lovely, and because she enjoyed baking, the ranch hands always came in for her special dinner rolls they couldn't stop talking about. When news came to them after just 3 months of their marriage that her father was dying, Grace had insisted on going to nurse him at the relay station. Grudgingly, he had accepted, and she had stayed there a month with the old man until he passed away in his sleep one night. Grace had been inconsolable. Following his funeral, she had returned home, but something had changed in her. Carl, with a heavy heart, watched his wife waste away. The smile that usually graced her face appeared to have disappeared for good, leaving a hollowness that tore at his heart. After summoning doctors to help diagnose what was wrong with her, he was told that, in nursing her father, Grace had caught the disease and she too would die in a matter of months. Tuberculosis, they said, which was why, whenever she coughed, blood came out with her spittle. Carl remembered the anguish he had felt at the news. He had been devastated. Nothing anyone said mattered to him anymore, and he had spent his every moment with his wife, who kept apologizing for the fact that she would soon leave him when they had planned on doing so many things together. He was warned that he could catch the disease also, but he didn't care. What was life without Grace by his side? 6 months into their marriage, she died in his arms one morning, and his heart broke into fragments that he didn't think would ever be pieced back together. For the first time in his life, he had wept like a baby, and Winston had been there to offer him his shoulder. The sun had gone out of his life, and he embraced the darkness with gladness. Life with Grace had been beautiful and boring, a tiny voice said in his mind, and it shocked him. No, life with Grace hadn't been boring, he denied vehemently. Granted, they never argued because she was such a sweet little thing, and he never found any reason to be angry with her. He had loved her with his whole heart, and if there was an opportunity for him to marry her again in the afterlife, he would do so without a second thought. He closed his eyes and tried to picture her as she was every time he came home, standing by the front door with a welcoming smile on her face, but instead he saw a redhead with brown eyes yelling at him at the top of her voice. Little minx! His lips tightened. She couldn't even allow him to mourn his wife in peace without creeping into his thoughts. Winston placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and bent to place his own bouquet of flowers beside Carl's. "She's been gone 3 years, Carl," Winston said after a moment had passed. A scowl covered his brother's face. "Please don't start. Not today of all days." Winston curved his body in his direction. "Especially today of all days. She wouldn't have wanted you to mourn her this long. Grace was such a lovable person. She particularly told me not to allow you to throw your life away holding on to her." The sheriff simply turned away without a word and headed for the stables. He saddled his horse and headed into town. His escape from such torturous memories was his work, but unfortunately his office was locked, and he couldn't get a hold of the keys. It was Ray's doing, because the dang man had told him to take the day off the previous night because he knew what today meant to him. "As if he's my boss," Carl grumbled and turned his horse to head back to the ranch. The first person he saw as he entered that house was the witch who troubled his thoughts and dreams. "Today just isn't my day," he murmured. Chapter 9. "Good morning, Sheriff," Naomi hailed cheerfully, hoping the tears she had shed inside her room weren't noticeable in her eyes. She hadn't expected his reply to be as jolly as hers was, but she also hadn't expected the scowl that now covered his face. Hooking his thumbs in the loops of his belt, he regarded her with a mixture of scorn and indecision, and tersely remarked, "Pray tell, what's good about the morning?" She opened her mouth to tell him what her mother always said, that it was a gift to be alive and one should be grateful for it, but he forestalled her by answering his own question. "I don't see what's good about the morning, not when you're still here making a nuisance of yourself." Despite her resolve to be nice to him, she couldn't help throwing at him, "What's got your britches in a knot, Sheriff? Lady of the Night didn't treat you well last night." A slight shiver went over her, and she feared she might have gone too far when his face darkened with anger and his eyes became so fierce she was afraid he might lift his hand and smack her across the cheek. She would deserve it for that unwise crack she just made. "Leave before I strangle you one of these days." he ground out with clenched teeth and stalked out of her presence. Naomi raised a hand to her pounding heart and thought for an instant to take his advice, or he might really just carry out his threat. But where would she go? Back home? There was nothing for her over there anymore. She didn't think the loan shark would still hold it over her father for her to marry him, but she didn't want to take chances. A shadow of sadness crossed her features. She hadn't thought for a moment that she would be rejected by the one man. Truth be told, she would love to be called his woman. True, he was arrogant, obnoxious, irritating, and so much more she didn't desire in a man, but there was something about him that drew her to him. Young though she was, she recognized that there was something between them, a spark that put them at each other's throats all the time. She didn't quite know whether it was a good thing or terrible, but she was determined to find out. Naomi made her way to the kitchen for breakfast and was surprised to see Carl there with his hands in his trouser pockets, just staring at the stove with a forlorn look in his eyes. There was something about his stance that tugged at her heartstrings and made her pause to survey him. He was really a fine specimen of a man, with his dark hair falling across his forehead that made her itch to reach out and pull it back. She wouldn't be surprised if he came back home bald, if she dared try that, because all he ever wanted to do was fight with her. But seeing him like this, looking so sad, made her think she had misjudged him. Perhaps he was just a lonely man who had reasons why he didn't want to marry her. Maybe, if she could find out his reasons and get to understand them, she might discover what made him tick, instead of fighting with him all the time, tired of just standing there, staring at him surreptitiously. She made her presence known by sweeping into the room. He jerked in her direction, and their eyes met and held. Her mouth parted and became dry. Breathe, breathe, Naomi reminded herself as her lungs cried for help. A warm glow seeped into her cheeks, and she quickly looked away. Jesus, now you're stalking me? He asked with fury. No, She was still struck with discomfiture at his hot gaze, but he wasn't letting her off the hook easily. You what? She opened her mouth to say something, but oddly, nothing came out. Giving her a sneer, he briskly strode from the kitchen, but not before snapping a last retort. Stay away from me. That went well, Naomi mumbled when he was gone. So much for trying to be nice to him. She put him from her mind when Anna came into the kitchen to have her breakfast after doing her chores. Naomi chatted amicably with her, but when she wanted to step out of the house to head to the stables to look at the beautiful horses there, the maid stopped her. Wringing her hands with unease, the young girl said, "Begging your pardon, missus, but you can't leave the house." Excuse me? Naomi's brows arched on her forehead. Anna lowered her eyes to avoid her mistress's questioning gaze. Master Carl be telling me not to let you go out. Oh, he did he? Anna nodded like a lizard, that lout. He didn't want to marry her, but thought he could give her orders? She had been wrong to think she could be nice to him when he was nothing but a condescending brute, and she would have words with him. Catching a glimpse of him from the kitchen window as he headed to the stables, she hurried out of the kitchen, ignoring Anna's calls. The sky had a golden sheen that resembled pure honey sprinkled on its surface. Sunlight hit her on the forehead, causing it to bead with sweat, and she wished she had put on her hat. The insufferable man was leading a horse out of the stall when she stormed into the stables. She irrelevantly noticed that he wasn't wearing his uniform. It was the first time she was seeing him without it. He had on a cream cotton shirt and black pants. His eyebrows raised at her harried appearance, and she dropped her skirts and opened her mouth to cuss him out, but he hindered her again by snapping, "I thought I told you to stay away from me." She ignored his words and rasped, "Am I to become a prisoner in your house?" Understanding dawned in his eyes at the cause of her ire, and a smile so charming that her anger diffused for some seconds at the sight crossed his face. He strode to her and folded his arms across his chest. His features became boyish, and she wished he would always smile at her like this. Then she quickly squashed the errant thought. "Well, since you refuse to make yourself scarce from my presence and I'm sheriff, I don't intend for you to go around causing trouble in my town." Her hands fisted at her sides and itched to whack him in the nose, but she controlled herself, reciting her mother's words on kindness in her head. "How can I, lil' me, cause any trouble in this place?" He cocked an arrogant eyebrow at her, and then his eyes trailed her body, beginning from her hair, drawn back from her face and held back by pins, down her peach dress and slippers. He placed his arms akimbo and gave her quite a look that made her all warm on the inside, but she thrust out her chin and looked him straight in the eyes. "Have you looked at yourself in the mirror lately?" His tone was condescending and contemptuous. Hot color stained her cheeks as she comprehended what he was trying to say. A thrill made her heartbeat increase with the knowledge that he found her beautiful enough to cause a distraction. Her red lips parted over her teeth, and she snaked her tongue to wet her lips, trying to come up with something to say, but her brain had gone blank. "And we both know you have the morals of a woman who works on her back," he added with savage bite. "Why, you—" Anger mixed with hurt churned inside her. Too incensed to heed her mother's words, she lifted her hand to strike his face, but he gripped it and jerked her forward to breathe down hard at her. Enraged brown eyes held the gaze of infuriated blue ones that suddenly started changing into a darker hue. His hand dropped from hers and cupped her face in a caress that made her lean into it. When his head descended, it only seemed natural for her to elevate her lips towards his. The loud neighing of a horse made them dart away from each other, and she discovered she couldn't stop shaking. He swore furiously as he stalked towards the stalls. "I should have known." He ran his fingers through his tousled hair. Naomi ignored him and tried to bring her breathing back under control. Her fingers shook as she reached up to make sure none of her pins had come undone. How shameful that the man had come within an inch of her and she practically threw herself on him. What he must think of her now when he already had a low opinion of her. Her thoughts were confirmed a second later when she heard his voice like a whiplash. "I should have known this was your plan all along. You plan on getting me to marry you by seducing me. Have you no shame? What kind of a woman are you?" Naomi's jaw dropped at the unfair accusation. She gave him a look of sheer disgust. "Seduce you? I'd rather seduce a hedgehog. If I remember correctly, you were the one who grabbed me and manhandled me, you buffoon." He raised a warning finger at her. "Be very mindful of your words." Or what? She simmered like a cauldron threatening to boil over. Do I have to keep doing this? Both of them jerked in the direction of Winston's voice. Naomi took some steps backward from the infuriating man while he took angry strides to the stall. Why can't the two of you just get along? Must I come along every time to separate you two from fighting like siblings warring over a wooden toy? Winston glanced from one to the other with his hands on his hips. They both gave him angry glares that brought amusement into his eyes. When neither of them said a word, he grinned and said, A good game of cards ought to douse this tension between you two. Come along, he invited, raising his hand towards Naomi. Never one to stay angry for long, Naomi couldn't resist smiling at the man who was grinning boyishly at her. She walked towards him. "What about you, brother? Been a while since I beat you silly," he jeered. "Ha," Carl scoffed. "You've never beaten me in a game of cards, you lying cad." Winston laughed and boasted, "I reckon you'd be eating your words an hour from now." Carl hesitated for a minute before agreeing to join them. Winston led the way back to the house, all the while telling her how their father had taught them to play cards and how they watched him and their mother play all the time. Naomi smiled affectionately at his tale. She didn't know his late parents, but from his words, she could feel the love they had had for each other. When they got to the living room and Winston brought out the pack of cards, Naomi had to admit to him she didn't know how to play and took a seat to watch the two men. She enjoyed simply sitting there and studying them as they engaged each other in healthy rivalry. She laughed a number of times at the way they teased each other. Although she glanced at Winston every now and then, her attention was solely on Carl. She studied the way the corners of his eyes crinkled at the edges when he was deep in concentration. From time to time, he would place his elbow on his knee and put his hand under his chin to view with those deep eyes of his the cards in his other hand. There were times when his free hand would go into his dark tresses to draw them back, and she would fold her hands tautly because she itched to do it for him. His teasing smile at his brother always made her catch her breath a little, and she wished he would smile at her like that sometime. Her pallor turned a crimson red when she raised her eyes and discovered that Carl had caught her watching him. She prepared herself for his caustic remark, but he just stared fixedly at her, and for some reason she couldn't look away, held captive by his flaring gaze. Winston cleared his throat loudly, hiding a smile behind his cards as he broke the stare between them. Naomi found herself on her feet without initially having the intention of doing so. I'm off to bed," she stammered, keeping her gaze above the two men. "So early?" Carl mockingly questioned, but she refused to look at him. I have a bit of a headache." "Well, good night then." Swirling, she bade Winston good night and hastily departed to her room. Anna helped her undress, and when she slipped into the cool bed, she sighed with contentment. Sleep was far from coming because she couldn't get her thoughts far from Carl. Her heart yearned for him to like her and agree to marry her, but she also had her dignity. Surely, she couldn't go about trying to get him to like her as he had accused, although he had gone too far in laying the blame on her for trying to seduce him, a trade she had no knowledge about. But would it really be bad if she were to try to correct the wrong impression he had of her? She couldn't stay here forever without a promise of marriage, even if she had all the women there acting as chaperones. Naomi worried her bottom lip. She was sure she liked Carl, and if she could get him to like her, her journey here wouldn't be in vain. Smiling at the plan she would put into motion the following day, she closed her eyes and embraced the oblivion sleep brought. Chapter 10. "Ain't you a beautiful ray of sunshine this morning?" Winston announced cheerfully the following morning, as Naomi gracefully pirouetted into the kitchen. She had taken care in dressing that morning. Donning one of her new dresses, a pretty moss green one with white lace ruffles, and binding her hair with a ribbon at her nape, seemed a sensible idea in carrying out her plan. He had wrongly charged her with being a seductress, and she might as well prove his words true. Now, If only she knew how to coerce a man into liking her. Her spirit sank when the man in question didn't deign to even bestow her with a glance. Intent on eating his breakfast, he didn't bother to acknowledge her presence. Winston, as gentlemanly as ever, rose and drew out a chair for her. His smile was a balm to her frayed nerves, as her plan seemed to take a nosedive. How was she to get the man to like her when he didn't look her way? "Thank you, Winston. Good morning. I trust you had a splendid night," she said, as she sat and looked everywhere, but at the man seated before her, buttering his wheat bread. "Even if I didn't, the sight of you has smoothed over any rough night I might have had." Naomi let out a giggle as Winston poured coffee into a cup for her. Deciding it was best to ignore Carl since he wanted to do the same to her, she poured thick cream from a pitcher into her cup. "What do you propose to do with yourself this morning?" Winston asked cheerfully as he resumed his seat. Smiling at him, she said, "Since I'm to become a prisoner in this house, I was thinking maybe you could teach me how to ride a horse. I've been fascinated by horses since I was a little girl, but never had the opportunity to ride them." "Prisoner?" His eyebrows raised, and he looked from his silent brother to her. Naomi shook her head, indicating with her eyes that he should let it go. He shrugged and said, "You're a lucky little thing then to find yourself on a ranch." "Unfortunately, I can't teach you." She was crestfallen. "Why?" "I won't be here." "Oh, then I'll just wait for you to come back." "You can't because I might be gone for weeks. We're rounding up the cattle before winter, and I hope to be able to sell all of them. But... She couldn't begin to imagine the kind young man gone from the ranch. Without him to intervene, she and Carl might very well kill each other. "Not to worry, Carl here will teach you," Winston announced joyfully, and his brother made choking sounds as his coffee went down the wrong way. He coughed fitfully. "What?" he managed to say when he was done coughing. With a wry grin, Winston declared, "I think it's a brilliant idea. Ray told me you have a few days off work, so you have time on your hands to teach her." The angry man scoffed. "I'd rather be drawn and quartered than teach her how to ride a horse. I will not do anything to encourage her continued stay here." Silence fell at the breakfast table over his outburst, and Naomi quickly lowered her eyes in order for him not to see the hurt in them. So much for wanting him to like her. Why did he hate her so much? What had she done to deserve such scorn, except innocently come here thinking she was going to be married? "I bet Mama is turning in her grave right now and itching to take up her wooden spoon to your hide." "What a perfect gentleman she raised," Winston taunted mercilessly, and sat back to fold his arms across his chest. Naomi lifted her head a little and saw Carl gritting his teeth. If he became madder than he already was, she wouldn't be surprised to see smoke coming out of his ears. He looked ready to bite off his brother's head. "Fine," he snapped and pushed himself to his feet. "But you better come back quickly, or you might just find that I've strangled her or bundled her into her trunk and sent her back where she crawled out from." "That went pretty well," Winston commented casually after his brother irately left the kitchen. Naomi shook her head. "I've changed my mind. I don't want to learn anymore." "Come now, don't tell me I just escaped having Carl put a bullet in me for nothing." She was silent at that. "Naomi, please don't give up now. Your spirit has been the thing keeping you here. Don't allow him to kill it. Tarry on just a little while and you'll smile in the end." He sounded desperate. Confusion was etched on her face. "What are you talking about?" He clasped her hand on the table. "You'll understand soon enough. Please don't give up." Like her, Winston too was daydreaming of things going well between her and his brother. That was becoming unlikelier by the minute as each day passed. She placed her hand on his just as Carl chose that unfortunate moment to step into the kitchen. He paused in his stride, his eyes trained on their hands, and his gaze narrowed. "Well, let's get to it. I haven't got all day," he snapped and strode out of the kitchen the same way he had entered. Winston patted her on the cheek and winked at her. Let's not rile him further. Naomi gave him a conspiratorial smile, and both of them rose and left together. The weather was mild as the sun peeked from behind the clouds that filled the sky, the feel of autumn in the air. They were approaching the stables when Carl led a horse out. "Please be patient with her," Winston begged, before turning to bestow an affectionate smile on her and going into the stables to saddle his own horse. "I don't know the meaning of the word," she heard him mutter, and trepidation rooted her to the spot. He eyed her. "Are you going to stand there all day beautifying yourself under the sun, or are we going to do this?" Blushing, she walked towards him and stood with her hands on her hips, staring at him sternly. "Get up on the horse," he ordered, and went to stand by the mare. He cupped his hands to help her up onto it. Naomi nervously approached the impatient-looking horse. It stomped its feet, and she wondered for a moment if it was going to attack her. The tip of her tongue came out to dash across her lips. Her hands became clammy and her eyes widened a little. "For God's sake, you're making her nervous," he snapped, dropping his hands and placing them on the horse's neck. "I'm making her nervous? She's the one making me jumpy. Why can't she stand still?" He rounded on her, and she could see the resentment in his eyes. "Don't you dare take that tone with her. She's sensing your fear, and it's making her edgy." Naomi's throat felt constricted as she swallowed thickly. Well, she couldn't help that she was a little frightened by the horse. The beast was massive, at least to her eyes. The animal was what horse lovers would probably call beautiful, with her glossy dark mane and smooth body. "Let's get started." He took his initial position, but Naomi just eyed him warily. She let out a nervous breath. "You can do this. You can." Was the call for riding lessons just a ploy to try your wiles on me again? I assure you, it won't work. Her head jerked at his harsh words, and she wondered for the umpteenth time what she had ever done to deserve his contempt. Anger came to her rescue. "Don't flatter yourself." "Then get on the horse," he thundered. The horse moved at his words, and she watched him calm her down before giving Naomi a quiet glare that propelled her forward. "Put your foot on the stirrup, swing your other leg to the opposite side, and make sure you're comfortable on the saddle," he instructed her impatiently. She nodded timidly and drew closer to stand beside him. She bit her bottom lip and wasn't sure how he would react if she asked for a pony. Her eyes darted inside the stables, and she had to stop herself from calling to Winston for help. She and Carl would be without him for weeks. She couldn't keep running to him for help. Elevating her chin, she gingerly placed her slipper on his open hands and then the stirrup. She tried swinging over the horse, but couldn't quite manage it. Her failure to do so had her looking ridiculous with one foot in the stirrup and the other leg halfway across the horse's back. As if her embarrassment wasn't enough, the horse moved fretfully, and when she tried to push her leg to the other side, the horse took it as a cue to move, and off it went. She screamed and heard Carl swear loudly. She managed to turn on the saddle and saw him running after them. "Get off the horse," he shouted at her. Was he crazy? Jump from a mad horse? Indeed, the man wanted her off his property anyway. even as a corpse. However, when she saw the horse heading towards the creek, she knew she had to heed his words. Not even thinking about it, she just moved her body and threw herself backwards. She braced herself to land on the hard ground, but was surprised when she fell on a hard yet soft surface. The breath was knocked out of her a little, but she would survive. "You'll be the death of me, I swear." The angry snarl behind her cleared her befuddled mind, and it dawned on her that she had fallen on him. Reddening like a beetroot with tears awash in her eyes, she quickly scrambled to her feet. She chanced a glance in his direction and saw him lying there with the breath knocked out of him. Not waiting for his caustic remarks, she lifted her skirts and ran as fast as her legs could take her. She didn't stop running until she reached her room and slammed the door. Tears coursed down her cheeks, and she frantically wiped them away with her hands as she thought of what to do. She couldn't stay there and have him tear into her with his words. Reaching for the doorknob, she yanked it open and ran out of the house again. She headed for the creek and hoped he wouldn't find her. She couldn't bear to hear his censorious words and his accusations. Oh, how terrible she felt. How silly he must think her. With all her supposed guts, she couldn't even ride a horse. What was she even doing on a ranch, hoping to get married when she was afraid of horses? She had to get out of here. Chapter 11. Carl sat up, raised his legs, and placed his hands on his knees. Did he just see tears in those lovely brown eyes of hers? He didn't know why, but it galled him to see them. She was so spirited. He thought she never had to make use of her tear ducts. Seeing that she could be vulnerable really gave him a reason to pause and evaluate things. Maybe he had been too hard on her. It was as clear as day that she was a little apprehensive about riding a horse. But did he care? Oh no, he instead snapped at her at every turn. Something that wasn't in his nature. Why did she rub him the wrong way? He just couldn't understand it. And now he had made her cry. He was adept at handing handkerchiefs to weeping women and not actually causing the tears, but for the first time in his life, he had made a woman cry, and he felt like a heel for it. He swore and rose to his feet. His back had taken the full brunt of the fall, and he would have to use balm on it later on, or he wouldn't be able to rise from his bed tomorrow morning. He made a canopy with his hand against his forehead to see if he could catch a glimpse of midnight. What had he been thinking? Midnight, though usually calm, could be quite unpredictable. She was the worst option he could have picked to use for Naomi's lessons. But that was it. He hadn't been thinking at all. One quick glance at her during breakfast, and it was all he could do not to swing her in his arms and kiss the breath out of her. God, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. After seeing her like that, it had taken all the strength in his body not to gawk at her. So he had focused all his attention on his breakfast, and if he was asked now, he wouldn't be able to recall what he put in his mouth that morning. All he saw was the sensational image she made standing by the table. Running away from her as far as he could was the only solution his brain could come up with at that time. And his darn brother had foiled his plan with emotional blackmail. And all the while she stood there, staring at the horse with uncertainty in her eyes, he had almost dragged her into his arms to comfort her and tell her she shouldn't be afraid because he wouldn't let her get hurt and wouldn't let anything harm her. What had he been thinking? What if she was only acting? What if this was another tactic of hers to get him concerned about her? Stop having such negative thoughts. Why couldn't he stop thinking negatively about her? He was beginning to think it was just a defense mechanism to protect himself from simply throwing away every care in the world and asking her to marry him. That would be a big mistake. He was sure of that. Even though he knew she might have been pretending, he decided to go to her and apologize. His mother, bless her dear soul, had taught him better. Swiping his hands on his dusty trousers, he made his slow journey to the house. He walked to her door and listened carefully for the sound of sobbing coming from the other side of the door. When he heard nothing, he assumed she must be a silent weeper. He knocked softly and cleared his throat. Then he listened. When she didn't say anything or open the door, he decided to just apologize. It would be better this way. Seeing her might make it awkward. Miss Hart, I want to apologize for what happened out there. I was very hard on you and treated you poorly. I guess I'm just having a bad day, but that's not an excuse for treating you in such a rash manner. I believe, Sheriff? He swung swiftly to his right and was stunned to see Naomi, dry-eyed and staring at him with narrowed eyes. What are you doing? Making a total fool of myself. He avoided her gaze and stared at the wooden floor before his fingers raked through his hair. He lifted his head and held her bewildered gaze with his. I came to apologize to you. Her head cocked to the side and her eyes filled with disbelief. Apologize? Really? Yes, I was mean and I apologize. You don't have to bother with the fake apology. You win. I'm leaving. Carl knew he should be elated. He knew he should run to the stables, climb on a horse, and ride to the saloon in town to get too drunk to remain standing. But he couldn't explain the immense sadness that consumed his being. It's not a fake apology, was all he could say. His fingers raked his tousled hair again, and he noticed her eyes were trained on his dark mane, and an unreadable expression had entered them. Look, I know I've been very hard on you. I'm sorry. I don't apologize often, so believe me when I say it's very real. There was still skepticism in her eyes. I'd like to call a truce. A frown creased her eyebrows. You don't want me to leave? There was a note of uncertainty in her voice that he didn't like. He also didn't like her question. Of course, he wanted her out of here, but he didn't want to hurt her some more by telling her that. Let's not go into that. If you're willing, we could go back to the stables and I'd teach you how to ride with a different horse this time. What are you playing at? What? Why are you being so nice to me? I don't think it's in your nature to be the dang chit. He was trying to make things right, and she was throwing insults at him. He thought she would be very appreciative of his kind gesture. He should have known better. Heaving a sigh, he placed his hands on his hips and tried to think of what to say so they could move forward. I've come to understand that I've been unfair to you. It's no fault of yours that you're here, and since you must be running away from a shady past, I'm not running from a shady past. He raised both hands in surrender. All right, you must have your reasons for not wanting to go back yet, so the best we can do is try to live in peace until you leave. What did I say wrong? He wondered, when her face suddenly became very pale, devoid of emotion. Was she expecting him to say that she could stay for as long as she liked? That would be unreasonable. Or was she still crazily thinking he would marry her? He was glad when color returned to her cheeks, and she gave him a nonchalant shrug and simply said, Okay. They stared at each other for a couple of minutes. How about the riding lessons? I don't know. Would I be dragged across the yard again by a crazy horse? He hid a grin and stated lightly, "That was my fault. I should have given you a more agreeable horse." The doubt in her eyes made him feel worse than he already felt. His carelessness might have scared her off horses for life. He couldn't let her leave Idaho with a horrible tale about horses. "It will be better this time, I promise." Now, promising her was going too far, but the word was already out, and he would just have to make it work. After a moment's hesitation, she agreed, and they headed out to the stables. This time, he chose a smaller and more agreeable mare, put a saddle on her, and led her out. "Meet Betsy," he quietly said, and brought the brown horse to stand before her. Naomi stepped back, but he shook his head. "You don't have to be afraid of her. She's harmless." She nodded and stepped forward, but he could still see the dread in her eyes, and he became determined to rid her of it. "If she senses your fear, she'll become nervous and jittery," he gently warned her, and stroked the horse's smooth and silky mane. He took her hand and did what he should have done that first time. He made sure she was comfortable with the horse before the lessons began. Naomi was still scared at first, but when he got her stroking and talking to the horse, she became calm. When he was sure she was at ease enough with Betsy, he helped her up on the saddle. "Relax," he told her, when she just sat there stiffly like a lady who was being taught manners by her schoolmistress. She relaxed a little, and he taught her how to hold the reins. Not too tight, not too loose either. She did exactly as he said. "Good girl," he praised. Then he led the horse to circle the stables, all the while telling her to relax. She eventually did, and began to enjoy the ride. He was amazed when she asked if she could make the horse go a bit faster. He was skeptical, but when she nudged the horse just as he had taught her to get the animal to move faster, he knew she was ready for it. "It's not as hard as I thought it would be," she chirped and laughed merrily. Carl was entranced by the sound of her joyous laughter for some minutes and had to literally shake himself out of it. As the morning wore on and she made significant progress, Carl had to admit to himself that she wasn't what he had thought. He didn't know if she was pretending, and he didn't really care if she was. All he knew was that he was enjoying himself with her. When the lesson was over, she shyly thanked him and left him standing there in front of the stables holding Betsy's reins while she returned to the house. Carl observed her gait until he couldn't see her anymore. A thrill he didn't like went through his body at the knowledge that they would go horseback riding the following morning. He couldn't believe he was standing under the warm rays of the sun, fantasizing about a horse ride with a woman he didn't even like. Something was definitely wrong with him. He took the horse inside, took the saddle off her, and placed it on his own horse in order to head into town. There was nothing a bottle of brandy wouldn't fix. Chapter 12. Carl. Carl jolted out of his thoughts to see Ray staring down at him hard. He swung his leg from the table, a dark scowl etched on his face. Dang it, he had been thinking of Naomi again. He couldn't get the red-haired witch out of his thoughts. From the moment he watched her gracefully walk back to the house, he had been able to think of nothing else. Even drowning himself in alcohol hadn't worked. He had seen her everywhere at the saloon until, frustrated, he had returned home without having drunk a sufficient amount of liquor to fulfill his goal of passing out. Back home, he had repeatedly placed his hands inside his pockets to stop himself from reaching for her a number of times. She had changed her dress to one of pale blue silk and had looked so enthralling that it hurt just looking at her. And then she had turned on her seductive charm that left him panting like a dog. It had come as a surprise to both of them that they could actually have a conversation without exchanging insults. During the sumptuous lunch she prepared, they had been courteous to each other as if they were both testing the waters of peace. He had taken himself away to help the few ranch hands who were left, and even their loud talk and ribald jokes had still not been enough to chase her from his thoughts. Deciding it was best not to tempt himself, he had hung out with the men and eaten dinner with them. When he was certain she would be in bed, he sneaked into the house, castigating himself for being a coward where she was concerned. Riding with her that morning hadn't been any better. She took to a horse as if she was made for riding, sitting gracefully on it like she was a queen or a figure of royalty. It was all he could do not to lift her off the horse, take her in his arms and kiss her till they both couldn't talk. They had ridden under the clear blue sky, down the valley, towards the mountains without saying a word to each other. They had enjoyed the scenic beauty, and then she had commented every now and then on how beautiful the sage-covered land was, but he kept mute. It would take 10 horses to drag any words from his lips, because he was afraid he might beg her to stay, but he knew that would be a disaster. They would fight and argue all day, and she would drive him insane. Besides, did he want a wife men would ogle wherever she went? She was just too beautiful for her own good, and he knew nothing about her. Breakfast that morning had been a hellish affair. Repeatedly, his mind had toyed with the idea of getting to know her better so he could decide whether he would marry her or not. His tortured thoughts left him in a bad mood, and although she tried to be courteous and friendly, he had chosen to ignore her, just as he had when they went riding. When he continued ignoring her, he noticed she stopped talking, and it made him feel like an utter cad. But he knew it was best that way. Being responsive to her would be to his detriment. "You've got it bad for that red-haired enchantress, don't you?" Ray whistled, and a grin spread across his sunburned face. "Shut up," Carl snapped and pushed himself to his feet. He strode to the wooden window and looked out of it. Ray placed a hip on the desk and teased his boss further. "You don't have to snap my head off. If I were in your shoes, I'd lose my heart to her too. According to Winston, she's quite feisty. What a perfect combination." "I like my women spirited." Carl curved his body in his direction. "Then you can have her. I like my women meek and docile." "How boring," Ray sneered, but raised both hands in mock surrender when Carl's hands bulged into fists. He rose to his feet and eyed the irate man. "Anyway, I just came to tell you that we just got information about those cattle rustlers we've been tracking. They were spotted in Graywood Valley. The boys and I want to head out there to check it out." "I'm coming with you," Carl announced, in a tone that brooked no argument, but Ray wasn't one to acquiesce without argument. "But you aren't even supposed to be here in the first place. Come on, you've got a few days off. You should be at home with Naomi, getting to know her," and his voice trailed to a halt when Carl gave him a look that promised devious things if he continued talking. "You're the boss," Ray plainly said, and followed the sheriff out the door. Carl ignored his men's ramblings, went to the back of the buildings where their horses were tied, and climbed on his. The men came out talking and cracking jokes, and because he was in a bad mood, their voices grated on his nerves. "Quit yapping, boys. Let's get going. Anyone who shoots off his mouth about me coming along gets to do double duty." The men looked at each other, and Carl smiled satisfactorily when he read resignation to his presence in their expressions. He nudged the horse with his knees and led the way out of town. He would rather follow the boys to hell than go back to the ranch to that temptress. He was hoping the tracking would take days so he could escape going back, and with a bit of luck, Winston would be back by then. But he wasn't counting on it. There were times when his brother would be gone for as long as 2 weeks. They rode out of town, down foothills, crossing thick grasslands and creeks. The Graywood Ranch stood in a large clearing close to the mountains that were like dark storm clouds in the sky. They cautiously approached the ranch in case the men they sought were still there, but when the ranch owner came out with his shotgun, they knew the men were long gone. Bill Shanks cursed and swore as he told them what had happened. They had carried away almost half of his cattle before he realized what was going on. The sheriff and his men promised they would get his cattle back and have the criminals arrested. Inwardly, Carl was very happy. The search would most likely take days, and that meant he wouldn't return home anytime soon. It was very good news. They loaded their horses with supplies at the ranch to last them a few days. They set out after sending one of the men back to town to join the lone man they had left behind to handle affairs. The man was to send word to their families that they would be back in a few days. Carl wished he was there to witness Naomi's reaction to the news that she had the ranch to herself, as it seemed as if both brothers had deserted her. He was grinning at the thought, but then he frowned when a thought crossed his mind. Having the ranch to herself would give her liberty to do as she pleased. That might mean inviting men to the place or even the ranch hands. He almost went after the messenger to deliver a stern message to her that she was under no circumstances to entertain men at the ranch. But knowing her, if she didn't have any intention of doing that, she would do it just to spite him. So he held his peace. It took them 2 days to track down the cattle rustlers across the valley. They came upon them at a clearing yonder in the dark of the night. The men bedded down their horses a small distance from the lawbreakers and stealthily walked in their direction. Carl silently took out the man who was serving as a lookout while the other 3 went forward. There was pandemonium when the men saw the lawkeepers and tried to reach for their guns, intent on a shootout. "Don't even think about it," Ray warned, and fired a warning shot in the air to tell the men he meant business. The sound of the gunshot frightened the horses into a frenzy, and they started running in every direction. One of the rustlers took that as an opportunity to escape. He climbed on one of the fleeing horses and rode to freedom. Or so he thought. There was just enough moonlight for Carl to train his gun on the man and shoot with precision in such a way that would catch him on the arm. He succeeded, and the man fell with a thud. Carl ran to him to tie him up, but discovered the man wasn't yet ready to give up. Cursing and snarling with his brown teeth bared, he brought out a sharp knife from his boot and made a slashing motion in the air at the sheriff. Carl quickly moved back. They circled each other in a rhythmic dance. The man made a sudden move that caught Carl off guard, but he managed to move sideways just in time before the blade ran him through. A quick kick on the man's back sent him staggering forward, but then he leapt unexpectedly at the sheriff, and both of them came crashing down on the hard ground. Carl held the man's hand in a vice-like grip to prevent him from slamming it into his chest. They struggled with the knife for some minutes, and Carl only just succeeded in taking it from him when the man suddenly pulled another from his other boot and sliced him in the chest with it. Fortunately, it wasn't that deep because he moved to the side just in time. Angry that the man had the audacity to stab him, Carl swung his head back, thrust it forward, and hit the lawbreaker clear on the nose, causing him to yelp in pain and loosen his grip. He fell backward, and Carl speedily took the other knife from him, rose to his feet, and kicked the man several times before dragging him to his feet and taking him to the other rustlers whom his men had subdued and tied up. "Are you all right?" Ray asked when he saw his boss walking unsteadily towards them. Carl nodded, but made no mention that he was injured. He took care of himself by taking a cloth from his saddlebag and pressing the wound firmly. Since the sky was already beginning to turn pink, signifying that it was almost dawn, they decided to start their journey back to Silver Creek Valley. They had traveled a short distance before Carl started swinging dazedly on his horse. "Boss, are you all right?" one of the men who was riding directly beside him asked, staring pointedly at the dark stain on the sheriff's uniform. "I'm fine," Carl told the man. "It was just a small nip of the knife." "Don't look like no small nip to me. Looks to me like you're bleeding something fierce," the man continued, and the sheriff grimaced. He turned to tell the man to quit worrying, but the movement proved too much for him, and he fell off his horse with a thud, surrendering to the threatening darkness hovering at the horizon of his mind. Chapter 13. Day 3. Dear Agnes, how are you? Today is the third day that Carl has been gone, and I fear that I'm slowly losing my mind. I might just start pulling my hair out very soon, so I'll have something to do. I ask myself these days, what was I doing with my life before I came here? How did I occupy my days before I met Carl? Life seems so boring without him in it to fight and argue with. I never thought I would ever miss him, but dear God, I do. I really do. He's an arrogant and obnoxious man, but I can't help wishing he were here for me just to stare surreptitiously at his dark tresses. They usually fall across his forehead, and he impatiently pushes them back sometimes, especially when we're arguing. It's silly for me to notice such things, isn't it? His blue eyes remind me of how beautiful the sky is after a storm and the sun comes out. He rarely smiles, but when he does, it's like flowers blooming in spring. Not that he could ever be described as being as fragile as a flower, because Carl is a very strong man. At first sight alone, you'd know he's a man unlawful folks ought not to trifle with, even if he wasn't the sheriff. I'm giggling right now because that's what I call him, Sheriff. I've never called him by his name, because most times when we talk, we're always arguing, and I get so angry I actually forget his name. I wonder if he has noticed. He has never called me Naomi either, always Miss Hart, as if saying my name might give him a disease of some sort on his tongue. I long for the day he would call my name, and not call it in that rash manner of his, but softly and caressingly. I'm still as silly as ever, ain't I? Oh, Agnes, you don't know how much I want him to like me. During our second writing lesson, though I can't call the first one a writing lesson, it was more like a barking session. I really thought he was beginning to like me because he was so gentle with me. We talked, we laughed, something we'd never done before then. I couldn't sleep that night because I was eager to go riding with him the following morning. Although he didn't come home that night, when he treated me coldly, I was almost tempted to fall off the horse just to get his attention. Although, knowing him as I do now, this sounds romantic, doesn't it? I'm certain he would have left me lying on the ground with a broken ankle. At first, I thought it was good riddance to him when the message came that he would be gone for a few days because my ego had suffered a battering due to him ignoring me all through breakfast. But as minutes have turned into hours and hours have rolled into days, I just want him to come back. I've promised myself that there will be no more fighting. If my plan to get him to like me is to succeed, I have to swallow whatever he dishes out to me with a smile and humility. Is that even remotely possible? That I would be meek and docile to a man? I who wouldn't even beg Will to give my father time to pay his debt instead of demanding he marry me. Oh, you're such a good friend, Agnes. I remember you went down on your knees to beg him on my behalf. But would the old fart listen? No. Serves him right for the humiliation he most assuredly faced. Being left alone in front of all those guests I'm sure I don't even know. I'm just so worried about Papa. Please write to me about the state of affairs over there. I do so miss you and Papa. Please do call on him sometimes to find out how he's faring without me, but remain silent about my whereabouts. When, if I do get to marry Carl, I'll invite Papa over to meet him. Perhaps my dowry might be enough to pay Will off. I don't know the state of his finances, but I think Carl can take care of it. The ranch is thriving, although Winston runs it. I've told you about Winston, haven't I? Sometimes I wish he wrote to me for himself, and not on behalf of his brother. He's the kindest and sweetest man I've ever known. He also enjoys riling his brother, and when I watched them play cards the other day, I witnessed firsthand the love between them, even though they don't show it. Winston is like a brother to me. I wish it were not so, but I can't change the way I feel. Anna is by the door. It's that time of the day for us to have lunch at the creek, just so we get out of the house. I take long walks around the ranch, which is very large, I might add. And sometimes I go into town with some of the men. And of course, I spend my days writing letters to you and my nights thinking and dreaming of Carl. I'll write you another letter tomorrow and post all of them when I go into town for supplies with Anna. Until then, my dear, your loving friend, Naomi. Naomi folded the letter and placed it inside an envelope to address it later. She and Anna took the long walk to the creek and enjoyed a nice and quiet lunch there. After lunch, she opened the book she had brought with her and read to Anna as she was wont to do. Anna always liked it when she read to her and she asked the meaning of words she didn't understand. The next day, she and Anna went into town with the ranch hand, who was responsible for getting supplies for the ranch. She posted her letters to Agnes. Then she and Anna stopped by the hotel to have a glass of lemonade before joining the man to head back to the ranch. As usual, she ignored the stares, whistling, and catcalls of the lewd men. Her heart slammed rapidly in her chest, and she drew in a quick breath when from a distance she saw some horses in front of the ranch house. She wondered which brother was back, and she hoped it was Carl. Her heart leapt for joy when she saw the green uniform of the men standing beside the horses. She told the ranch hand to hurry the horses from a trot into a run, and he heeded her words. In a matter of minutes, they were stopping in front of the house, and she waited impatiently for the man to help her down. The men who had been talking animatedly became silent as the beautiful woman strode towards them with poise. She offered them a smile, and they just gaped at her until Ray came out from the house and slapped the three of them at the back of their heads. "Don't let Carl, in the terrible mood he's in, catch you gawking at his woman," he told them in a loud whisper that got Naomi blushing. "We meet again, beautiful," Ray said charmingly, and stepped away from the men to offer her his hand. She smiled at him and hooked her arm around his. She liked this man, she decided, and allowed him to escort her into the house. "We had a bit of an unfortunate incident with the cattle rustlers," he informed her as soon as they got to the living room. "Really?" she said distractedly. She wasn't interested in what he was saying. All she wanted was to see Carl. She pondered if her feelings would be too obvious, if she were to change from her simple dress into a more elegant one before she saw him. Her mind, nevertheless, returned to Ray when she heard him mention 3 words that drained color from her face. "What did you just say?" she asked. Perhaps she hadn't heard correctly. "I said Carl was injured." Those were the words Naomi heard before she found herself swirling into nothingness as Ray reached out for her. Chapter 14. "Unhand her this minute." The angry voice got Naomi rushing out from beneath the cloak of darkness, and she blinked open her eyes. She found herself in Ray's arms and wondered what was going on. Her befuddled mind tried to recount what had happened. "It's not what you're thinking, Carl," Ray hastily said in the charged silence. "How do you know what I'm thinking?" came the voice that was as hard as steel. "Dang it, Carl, she fainted." How convenient. Tired of the men talking above her head, like she wasn't there, she struggled to be released. Ray set her free, and she quickly turned to look at the man who was glaring at them with icy cold eyes. Her gaze raked him from head to foot. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but he appeared to have lost some weight. His face was darker than normal and looked strained. His lips were thinned like someone in pain. Her eyes moved all over him to ascertain where he was injured, but she didn't see anything except his dusty shirt and trousers. He was oddly not wearing his uniform, and she almost asked why. "Still up to your old tricks, I see." He threw at her with savage bite. His first words to her in 4 days. She ought not to be surprised. The man enjoyed making her unhappy. "Where are you hurt?" she asked, discarding the censure she read in his eyes. "Why? So you could do more damage to the wound?" he questioned with a sneer and straightened, but instantly his face became pinched, and he almost doubled over. Ray quickly rushed to him and put his arm around him to lead him back to his room. "You fool! Why did you get out of bed when the doctor told you to stay there in the coming days?" "Had to. Make sure she doesn't seduce you." He wheezed and coughed sporadically. As usual, it hurt that he saw her as a seductress, but she was beginning to develop a thick hide to his insults. Someday, she would shrug them off without any hurt or discomfiture. Unsure if it was right to do so, she followed them to the injured man's room and watched fretfully as Ray laid him on the bed. She had never been in his room before. In fact, she had never been in a man's room before, and it made her a little uneasy. The room was done in shades of blue, and just like hers, it boasted a bed, a chest of drawers, a table and a chair, some boxes at the corner, and some paintings. She stood with uncertainty by the door and let out a little gasp when Ray tore open his boss's shirt, and the blood soaking the band around his chest became visible. So also his chest hair. Her gaze lowered instantly. She had never seen a man in this state of undress prior to now, not even her father. She didn't know what to do with her hands as she kept wringing them. "Please get me a bowl of water and a clean piece of cloth. The stubborn cuss has opened the wound again." Ray made a face and dragged the chair to the bed. Naomi hurried out of the room and returned quickly to hand the requested items to Ray. At a loss whether to stay or depart before Carl would throw another insult her way, the decision was made for her when Ray gently murmured to her, "Please stay and watch what I do. I dare say it's going to be your duty in the next few days." "Like hell would." "Don't shoot off your mouth, Carl," We don't want the lady to refuse, do we? Ray asked sweetly. Naomi looked away so she wouldn't be caught smiling, but when she turned back and saw the murderous look Carl was bestowing on his friend, she tried to intervene. I could get Anna to do it, she offered weakly. Ray shook his head. Anna is as helpful as a priest in a tavern in such a situation. The poor girl is very squeamish when it comes to anything to do with blood. He turned to fix his penetrating gaze on her. So, it's up to you to make sure this mulish man is on his feet by the end of the week. If you have to use force to get him to stay in bed, all you have to do is send a ranch hand to town, and me and the boys will come running. Naomi couldn't help the humorous laugh that escaped her lips. It quickly came to a stop when she felt Carl's furious eyes on her. She cleared her throat and looked away, although her lips twitched, trying to hold back the laugh bubbling in her chest. Ray caught her eyes and winked at her. She found herself laughing again, so she decided it was best if she left the two men alone. Behind her, she heard Carl muttering to his friend, "Don't leave me with her, Ray. She's sure to poison me now that I'm partially incapacitated." She walked back into the room and tried to keep a straight face when she promised, "If I didn't want to poison you before with what you just said, I'm most certainly going to do it now." Did you hear that, Ray? Do you still want to leave me with such a woman? Ray laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder before buttoning his shirt. He rose with a grin and said, "The next few days ought to be interesting. I wish I could be here to see it, but we have a lot to do after capturing those lawbreakers who have been terrorizing the area for a long time now." Naomi left them to talk and went to see how fast Anna could prepare a plate of beef stew for Carl. Anna, ever resourceful, had heard from Carl's men what had happened, and a beef stew garnished with thick slices of vegetables was already bubbling in the pot on the stove. Ray came into the kitchen to say his goodbyes, and from the looks exchanged between him and Anna, Naomi wondered if there was anything going on between them. "Don't allow him to browbeat you, although, from what I heard, I should be the one giving him the warning. What I wouldn't give to be a fly on the wall in his room in the next few days." The man, still laughing, departed from the house. When lunch was ready, Anna helped Naomi to carry the tray to the wounded man's room. He was sleeping, and Naomi couldn't take her eyes off him. In sleep, he looked younger, and his features were so relaxed, one wouldn't think such barbed comments that could make a woman weep could come from those nicely shaped lips of his. Naomi felt Anna's eyes on her as she ogled the sleeping man on the bed, and she quickly directed her to place the tray on the table. Tentatively, she placed her hand on his forehead, just as Ray had told her to do intermittently to make sure he didn't have a fever. He told her Carl had lost a lot of blood, and so she had to make sure he ate nourishing meals to keep his strength up. Carl muttered and turned in his sleep when she touched his head. He felt a bit warm, but not warm enough for her to say he had a fever. She told Anna to bring her a book to read while she sat on the chair and waited for him to wake up so he could eat. She was engrossed in her book when she heard a movement from the bed and lowered it. "You're awake," she said, ignoring the fact that he was staring at her as if she was a poisonous snake. "Why are you here?" She paid no heed to his question and went to get his tray of food from the table. She held it and stared warily at him. "Can you try to sit up, or do you need help?" "I don't need your help or anything from you. I want you to leave this room at once and never come back. I can take care of myself, and even if I do need help, it wouldn't be from you. Fetch one of the hands or Anna. Just Get your infuriating self out of my room and my life." Heat fused into her cheeks, and she placed the tray back on the table and stood before him with her hands on her hips and a firm look on her face. "You sure talk a lot for a wounded man on his back. Now listen here. I chose to be here, not because you deserve it, but you just happen to be Winston's brother, and I wouldn't like for him to come back and meet you uncared for. See it as payment for my food and board." She almost giggled at the astonishment in his eyes at her stern words. "I don't need your payment, but if you must pay, make yourself scarce. It's a shame that it wasn't your tongue that was injured. Would have been mighty all right by me to see you just lie there and stare. Now, if you would just keep shut long enough instead of yapping like a silly little girl, I'll help you sit up." "Why, you—" His face contorted with rage. Not taking into account his anger, she reached down and tried to lift his hand, which caused him to yell in pain. "Are you trying to remove my hand, woman?" She clicked her tongue. "Well, if you would just cooperate. Don't touch me. Quit talking. Don't you dare tell me to stop talking in my own house. I will if you don't stop behaving like a silly child." "You—" Carl spluttered the contents of the spoon she forcefully thrust into his mouth. "Are you trying to choke me? It would serve you right." And so went the first of many arguments they had during the week Carl recuperated in bed. Naomi was determined to nurse him back to health in no distant time, while Carl was resolute in thwarting her plan at every turn. The house was always filled with their arguments and quarrels, while she changed his bedding, cleaned his wound, changed his bandage, and brought him his meals. A ranch hand helped with sponging him down and shaving his chin. Naomi also took it upon herself to read to him, and even though he complained about it at first, he began to enjoy it, and they found another thing to argue about over the characters in the books, or the facts in them. Neither of them realized that being forced to be in close confines was drawing them closer together. Whenever Naomi was away from the room, Carl fretted and waited impatiently for her to return. Likewise with Naomi when she had to leave Carl to attend to her personal needs. She did them with haste so she could go back to his room. Inwardly, they enjoyed the time they spent in each other's company, but would have preferred having their tongues cut off instead of admitting it to one another. At the end of the week, they couldn't bear to be apart from each other, and when they were forced to separate, thoughts of each other filled them. Anna and Ray were very pleased at the turn of events, and believed that when Carl was fully back on his feet, he would ask Naomi to marry him. Chapter 15. Yawning, Carl stretched his stiff bones on the bed and sighed with contentment. He couldn't remember if he had ever had a week off and been waited on hand and foot. While it had been very relaxing, he knew he couldn't continue in such a lazy way of life. His wound was nicely healed, and he no longer felt weak due to loss of blood. He felt very much his old self and couldn't wait to return to work, although his deputy had told him to take as much time as he wanted to recuperate. It wasn't in his nature to lie in bed all day, but as he had had no choice in the matter, he had made the most of it. Now he felt refreshed and knew it was time to get his life back to normal. He moved his hands and his chest just to be sure he was properly healed, and he felt no pain. He dropped his legs from the bed and flexed his rigid muscles for some minutes before rising. A small knock sounded on his door, and he braced himself for the stimulating effect Naomi would have on him with just her presence. It was lunchtime. Naomi. Never had he thought he would get to like her so much. and crave her company as if his life depended on it. But he had to make himself immune to her, or he would find himself asking her the question she craved to hear. Enter. Naomi breezed in like she owned the place, with a smile etched on her face that did something to him that he didn't care to define at that moment. Great. You're on your feet again. Yes, he replied noncommittally. I set up a picnic by the creek, and I was wondering if you'd be up for it, she said gaily. A picnic by the creek. He hadn't done that in years. The one and only time he had done that was with Grace, a month after their wedding. She had surprised him with it one afternoon he had come home for lunch. It had been a wonderful experience, and now he wasn't sure he wanted to share the same experience with Naomi. Being there with her might bring memories of his time with Grace, and that would definitely change his mood. But on the other hand, he was tired of being indoors for a whole week, which had put him in a bad mood. He hadn't even stepped outside his room for a moment. Going out and feeling the sun's warmth might just be exactly what he needed. Fine, he simply said, and she clapped her hands with joy. Can you manage, or should I send Paul to help you with dressing? He couldn't stop the frown that creased his forehead. He was sick and tired of being treated like an invalid. I'll manage. Probably getting the message that he wasn't in a good mood, she hastily reached the door and said, I'll be by the creek. He nodded and just stood there, staring at the door after she shut it. Had he seen a sheen of tears in her eyes? What was she crying about? He had agreed to the picnic, hadn't he? Or was it his brusque manner that had upset her? Did she think they would always be friends like it seemed they had been this past week? Didn't she realize it was because he was confined to his bed and couldn't leave? Had he a choice, he wouldn't have spent so much time with her because now he couldn't stop thinking about her. However, he felt like a heel for being clipped with her just now. She had been of immense help to him, and she didn't deserve the way he had treated her. He decided he was going to be nice to her, but not too nice that he would fawn over her. With that decision made, he hurried in washing up and dressing in a clean shirt and pants. He took care in shaving his chin and combing his hair. It felt strange stepping out of the house, and he had to squint his eyes against the glare of the sun when he took his first steps away from the house in days. As he drew closer to the creek in his lazy stride, he saw Naomi sitting on a blanket beside a large tree that offered the required shade. There was a basket beside her, and he could see crockery and a decanter of brandy. She had the whole thing planned. His eyes narrowed at her motive. He shook his head. It didn't matter. He would be immune to it, or so he thought. When she smiled up at him, by the time he reached her, he had to mold his hands into fists and keep his face expressionless. I thought you wouldn't show up, she remarked, still with that dazzling smile on her face. He grinned lazily at her, thinking with relish how she must have thought her plans were ruined. He shrugged and sat beside her with his back resting on the tree. She set about fixing him a plate filled with bread, cheese, cake, cream, and also a glass of brandy. They ate in companionable silence for a while. Then she started talking about the beauty of the place. It was indeed beautiful. He hadn't been one to appreciate nature, but after being married to someone as loving as Grace, he took time to appreciate it every once in a while. Have you done this before? She broke the silence with her softly spoken words. He contemplated answering in the affirmative for some seconds, but that would mean telling her about Grace, and he didn't want to. It was none of her business that he was a widower. That was, if Winston hadn't already told her, but he doubted it. No, he replied shortly, and hoped she would read his disinterest in the topic and get the message. But of course she didn't. She sighed and slid down the tree a little. "I haven't done this since my mother passed away," she said in a voice so filled with sadness. His heart went out to her. "I'm sorry. When did she pass away?" he questioned, with a note of compassion in his voice. "Almost 8 months ago." There was something in her voice that made him cock his head to the side to stare at her. He could see the tears glazing her eyes, and it made him uncomfortable. He quickly looked away. At least they had something in common. They had both lost someone they loved. He wanted to ask her if her mother's death had led her into searching for a husband, but he bit his tongue hard to keep from asking. Perhaps she had had nowhere to live, and decided a husband would provide her with one. Compassion flowed in his heart for her. Maybe he had read her wrong. What if she was just a poor orphan with nothing to call her own? She was so beautiful, the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Of course, I'm partial since she's my mother. She was beautiful both on the inside and the outside. My father and I treasured her. Okay, that scratched out the orphan theory, but her grief was tugging at his heart, and it brought back recollections of losing his wife. Grace, too, had been beautiful inwardly and outwardly, but he didn't want to think of her, not when this stunning woman beside him was filled with sorrow. Naomi went on to talk about her mother, and the wistfulness in her voice made him note how much she must have loved the dead woman. When she began talking about the illness that took her away, he almost begged her to stop because he could hear and feel her misery in droves. I miss her so much." A sob caught in her throat, and he saw her hand go to her quivering lips in trying to squelch the wretched way she was feeling. Empathy pushed him into gently lifting her and putting his arms around her. "Naomi, it's okay." He realized that was the first time he had spoken her name, and he didn't feel strange about it. In fact, it felt right. He groped for an immaculate white handkerchief from his pocket, released her a little, and dabbed her wet eyes with it. She made an enchanting figure with wet eyes, rosy cheeks, and slightly parted lips. His head dipped, but a bird's loud call to its mate on the tree jerked his head up. He stared at her in horror. She had her eyes closed, waiting for his kiss, and a smile, which to his estimation was more smug than dreamy, tugged at her lips. Now he knew what the whole picnic was all about. The dang seductress had been out to get him all week, and this was just the height of it. He couldn't believe he had fallen for it. He roughly pushed her away, which caused her to open her eyes in surprise, and a hand went to her parted lips. He struggled clumsily to his feet, and his hands went through his hair over and over again as he sharply turned his back on her to get his emotions in order. When he felt he had achieved that, he whirled around to fix an accusing glare on her. She was on her feet now, and her countenance was that of uncertainty. Her eyes avoided his, and he could read the guilty flush that stained her cheeks. "If this was another of your ploys to get me to propose to you, then, Missy, it gives me great pleasure to announce to you that you failed mightily terribly." Carl forced himself to remain immune to the instant tears that flashed in her eyes as she swallowed thickly. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. She tried again. You think I did this to get you to marry me?" His mouth curled in a sneer. "Then, pray tell me why you did it?" She looked appalled, but he wasn't buying it. "I just wanted to be nice to you. You were injured and had to stay indoors for a week. I just felt it would be nice to have you come out here to this beautiful place." What do you hope to gain by being nice to me? Nothing. Then why didn't you slap me? Slap you. A frown wrinkled her brow. A real lady, as you profess to be, would have slapped me for trying to kiss you. Heck, she wouldn't have allowed me to be alone with her in the first place, but not you. You would have gladly welcomed me having my way with you right here so you could trap me into marriage for ruining you. I repeat, you have failed, and I want you off this ranch first thing tomorrow morning. A slap he hadn't seen coming was what he got as a reward for his words. The tears were gone now, and in their place was fury. Good, the real witch was showing herself. His cheek stung, but he resisted the urge to lift his hand to rub it. You're a very despicable man, and I regret trying to be kind to you because you'll never know kindness even if it came and bit you in your hide. I will never do anything in the way of kindness for you ever again. And don't worry, I'll leave, but only when Winston returns. He invited me here to the ranch, and only he has the right to tell me when to leave. In the meantime, keep your dirty paws off me. Carl knew if he ran after her as she rushed out of his presence, he might very well wring her delicate neck. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. All the while she was ranting, all he could think of was dragging her into his arms and continuing where they left off with their near kiss. And he didn't care for the consequences, even if he ruined her. He swore and cursed savagely as he watched the beautiful figure in yellow run down the valley. They both needed space from each other, so he wouldn't go after her. Instead, he stalked back to the house. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. With tears streaming down her eyes, Naomi continued running without any destination in mind. All she knew was that she had to run away from that hateful man. Oh, why, of all the men in the world, did she find herself with feelings for a man who truly hated her? After all the care she had taken that morning to dress and prepare for the picnic, it had ended on a disastrous note. Her hand went to her lips, and she remembered the sweet way he had held her. She had still been lost in the moment when he pulled away, only realizing late that he thought her a schemer. Was she really one? She had only wanted to do something nice for him and help him relax like her mother used to do for her father. She shouldn't have allowed him to hold her, but she had longed for it since that time at the stables. He had obviously felt nothing. How could someone shift so suddenly from passion to anger? Naomi continued running down the trail, trying to get as far away from him as possible, although she didn't think he was chasing her. So much for hoping he would get to like her. She was a fool to think he ever would. It was time to give up and return home. Her view went to the sky when she couldn't feel the rays of the sun anymore. Dark clouds were shielding the sun, and a gusty wind blew, lifting her skirts. What a terrible way to end a miserable day. She decided it was best if she returned to the ranch. She had heard about and viewed firsthand these flash floods in Idaho. A gasp escaped her lips when she realized she didn't know which direction the ranch was in. She moved to the right, but didn't think that was the way. After going in circles for some minutes, Naomi admitted to herself that she was lost. With the rain threatening to fall and the memory of Carl accusing her with hatred in his eyes, she sat on a stone and wept pitifully. Chapter 16. Say, Sheriff, you look mighty miffed this afternoon. Carl sighed heavily. So much for wanting to have a quiet time to myself in the noisy saloon. He ignored the voice and drained the remaining liquid in his glass. Keep 'em coming, Ed, he rasped to the man at the bar, who, eyeing him warily, silently nodded and poured liquor into his glass. He needed anything and everything to keep him from thinking of that brown-eyed termagant. The dang chit was slowly turning him into an alcoholic. Sure, he and the boys came into the saloon to have a drink or two, particularly when they made a big break in catching criminals like cattle rustlers. But he rarely patronized the place. However, since the witch came into town, he had been here twice, and he believed there would be more times to come unless she decided to leave. A pang slammed in his chest that got him grimacing. The thought of her leaving left a sour taste in his mouth, but she had to go. He didn't know how much longer he could withstand her wiles. She was a darn beautiful woman, and he had to admit grudgingly that she was pleasant to be with. He recalled the past week with a wry smile. At first, he had hated her being in his room, and also being at her mercy in view of the fact that he couldn't do things by himself. But later, he found himself yearning for her visits. When she was late in coming, his impatience made him want to bellow her name. Her sweet voice permeated his brain, and a fond smile curled his lips. Her voice, when she read, could calm a wounded lion to sleep. He had argued with her about the characters in her books just for the heck of it, and he enjoyed the way her eyes would light up and become fiery in the heat of an argument. "She's doing it again," he muttered angrily. She had crept into his thoughts again even while he was trying to drown her out with alcohol. He couldn't understand why getting her out of his mind was proving to be a Herculean task. Well, that's because you see her every day and she goes out of her way to seduce you. That was it. The only solution was to avoid her like a plague. It was a good thing his office was well equipped to cater to his every need. It was made so for times when he wouldn't be able to make it back home after working late. Maybe if she didn't see him for a whole week, she would finally get the message and be on the next train out of Idaho. It worked both ways. If he didn't see her, he would keep his arms to himself. The temptation of swinging her into his arms and kissing those rosy lips of hers would die a natural death. He was certain of that. He murmured, "See no evil, do no evil." By Jove, she was a mistress of seduction. He still couldn't believe that he had allowed her to lure him into her trap. Fortunately for him, he got away just in time. The romantic setting of the picnic, the talk about her late mother, the crocodile tears, and the ultimate silent begging for his kiss. She was just a shameless hussy. Oh, but God, he had been tempted. So tempted, he had nearly thrown caution to the wind. Thank goodness he hadn't, because he wouldn't be here now. He would instead be in search of a preacher to seal his doomed fate for life. "Sheriff, we 'eard about you getting stabbed," a voice leaked into his thoughts. Carl let out a low groan. Why couldn't Charlie get it into his head that he wasn't in the mood for company? "My, you're in a mighty fine mood," the bothersome man said as he took a seat beside the sheriff, who didn't spare a glance his way. Carl focused on his drink without saying a word, hoping his silence would make the man move away. No such luck. Those blasted cattle rustlers. A good thing you and your men caught 'em afore they left these parts again. Been a great nuisance, they have. He nodded and stared at the liquid in his glass as if it was the most interesting thing in the world, but Charlie continued talking. He talked for the next 10 minutes about cattle rustlers, their history, and then went on to talk about things that were absolutely none of his business. Carl swung around on his stool as the loquacious man continued his trade. His eyes roamed the raucous saloon, filled with thick smoke coming from the cigars of the men playing cards in a corner. He considered the wisdom of joining a card game and shook his head. He might shoot one of those coarse men in the face if he caught them cheating. When he saw Rosie Susie coming down the stairs with a satisfied customer, he swiftly rose unsteadily to his feet and slammed some gold coins on the counter to cover all he had poured down his throat. The barman speedily removed the coins from the counter, and the sheriff gave him a lopsided grin. Charlie was mighty quick with his fingers. "See you later, Ed, Charlie." Carl placed his hat on his head and strode out of the place just in time to avoid the saloon girl. Rosie Susie, who always had a rose tucked in her blonde hair, hence her name, was always trying to get him to patronize her, even though he had rebuffed her advances many times. He had taken to avoiding her like a curse so he wouldn't hurt her feelings. A sneer crossed the sheriff's face. Yeah, he was sensitive to the feelings of women. His late mother had taught him how to be a gentleman, but Naomi always sent his childhood lessons flying out of the window whenever she opened her mouth. His gaze went up, and he noticed the clouds were no longer smiling. There would be an outpouring of their dark mood pretty soon. He contemplated starting his 1-week stay away from the ranch that very minute, but then he remembered he had to get a few things from the ranch to make his absence from it pleasurable. Swinging himself onto his horse, he nudged it with his knees to begin a trot out of town. Outside town, at the trail leading to the valley, he spurred the horse into a race and enjoyed the cool wind against his face and hair. A smile spread across his face when he drew close to the ranch and saw Winston standing on the porch with his hands on his hips. The rancher was smiling, which was a good sign. It meant things had gone well. One time, Winston had returned home almost in tears. An epidemic had chased him, claiming almost half of the cattle, and then they had also encountered cattle rustlers. That period had been very tough for them on the ranch, but they had managed to pull through. Carl swung down from the horse and went to his brother. They weren't really ones to show emotions, but they hugged and clapped each other on the shoulder and back. "When did you get back?" Carl asked, noticing that his brother didn't have travel dirt on him, and neither did he look disheveled, which was a characteristic feature of his journey. He must have been here long enough to take a bath and shave. "About 30 minutes ago," Winston replied as they walked into the house. "I take it things went well?" Carl inquired as he led the way into the kitchen. Winston grinned. "More than expected. I sold all of them off in good time. We have enough gold to even buy another ranch if we so desire." Carl clapped him on the shoulder. "That's good news. Well done." "Thanks." Winston pulled out a chair from the table as his brother reached into the cupboard to bring out a bottle of whiskey they kept for such occasions, along with 2 glasses. He poured the liquid into the 2 glasses before taking his seat at the opposite side of the table, and they clinked glasses. "I can't believe when Father was teaching us the ropes of handling a ranch that you would listen so well to eventually become a successful rancher one day," Carl teased, and took a gulp from his glass. Since he couldn't get drunk in the saloon, this was as good a place as any to do so. Rich laughter poured out of Winston. "That's because you were more interested in playing with your wooden gun. It didn't take a soothsayer to see that you love guns and would have something to do with them in the future. Mother was scared you might be a stagecoach robber." Carl laughed heartily, remembering the times his mother had seized so many of the wooden guns his father made for him. She had sat him down one morning and explained that there were 2 parts in wielding a gun. It was either for good or evil, and it was left for him to decide. But it was best for him and everyone if he chose the good side. He also remembered his father making her watch one afternoon as he played with Winston. Then he overheard him telling her that she had no cause to be worried he would go the wrong way, because whenever he played with his guns, he was always sheriff, trying to catch the criminal Winston played. And then she had turned her attention to Winston, drilling into him the demerits of being a lawbreaker. That was prior to when she thought that you might end up the robber, Carl put in dryly, and they both laughed at the memory. I'm surprised to see that you're still in one piece, Winston commented after some minutes had passed. He eyed his brother knowingly. Dang it, just when he was able to forget about Naomi for some minutes, Winston had to dig her up like a decaying corpse. The scowl on his face must have sent a message to Winston because he grinned. Glad to know you didn't come off unscathed. Carl's eyes traveled from the glass on the table to his brother's grinning face. His scowl darkened. Shut it, he snapped, but he should have known Winston wouldn't yield his words. He stretched fully on the chair, taking a position of relaxed comfort, and asked nonchalantly, What did you two quarrel about this time? Carl was silent for a while before deciding he'd better say the true version before the witch told him the adulterated account of what had happened. He was surprised she wasn't already there, fawning over Winston. Perhaps she hadn't returned from the creek, probably sulking at her failed plans. Winston jerked in anger when he was done telling him what happened during the week and at the creek that afternoon. You did what? How could you have told her that? Carl sighed. No single concern about the state of his health, but all show of care for the witch. She must have done something to his poor brother. Or was it that Winston had feelings for her? Jealousy stole up his body, and he came to the conclusion that she just had to leave the ranch. None of them could afford to be saddled with such a woman. She would turn them against each other. He eyed his brother. Glad to see where your loyalty lies. Winston waved an angry hand in the air. This isn't about loyalty. This is about you accusing an innocent woman of doing something that's even against her nature. Carl scoffed and sipped from his drink. She's got you wrapped around her little finger, you fool. No, you're the fool who's too blind to see what a fine woman she is. A woman goes out of her way to take care of you, and you reward her with insults? Carl rolled his eyes. Please, Winston. We both know she did it for ulterior motives. So you think, Winston shouted and hit his fist on the table in exasperation. You stubborn man, why are you so scared of opening your heart again to love? A sneer flashed across Carl's face. Love? You call that love? Yes, if you'd only give her a chance, she'd come to love you more than... Don't you dare say it. He stabbed a finger in the air at him with grave warning. Grace did. There, I said it. Shoot me. I just might. God help him. But he was very much tempted to do so. Instead, he rose abruptly to his feet, threw the rest of the drink down his throat, slammed the glass hard on the table, and stalked out of the room. If he caught sight of Naomi at that moment, he would cheerfully squeeze her neck for making him and his brother argue heatedly over her. If Winston thought she was so wonderful, why didn't he marry her? Carl shook his head. He didn't want Winston marrying her. She already had him tied to her apron strings and would make his docile brother's life miserable. He just had to find a way to get her off the ranch for good. He moved from one end of his room to the other, lost in thoughts until he got tired. He climbed in his bed and drifted off quickly. A knock on the door woke him sometime later. He was alert instantly. Winston walked into the room with worry marking his features. His clothes were wet and he was dripping water on the floor. Carl opened his mouth to ask if he had tried to drown himself in the creek when Winston forestalled him by saying, "Naomi isn't back and it's raining heavily." He wanted to tell his brother that it was none of his business, but the look in Winston's eyes told him he blamed him for it. Didn't Winston realize that Naomi was just trying to get attention? Probably trying to get back at him for his rejection. A quick glance outside his window showed darkness was almost covering the ranch, and if they didn't move soon, it would be mighty difficult to find her. He leapt out of his bed. "Have you checked her room?" "Yes, she isn't there. When I came back, Anna told me you both were by the creek, so I decided not to disturb you. But a few hours after our discussion and she'd not yet returned, even when the rain began, I went to the creek. I saw all the things for the picnic already ruined by the rain, but she was nowhere to be found." Carl still held the notion that she was just being the silly woman that she was until he got to the creek and didn't see any sign of her. The destroyed picnic sent a message to him. However devious and conniving she was, she would never have left the blanket and the other things for the rain to ruin. She would have cleaned up. That was her way. "If anything happens to her, I'll never forgive you," Winston shouted at him above the pouring rain, thunder and lightning as rain spilled from his hat. "Shut up," Carl yelled at him. He was already feeling guilty as it was. He didn't need Winston elevating it. Calling her name, they went opposite ways down the valley. Sporadic flashes of blinding light helped him find his way down the muddy, meandering valley. His hair and clothes were plastered to his body, but they were the least of his concerns. He just kept on praying that he would find her and she would be all right. For someone not used to their sudden storms, it might prove unnerving for her. Though he couldn't think of anywhere she could find shelter, he hoped to God that she had. Water streamed down his face as his eyes darted here and there in search of his quarry. If anything happened to her, he would never forgive himself. This just proved that one of them had to leave the ranch or they might kill each other. His heart hammered against his ribs when he caught a glimpse of something huddled against a thick brush of sage. Was that yellow? Dear God, let it be, he prayed fervently. He trudged heavily through the pool that had formed in the mud. As he got closer, a heavy sigh of relief escaped his body now that he had found her. He had found her, God be praised. She was curled up in a ball with her head bent, trying to hide from the stinging pricks of the rain. Her clothes and hair stuck to her body like a second skin. When he gently touched her shoulder, she let out a scream. Guilt nearly made Carl immobile at the frightened squeal. When she lifted her face that was devoid of color, wet with raindrops, he felt like a total cad. It's okay, Naomi. I've found you. He bent and gently lifted her in his arms. Her teeth chattered convulsively, and violent shivers racked her body every now and then against his. Dear God, what have I done? Urgent steps, though hindered by the mud, took him out of the valley towards the creek where he met Winston, still in search of her. Winston, I've found her, he yelled at his brother, defying the thunder with his voice. Winston heard and ran over to them. When he saw the state Naomi was in, his rain-washed, identical blue eyes went ablaze with anger. If anything happens to... Shut up. This is not the time for issuing threats. We've got to get her to the house or she'll catch her death of cold. If she hasn't already, just look at her. She's half frozen. Winston pointed at her with intense worry in his voice. Shut up, Winston, or so help me God, I'll sock you in the nose. With those words, he increased his pace. She was half frozen through, but warmth could get her out of that state. right? In his state of worry, he noticed irrelevantly how light she was. She didn't even weigh up to a feather, and he somehow found that endearing. Sensible Anna already had a big pot of water boiling on the stove when he brought her into the kitchen. It was the only place he could think of that was warm enough for her. He ignored the maid who was wringing her hands by the stove in discomfiture and crying, and carried Naomi close to where she stood. He quickly rapped out instructions to Winston to have the wooden tub filled with hot water so he could place the freezing lady in it. Even though he was also soaking wet, he hoped the warmth from his body would still make her warm up a little. When the tub was ready, he gently placed her in the water, clothes and all. Her whimper sent another wave of guilt crashing through him, and he left Anna to attend to her. He went to his room to change out of his wet clothes and began pacing the narrow hallway for news of Naomi's state of health. Winston also changed, brushed past him, knocked, and entered the room. Carl wasn't sure he would be welcomed in the room, so he remained where he was. Winston came out sometime later while he was still silently pacing, and the accusation in his brother's eyes made fear snake up his spine. He had to swallow first before he could continue. Is she all right? Congratulations. She said to tell you as soon as she's better, she'd take the first train. Chapter 17. The chattering and chirping of birds outside her window stirred Naomi awake. Her pulse raced as she thought she was still hiding behind the bushes, with the rain stinging her bare skin. 1 minute she was trying to find her bearings. The next, there was a forked flash of lightning that had her so frightened she was left numb for some minutes. A crack of thunder sent her running in search of shelter, but when the heavens split open and rain fell in a heavy discharge on her, she became confused as to what to do. So she just sat down on the ground and wept at her predicament. After weeping for a while, she knew she couldn't stay there being drenched by the rain, which would likely make her catch her death of cold. After trudging through the mud, she finally found a small bush she could hide under. It didn't do much, but it was something. She sat there and wept, feeling sorry for herself. And right there, she made a decision. The humiliation and insults were too much for her to bear. Carl would never change. He would continue to see her as a seductress. She could talk till the cows came home, but he would still view her as an unsuitable bride. She made up her mind that after the storm had abated, she would find her way home, even if it took her all night. Had the sky been bright and sunny, Carl wouldn't come in search of her, let alone now that it was cold and wet. He would most likely be glad if she didn't return, probably hoping a wild animal would tear her to pieces. She couldn't remember how long she stayed there, as her skin absorbed the coldness of the weather before he found her. She was already half out of her mind, but when she saw Winston, she knew why he had come for her. Had his sweet brother not come home, he wouldn't have come in search of her, and that made her more determined to leave. So much so that those had been her first words to Winston when she was warm enough to talk and had her bearings. The kind man hadn't said a word, but departed quietly from her room. A knock sounded on the door, and Anna stepped into the room, carrying a tray filled with food. The kind maid offered her a bright smile, placed the tray on the table, and came to stand beside the bed. "How you be feeling now, mistress?" Anna inquired, and reached down to place her hand on her forehead. "Thank God there be no fever." Naomi pushed herself to sit up on the bed and returned the maid's smile. Anna was very instrumental in her recovery. The maid had held her while she soaked in the hot bath the previous evening, as well as poured cups of hot coffee and soup down her throat in a bid to get her warm at all cost. She had fretted and prayed for her. It had brought tears to her eyes because a memory flashed through her mind of her late mother doing the same when she had a terrible fever as a child. She too had done the same thing for her mother, mostly during her last hours on earth. The recollection of how sick the woman had been until her demise brought tears to her eyes. "You be all right, mistress?" Anna queried with anxiety in her eyes. Naomi gave her a weak smile. "I'm better now, Anna. I can't thank you enough for your love and care yesterday." Anna smiled shyly at her. "I is glad to help. I be so scared that you too cold to be warm. But thank God you be all right now." She moved back to the table to take the cup of coffee, which she handed to her. "Master Winston said to tell you to eat very well. He be visiting you later." Naomi nodded and sipped the hot liquid. She would cut out her tongue first before she asked about Carl. He didn't care about her, and she would learn not to care about him. After breakfast, she soaked herself in the hot water Anna provided in the tub. Later, she lay on her bed and fell into a deep sleep. She was woken by Anna, who brought lunch, and then, after eating, she slept again. She woke up in the evening to find Winston seated on a chair beside her bed, nodding off in sleep. After letting out a chuckle, she said, "Wouldn't you be more comfortable on your bed?" Winston instantly became awake, and he gave her a grin that made her wonder why she wasn't attracted to this brother. "You're awake." "Barely." She yawned and caught herself. She was so comfortable with Winston, she threw away her manners. "I can barely keep my eyes open." "Your body needs the rest after all you went through. We tried getting the doctor, but he was out of town. Some poor woman is about to bring a baby into the world, and she isn't finding it easy." She gave him a bright smile. "I'm fine, Winston. Thanks so much for your help. I'm sorry for being such a bother." His bushy brows went up. "You? A bother? You couldn't be a bother even if you tried. Someone else who keeps pacing the hallway is the nuisance in this house right now. He's almost wearing a hole in the floor." Naomi bit her tongue hard to keep from saying anything. Winston regarded her keenly. "Naomi, he's very sorry for his words and actions. In fact, he's dying of guilt." She remained silent. He could die of guilt for all she cared. No, she didn't really mean that. She would never wish death upon anyone. "I'm sorry, Winston, but it's too late. I can't endure any more of his insults. I meant the words I told you last night. As soon as I'm well enough, I'll be out of his hair. That's his wish." "Even if the thought of leaving is breaking my heart?" She hushed the tiny voice that was trying to get her to change her mind. Her heart was crying no, but her brain knew it was the right thing to do. It was a lost cause trying to win over Carl. For some reason, he hated her. So she had to leave with what little dignity she had left. Winston opened his mouth to say something, but a little knock on the door cut him off, and he kept quiet as Anna brought her dinner. "I'll leave you to sup," he stated and rose to his feet. "We'll talk later." Naomi had barely finished her dinner when she drifted into sleep yet again. When she woke up the next morning, she was feeling considerably better and quickly pushed aside the beddings to rise. She didn't want to be treated like an invalid anymore. Anna was prepared to treat her as one, but she couldn't allow that. It wasn't her nature to be waited upon, not even when things had been going well for her father. She had just finished dressing and was standing by the mirror, trying to tie her hair with the brown ribbon that complemented her calico dress when she heard a small rap on the door. "Come in," she called. She would make Anna take back the breakfast tray. She would eat in the kitchen. Her heart raced to her throat when Carl, not Anna, came into the room with a small bunch of flowers in his hands. She rapidly curved her body in his direction. His smile came with uncertainty, and his general demeanor spelled unease. He was in his uniform and looked as handsome as ever, even though his hair was ruffled, as if he'd run his hand repeatedly through it. "How are you?" he asked after they had stared at each other for a moment. "Very well, thank you." She grimaced inwardly at how polite she sounded, when in actual fact, she wanted to cuss him out. I got you some flowers from the creek. I don't know if you like these kinds of flowers. They looked pretty, and I thought they might cheer you up." She saw his hand mold into a fist at his side, in obvious annoyance at his rambling, and she almost smiled. Almost. He stepped forward and placed the flowers on the table when she neither said a word nor moved. As soon as he took a step toward her, she involuntarily took a step back. He appeared chagrined by her motion, but she couldn't care less. "Look, Naomi, you can't insult and accuse me of callousness more than I've already done. I messed up, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to get hurt. I would never do anything to hurt you. You rubbed me the wrong way, but I'd protect you with my life."
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
Did he know what he was saying? He was practically declaring that he would be her protector when they both knew he hated her. She swallowed and opened her mouth to tell him to stop pretending when he strode to where she was standing beside the small mirror on the wall. She stiffened perceptibly. Her breath suddenly became erratic, and she lowered her eyes. "I'm sorry, Naomi." What could she say to that? Apology accepted. But I'm still going to leave? His poetic words weren't enough to dispel all the hurt and pain he had caused her, not to mention indirectly almost making her catch her death of cold. His hand under her chin got her lifting her eyes, and just when she tried to read the expression there, another knock vibrated on the door and Anna came into the room. From the corner of her eye, Naomi could see that Carl's presence in her room stunned the young woman. She quickly placed a tray of food on the table and excused herself. "I was thinking maybe we could have another picnic by the creek sometime," Carl suggested meekly. All Naomi could do was nod. Carl offered her a small smile and left her alone. Naomi stood there just staring at the door for some minutes. Had Winston finally talked some sense into his brother? That was highly unlikely. Carl was too stubborn to listen to anyone. Maybe the fact that she nearly died brought on an epiphany. Maybe where Winston went to sell his cattle, he got someone to do voodoo on Carl so he'd be malleable and agreeable. Naomi giggled at the thought and slowly walked to the table to survey the beautiful flowers. It was very considerate of him to bring her flowers. She didn't know he could be this nice. It surprised her, and it continued to surprise her throughout that week when Carl was exceptionally nice to her. He pulled out a chair for her at mealtimes. He complimented her at every turn. He asked her questions, in particular about the book she read to him when he was stuck in bed, and he, in actuality, listened to her. Winston joined them when they finally had their picnic by the creek. They had such a wonderful time that they knew they had to do it again. Naomi was so pleased that she and Carl were becoming friends that most nights. She slept with a smile on her face. Things, however, changed one afternoon when Winston took her into town to get some supplies for the house. They were done with their shopping when Winston suggested they have a light lunch at the hotel. He also proposed getting Carl to join them. She liked the idea, and when he told her to go get a table at the hotel's restaurant and wait for them, she happily obliged. She had to be watchful crossing the road because the rumbling of wagons and buggies sounded all over the place and created a lot of dust in the air. She walked by the grocery store and the newspaper office before heading to the Silver Creek Valley Hotel. The dining room smelled of food and drinks, along with smoke from cigars. She chose one of the round tables by the window. She settled down on a chair and removed her bonnet that went with her chalice. Her mouth watered at the delicious aroma of the food that a waitress had brought in, and she wondered if she should wait for the brothers before placing her order. She was still contemplating what to do when a man at one of the tables rose to come over to her table to talk to her. She found him quite pleasant, and she didn't mind chatting with him. She was glad for his company whilst waiting for Carl and Winston to join her. She lifted her head as she laughed at one of the man's jokes and caught Carl staring at her with dark fury at the entrance of the dining room. The laughter died in her throat instantly. She quickly rose to her feet when Carl swung on his heels and left the place. It was unusual, but she didn't care as she ran after him. She caught up with him just outside the hotel. "Where are you going? Didn't Winston tell you that we're to have lunch in there?" She took a step back in fear when he turned, and she saw the savage fury darken his features. "I can't believe that I allowed myself to forget what you truly are," he threw at her with savage bite, and hot color spread across her face. "What are you talking about?" she managed to ask in a strangled voice. He placed his hands on his hips and appeared to be making a great effort to control his floundering emotions. "Don't look at her bad side. Give her a chance. See only the good things about her." I told myself these words over and over again, but more fool me to think you'd ever change. You're who you are, and you can't help it. Tell me what respectable woman sits alone at a table with a man, flirts with him, and encourages him to do the same with her in return. A shameless hussy, that's what. To think. His train of hurtful words came to a stop as his eyes disdainfully raked over her as she stood in shock at his renewed accusations. "I can see you're fully recovered. You did say you'd leave once you achieved that. You might as well buy a train ticket now that you're in town. I want you out of the ranch first thing tomorrow morning." Chapter 18. Back in Pennsylvania. "It'd be best for you and for everyone concerned if you were to tell me where your friend is," Will sternly told the lady who was staring at him with fear in her eyes. "I've told you over and over again that I don't know where she is," Agnes relayed with terror in her voice. "I'm also worried about her and would do anything to find her." The man barked. "Do you think I'm a fool? You can't tell me you don't know her whereabouts. You came to my office together. So don't tell me tricky lies." Tears rolled down Agnes's cheeks. Her body shook in fear, but there was no way she was going to tell this cruel man where her friend was. Naomi was very far from him, and that was all that mattered. She still couldn't believe that he was right there in her house. When she was told that a man came calling for her and was waiting in the drawing room, she thought it was one of her brother's friends who recently started showing interest in her. He had called several times after gaining her brother's approval, so she didn't see it as unusual heading down to the drawing room without actually asking who it was, although she wasn't particularly keen on the man. It came as a shock when she entered the room and saw Will. He warned her not to scream or he would harm her. He forced her to sit and then began questioning and threatening her about Naomi. "I don't know where she is," she denied vehemently. She shivered when Will cursed and swore as he paced the room. She shrunk on her chair and prayed that her brother would come back home soon and save her. Will continued threatening her as he walked back and forth. Agnes worried her bottom lip and prayed he would just leave. He stopped walking around and fixed dark, menacing eyes on her. She closed her eyes, trying to stop the shivers roving all over her body. "When I find out where she is and discover you had something to do with her disappearance, I'll come back for you." Agnes's hand involuntarily went to her quivering lips. By the time she opened her eyes, she was alone in the room. She sat there staring into thin air for some minutes before lifting her skirts and exiting the room. She ran up the stairs to her room and reached for the box under her bed where she kept Naomi's letters. She sat on the bed and brought out the letters. A tear slid down her face, accompanying the smile on her face as she read about her friend's exploits in the West. Naomi wasn't finding it easy with her intended, but at least she was far away from Will, and that was all that mattered. She was happy that her friend had found freedom. Even though the tone of Naomi's letters wasn't optimistic, Agnes was certain that the arrogant man would come to love her. Naomi was such a wonderful person. Carl wouldn't be able to resist falling in love with her. Well, she did throw tantrums sometimes, but from what she wrote, Carl also had trouble keeping a hold on his temper. Agnes felt they were a perfect match. She hoped with all her heart that Carl would marry her friend before Will discovered her location. Trying to stop her hands from shaking, as she thought of Will reaching Naomi in Idaho, she reached for some stationery and went to her table to pen a letter to her friend. She had to throw away several papers when she kept writing what she felt were the wrong words. She wondered at the wisdom of telling Naomi about Will. She didn't want her to worry, but at the same time, wouldn't it be wise to tell her friend about the loan shark's threats? She sat there, worrying her bottom lip for some minutes. Perhaps, knowing Will was still looking for her, might motivate Naomi to try to get Carl to like her, or maybe Winston, though she said she didn't feel anything for Carl's brother. Her hand faltered to a stop when thoughts of Winston filtered into her mind. She didn't know why, but her interest in him was piqued, and she couldn't help wondering what he was like. Naomi had written he was a fine man. He was nice, caring, loved mischief, and was a rancher. Agnes sat there for minutes on end thinking about Winston, totally forgetting the letter she was writing. Chapter 19. "Carl, could you please give me a hand here?" Carl heard his brother call from the barn as he was currying and brushing a horse's coat. He threw down the brush and headed towards the entrance of the stables. He shut the door securely and faltered in his steps when he saw the woman who haunted his dreams leaving the barn with rapid steps. She had a small basket of eggs with her, which she must have collected from the few hens in the barn. He had heard her mention once or twice about them pecking her. Petty of him, but he had been joyous to hear that, since she tormented him at every turn with her presence in his house. A little pain ought to do her good. It was exactly 3 days since he had told her in town to leave the ranch, but she had stubbornly refused to do so, which had him almost pulling out his hair and kicking every piece of furniture in his house. She had defiantly told him the following morning, when he knocked on her door to remind her she had to leave, that she wasn't going anywhere as long as Winston still wanted her there. Clenching and unclenching his fists while he tried to draw back the anger that was trying to explode out of him, he stalked to his brother's room to order him to tell his house guests to leave. Winston had conveniently left the ranch very early that morning to go to the range, even though there wasn't much work to do there. In the past, his brother worked close to the house after sales of their cattle, but the darn meddlesome coward had gone to the range and stayed there for 2 days. He had only returned the night before. He was determined to have it out with his brother. Thank goodness they were a distance from the ranch house, so the intrusive witch wouldn't come to interfere. He made his legs move when he saw the gray-clothed figure enter the house. As he walked to the barn with purposeful strides, he cursed himself for the umpteenth time for ever being nice to the witch. Guilt had been his motivation after Winston tore into him, using barbed words such as how disappointed their mother would be if she were alive, and had added their father too for good measure. Those words made him guiltier than he already felt. He had always done things to gain the approval of his parents, and Winston was right that they would have been sorely disappointed in him. That, and the fact that she nearly died, made him put aside his misgivings to befriend her. His motivation had also been the thought he was going about it wrongly. Perhaps, if they were on good terms, he would carefully explain to her why he couldn't marry her, and she would accept it and get the heck out of the ranch. Truth be told, he had wholly enjoyed being genial with her. It came as a surprise to him that she was actually nice, witty, and funny. The second picnic they had by the creek would forever be etched in his memory. He had fought repeatedly thoughts of her whenever they weren't together, and the flurry of feelings he felt in his heart all the time they were in the same radius. It had been going fine until that fateful afternoon. He had never felt that amount of rage in his life when he saw the woman he thought he had judged wrongly plying her trade with a man. Anger at his misjudgment was what it was, not the jealousy that Winston had accused him of when he confronted him about bringing her into town. Jealous? Why would I ever be jealous? I don't have a single jealous bone in my body. He strode into the barn and saw Winston beside a pregnant cow. From the way the cow was breathing heavily, he deduced she was about to calve. They had helped cows deliver calves so many times, so it came naturally to him to squat beside the moaning animal, gently place his hand on her extended stomach, and rub it repetitively. "She's having a hard time?" Carl asked his brother, who had sweat beaded on his forehead. "Yes, I think the calf is breached. I'm hoping it changes its position by the time she's ready, or we might lose her," Winston explained with a note of worry. There, girl, you'll be fine." Carl continued to rub her stomach. They were like that for a while until Carl decided to broach the topic on his mind. He eyed Winston warily. "When is she leaving?" he asked, above the labored breathing of the cow. Winston looked at him askance, as if he was going crazy for asking such a question. "She can't move from here, and darn well you know it." Carl shot him a ferocious scowl. "You know very well who I'm referring to. I told you I wanted her out of here 3 days ago." Winston sighed heavily. "Could we please change the topic?" "No, we darn well are not going to change the topic. You brought her here without my knowledge and permission, and I want her out of here." The cow's loud groan made him become conscious that he was gripping the poor thing's stomach really hard. "I'm sorry, girl," he cooed, and patted her gently. "I don't know what you want me to say, Carl," Winston put in. "Tell her to leave." "I can't," Winston remarked with resignation. Carl, looking as if he was at the end of his patience, ground out, "Why the heck not?" Winston lifted a nonchalant shoulder. "Because I'd be doing you a great disservice." What the heck do you mean by that? Winston shot him a look that read he was dim-witted. You'd missed the chance of marrying the woman who's just right for you. You mean just right to take me to an early grave, right? Winston threw back his head, and rich laughter rumbled from his chest. Don't you mean the other way round? Carl's brow creased in a frown. Thank God you know one of us would end up dead. Winston sighed and stared intently at his brother. Carl, could you please do me a favor? Carl rolled his eyes, already not liking what he knew Winston would say. It depends on what you want. Please give Naomi a chance. You'll discover she's a magnificent person when you get to know her. I was so happy when you two got along so well this past week that I thought things would now be all right between you two. Now I feel bad that I organized that lunch at the hotel with the secret plan to leave you two alone. Well, thank God for that afternoon, because it brought back all the reasons why we don't fit. Like I always say, she's a shameless hussy who most likely ran away from Pennsylvania because of a scandal. In fact, I'm going to start an investigation on her to find out all I need to know about that woman. For a sheriff, you're really mule-headed. Winston, don't start with me. I don't understand why you're fighting this. It's obvious even to the dumbest hand out there that you like her, but for some reason you refuse to admit it. Please don't start with that rubbish. You know she's not my type. Winston scoffed. Not your type? Yet you can't keep your eyes off her. Carl grimaced. You can't deny it. I enjoy watching the way you quickly lower your eyes or look elsewhere whenever she looks in your direction. So stop denying the fact that you feel something for her. His brother growled and admitted grudgingly, Of course, I can't pretend that she isn't a very beautiful woman and a delight to look at. A smug smile covered Winston's face, and Carl itched to wipe it off with a slap. But she and I can't be together. I still don't understand why. You know why. No, I don't. Is it because of Grace? What has Grace got to do with this? Winston shrugged. Well, you keep comparing both women, not realizing that Naomi is more your type than Grace ever was. Carl's face darkened, but his brother didn't take heed and continued. I've seen how alive you've been since Naomi came. Now, I'm not saying Grace wasn't a purty little woman, as they say, but she wasn't your type. You loved her, yes, but I don't think she really filled your life, not the way a life partner ought to. Carl folded his arms across his chest and fixed his brother with quite a stare. Since when did you become so knowledgeable about relationships and marriage? A flush crept up Winston's face. Well, I've been doing a lot of reading lately. Carl threw up his hands in exasperation. She gave you her books, that manipulative chit? They were not her books, Winston shouted. Carl awarded him a look filled with disbelief. I visit the library whenever I go into any town. Reading is a very good way to pass the time. Carl pushed himself to his feet. I grow weary of this conversation. I know you mean well, Winston, but get it through your head right now. Naomi and I can and will never be together. You might think that Grace wasn't the right woman for me, but she was perfect for me. I have too much to handle as a sheriff for me to come home and have it out with a hellion every night, or have to beat men off with sticks because my wife doesn't know that smiling at them and laughing with them in such a seductive manner is an invitation for vices to be committed on her. Naomi isn't the woman for me. If I don't wring her neck, I'd, in all probability, shoot the man who so much as laid a finger on her. Winston rose to his feet too and cast a weary stare at his brother. Carl, I think you're taking this too far and you've got it all wrong. If only you'd just give her a chance to show you she's not all you think she is. If she's so marvelous, why don't you marry her? Carl threw at him and turned to leave. Maybe I just will. His words were clipped. Carl found himself screeching to a halt at his brother's words, as inexplicable rage took over him and something akin to jealousy that he didn't care to examine too closely. He swung around and studied his brother with a dangerous warning glint in his eyes. Winston ignored him, and his face took on a dreamy expression. Indeed, I think it's a wonderful idea. Thanks, Carl. I'll start courting her and see where it goes. I hope she accepts me. If she does, I'd be the happiest man in the world. We'd get married and have young'uns. I can't wait to have daughters who look exactly like her. Glorious red hair, beautiful doe eyes. Enough, Carl bellowed. The cow moaned. What? Winston gave him an innocent look. Carl wanted to tell him over his dead body. Would he watch him court, marry Naomi and have babies with her? But he knew the infuriating man would say he was jealous. And Carl was beginning to think so. The thought of Winston and Naomi together gutted him so badly. He felt as if someone was ripping his intestines out. If it dared happen, he would leave the ranch and get a room in town and only see his brother when he was sure the witch wasn't at home. Over my dead, he began, but broke off when he recognized what he was saying. He cleared his throat and started again. You'd be making the greatest mistake of your life if you dared marry that woman. She'd chew you, spit you out like a cud, and you'd still be smiling at her and asking for more. Winston chuckled. Well, my life has been pretty boring, hasn't it? What's a little adventure with such a spectacular woman? After throwing him a dark look, Carl said, Good luck, and stormed out of the place. He couldn't get rid of the feeling of utter depression that took over him. The conversation with Winston was distasteful, and he felt as if he had doomed himself by throwing Naomi in Winston's way. And the darn woman would jump at the chance with both dainty feet because she was very desperate. He would have to do his best to get her out of the ranch while trying to keep his hands off her. Chapter 20. Don't give up. Naomi squelched the tiny voice as she took her dresses from the wooden peg and placed them in the trunk on her bed. There was no use trying to pretend everything was fine anymore. The man she sought didn't want to have anything to do with her. As a matter of fact, whenever she felt his gaze on her and she looked in his direction, it was to see either deep hatred in his eyes or indifference. She would only be hurting herself if she continued staying at the ranch. Being so close to Carl and yet having him so far from her was torturous, and she couldn't bear it anymore. He hadn't said a single word to her since the morning after the debacle in front of the hotel. She'd been both shocked and upset when he banged rudely on her door that morning just to remind her to leave. She'd taken refuge in anger at that moment and told him very strong words, which got him hurrying to find his brother. She sat on hooks and tenterhooks, waiting for Winston to tell her to leave, but by noon, when she heard Winston wasn't even on the ranch, she'd been mighty relieved. But then, Carl had become the unapproachable stranger again who stayed away from the ranch and only returned when it was time to eat. He insisted Anna do the cooking, which left her with very little to do to keep herself busy. Tauntingly, she asked him if he was scared she would poison him, hoping they could exchange words in order to get him talking to her again, but he simply threw her an ominous look and left the kitchen. She heard a soft knock on the door, and her heart leapt to her throat. She placed the dresses she was holding in the trunk without folding them and rushed to the door. Her hands moved in a nervous motion on her skirts, smoothing a visible crease, and she opened the door with an uneasy smile on her face. Naomi tried to hide her disappointment when she saw it wasn't the brother she sought standing by the door. As was typical of him, there was a bright smile on his face. "It's a mighty fine afternoon, so I was wondering if you'd like to join me for a picnic by the creek. Anna and I have already set it up." Knowing she could never refuse Winston anything, a small smile touched her lips. "I'll be with you in a moment. Her color turned a rosy hue when she saw Winston's eyes narrowing. She construed that he must have seen her trunk on the bed, with her dresses laying haphazardly in it. Naomi bit her bottom lip at his questioning gaze. She didn't know what to tell him. He had once told her not to give up, but he too most surely could see that it was a lost cause. "I'll be waiting," he simply said, and walked away. Naomi slowly shut the door and went to sit on her bed. She owed him an explanation. In any case, he had written for her to come. She prayed he would understand why she had to leave. Naomi changed her dress, put on her slippers, and left the room. The walk to the picnic spot was bombarded with thoughts accusing her of not taking time to enjoy the beauty of the weather, which she was wont to do. "I'm glad you could come," Winston said with a smile. Naomi looked at the inviting picture, the picnic blanket filled with food made, and sat beside him under the large tree. There was silence between them as she served him rolls, cheese, bread, sweet corn, and small slices of cake. She poured port into a glass for him before serving herself. A sigh of contentment escaped her lips as she finally noticed the beauty of her surroundings. Although the leaves were dried and everywhere had a shade of brown to testify that it was autumn, it still made a pretty sight. They ate in silence for a while before Winston told her about the cow that had endured a difficult time giving birth that morning, but eventually brought forth a strong and healthy calf. She was very happy at the news. She'd promised him she would come back to check on the calf after giving Anna the eggs she collected. But when she saw Carl heading to the place, she had a hasty change of mind. The young man cocked an eyebrow at her. "You're also avoiding him?" Naomi blushed and looked away to avoid his discerning eyes. "Is that why you want to leave?" he asked into the silence. Naomi let out a heavy sigh. She was always able to talk to Winston, just the way she used to talk to her mother when she was still alive. "Why stay when the man I'm supposed to marry hasn't said a word to me in days?" "And that bothers you?" She gave him an incredulous look. "Of course it bothers me. I'm a human being with feelings. Who wouldn't be bothered by being rejected and called names at every turn?" Winston chuckled. He placed his empty plate and glass in the basket. He slid down the blanket in a picture of perfect contentment, curved his body in her direction, and placed a hand under his jaw to study her while she played with her food, her appetite gone at the topic. "Naomi," he softly called. She settled wary eyes on him. His eyes were the same as Carl's. It gave her a twinge just staring at their blue depths. After holding her gaze with his for a moment, he solemnly said, "I need you to be mighty honest with me. Can you do that?" She nodded. "Do you like Carl?" Gasping at the audacity and unexpectedness of the question, she turned beet red and hastily looked away to the creek. Is he crazy to ask me such a question? Telling him she did like his brother would be shameful. "Naomi, I assure you that whatever you tell me won't grace Carl's ears. You have my word on that." Naomi placed her half-eaten plate of food on the blanket and gently wiped her hands on the napkin. Winston was honorable. She knew she could trust him, but what if he divulged her secret in the heat of the moment? Carl was known to bring out the worst in people. Why do you want to know? She stalled for time to make her decision whether to tell him the truth or not. I have a reason, which I'll tell you after I hear your answer. Naomi gave in. Yes, I like Carl, she admitted, almost ruefully. Can you see that like turning into love? That got her giggling. Now you're pushing it. He chuckled and moved into a sitting position to regard her fondly. Believe it or not, Naomi, but Carl likes you. In fact, I think it's more than like. Naomi couldn't help rolling her eyes. You're mistaken. I know for a fact that he hates me with a passion. Winston shook his head. So you think, but he pretends, but I know my brother. Naomi, Carl doesn't hate you. He's just fighting the attraction he feels for you because, for some reason, he thinks you're not right for him. Is it because of Grace? She dared to ask, thinking this was an opportunity to know everything about the odious man. Winston's eyes widened with surprise. He told you about her? She shook her head. I heard you mention her the first day I came. I take it she died? Then a thought crossed her mind. Or did she run away with another man? Is that why he's so suspicious of women? Winston rapidly shook his head. No, she passed away. He gave her a glance laced with unease. I don't know why, but I don't feel comfortable talking to you about her. I feel it's Carl's place to do so. Please forgive me if I become tight-lipped about her. Just know that she's one of the reasons Carl is opposing marriage to you. You're totally the opposite of her. Naomi nodded with disappointment and stared down at her hands. Carl has refused to accept the fact that you're just the right person for him. I think maybe he's just scared to open his heart to love again, which is why we have to do something about it. There was a mischievous twinkle in his eyes that was somewhat inviting. She put aside her earlier disappointment about getting to know Grace through him and listened with eagerness. Winston continued, You see, this morning I riled him to the point that he told me to marry you if I thought you were such a wonderful woman. Naomi blushed and changed the direction of her gaze. She prayed Winston wouldn't follow through on his brother's suggestion. She liked him, but didn't think they would make a good marriage, even if they got along pretty well. Hold your horses, he quickly said, clearly figuring out what she was thinking. He laughed. He softly added with affection, I have no intention of listening to him. I like you, but not that way. You're like the little sister I always prayed for, but never had. Her color heightened. I feel the same way, too. I'm the little sister you never had, he teased. She laughed, which released the tension in her body. That's good, he commented at her hilarity. Glad to have successfully removed the awkwardness of the moment. To continue, I told Carl I would do just that. I even talked about having wee ones with you. You should have seen his face. I was scared he might grip his heart at any moment and request for me to take him into town because he was having a heart attack. Naomi laughed heartily at his words. He doesn't want you to marry a shameless hussy. No, that's not it. The fool is very terrified of losing you, especially to me, where he'd have to see you every day and regret not marrying you. Naomi laughed again. She wondered for the umpteenth time why she and Carl couldn't get along like this. 1 minute, they were talking and smiling at each other easily, but the next, they were at each other's throats. His reaction gave me a brilliant idea. There was a note of excitement in his voice. A delicate brow arched. Which is? All Carl needs is just a push in the right direction. And we are going to be that push. We are? Yes. It's with you I've come to discover that Carl is quite jealous and possessive. So, we're going to use that to our advantage. I sincerely don't know where you're heading with this. I propose that I start courting you, in pretense, of course, just to push Carl into acknowledging his feelings for you. Naomi threw back her head and laughed. You'd sure get a bullet for your troubles. Rich laughter bubbled from his chest. It's worth a try. She eyed him with skepticism. Do you think it will work? The man can be mighty unpredictable. I know, but trust me when I say this would definitely push him into taking action. Naomi became silent. She would love more than anything else to have the friendly Carl back, but deceiving him into it didn't seem like such a good idea. I don't know. She wrung her hands nervously. Trust me on this. Look beyond the deceit. This isn't only for you. It's for Carl, too. The man is too blind to see what's right there in front of him. So, he needs a push to get him to open his eyes. Naomi thought about it for a moment and shrugged. What did she have to lose? If things went south, she'd just up and leave. All right, Winston, let's give it a try. What do I need to do? A smile spread across the man's handsome face. Just pretend I'm courting you. A flush crawled up her face. But I don't know how to behave. I've never been courted before. When she lifted her head, she saw Winston quickly lower his so she wouldn't see the surprise in his eyes. Pretend as if you enjoy my attention. But I do enjoy your company. He grinned. This is somewhat different. I'm going to pay you a lot of compliments and have my whole attention focused on you. We'll have to be seen with each other a lot, and perhaps I might hold your hand a time or two. Naomi nodded and smiled conspiratorially. I hope this doesn't leave Carl in a permanent dark mood. He's always angry for some reason I don't understand when he sees men around me. That's the jealousy I was talking about. Oh, was all she could say, as it dawned on her that Winston may be right. I used to think it was because he saw me as a seductress, or all those names he usually calls me. That's his shield. Deep inside of him, he knows you aren't any of those things. But just so he wouldn't acknowledge his jealousy at seeing other men around you, and you enjoying their company the way you enjoy his, he tells himself you're not a good woman. Naomi nodded with understanding. But I only try to be polite with those men. My mother always told me to be courteous to everyone I meet, no matter how scruffy they look. He doesn't know that, but I hope to change that. Naomi kept silent. Her mind was going back to assess the way Carl had reacted when he saw men around her. Any outward display of cordiality towards other men was regarded as flirting to him. Winston cleared his throat. Naomi, I never did ask you because I felt it wasn't my business. But now that we're to be partners in pretend courtship, he chuckled, I need to know why you left Pennsylvania to marry an absolute stranger. I guess I should have expected this. With a sigh, she decided to tell him everything. Winston had proven himself to be trustworthy. Besides, it was a relief to finally tell someone other than Agnes everything. She began her story from her happy family until her mother fell sick and died. Her father, in his quest to find a cure for her mother's ailment, acquired a huge debt, and his merchant business went under. He couldn't pay back the loan shark's money, and the man requested her hand in marriage as payment. She and her best friend Agnes had gone to his office to plead with him to have a change of heart, but the man refused. He told her he would give her time to mourn her mother before the wedding. Some days later, Agnes brought a copy of the Matrimonial Times, showing her an ad for a mail-order bride. I thought it was crazy and didn't want to have anything to do with it, but when Will fixed a date for the wedding, I grew really desperate. Agnes and I bought a copy of the newspaper, and we saw your ad among others. That was when I began writing to you. Agnes and I knew we needed time since your letters took time in coming, as well as my replies. So we came up with the idea of getting Will to push the date later. I told him I always wanted to get married on my birthday, which was about 6 months away. Seeing that I'd acquiesced to the idea of marrying him, he basked in his victory and agreed. Your letter proposing marriage arrived the same day as my wedding to him. I left Pennsylvania the morning of my wedding. Winston had his mouth open and his eyes wide when she finished the story of her life. You left a man at the altar? She nodded, unable to look at him, for she felt she might see censure there. His laugh, which made him lie on the bare ground in hilarity, was totally unexpected. A smile crossed her face. She should have known Winston didn't have a judgmental bone in his body, unlike his brother. It made her lament why she didn't feel anything for him. "You're some woman," he commented, when he could finally control himself. She reddened. What was I supposed to do? I pleaded. Well, Agnes pleaded with him to give us time to come up with the money, but he refused. Agnes and I were both ready to find work and pay him back. Wait, your friend was willing to work with you so you could both pay a debt that was your father's and not hers? A winsome smile curled her lips. Agnes is more than a friend. She's a wonderful person, selfless and a beauty to behold. She noticed Winston was lost in thought as she continued talking. So that's how I came to find myself in Idaho. You should tell Carl everything as soon as things work out between you two. He seems to think something sinister made you leave your home. And have him arrest me for deceit, leaving a man at the altar and running away from debts? Winston gave a bark of laughter. No, he'll help you. Trust him and tell him. We'll see, she simply said. The whole tale made her yearn for her father and Agnes. She missed them terribly, particularly her father, with whom she couldn't exchange correspondence. She prayed things worked out with Carl so she could invite them to her wedding. Chapter 21. As he stepped into the kitchen, Carl instinctively knew something was different that evening. Naomi and Winston were sitting side by side at the table, as opposed to when they used to sit opposite each other. Winston whispered something into Naomi's ear and she giggled. The whole scene grated on his nerves. All through that day at the office, his train of thoughts was never far from what Winston said about him giving Naomi a chance. He'd had to admit to himself that he was scared of doing that. His fear was that he would become so attached to her, he would lose the essence of his being to her, and then she would break his heart. He would also have to fight for her attention with other men, and he didn't fancy doing that. He was a very possessive man, and he didn't enjoy sharing. The cow did well? He questioned his grinning brother as he pulled out the chair opposite his and sat. He didn't like that his presence hadn't been acknowledged by either of them. Winston, he noted, found it hard to tear his gaze from the enchanting figure Naomi made in her lilac silk dress. He decided for his sanity he wouldn't look in her direction again because she was looking very fetching that evening. No thanks to you. Winston had an accusing note in his voice, which got Carl grimacing. I meant to come back after letting off steam, but Ray sent me a message of a disturbance at the outskirts of town. I had to leave. Did you handle it? Yes. How's she? Winston turned in a dramatic fashion to settle his admiring gaze on his sitting companion. She's as beautiful as ever, and if things go well, she'll be mine pretty soon. Then he took Naomi's hand resting on the table and brought it to his lips, causing her to blush. Carl viewed the whole display with gritted teeth. He clenched the leg of the table close to him and had to tell himself to set it free or it might come crashing down along with their dinner. I meant the cow, he snapped, and deliberately being spiteful, he added, although she could be seen as a cow who men milk at will. A sharp silence descended at the dinner table at his spiteful insult. Carl regretted the retort when he read the hurt in her eyes. That had been both callous and petty of him. She pushed back the chair, rose regally, and left the kitchen, but not before shouting, "You're nothing but a despicable swine." "Naomi?" Winston called sharply, but she was already gone. He rose also and trained Carl with a look of derision. "Do you want me to call you out for a duel?" Winston angrily asked him. "Duel?" Carl was too stunned for words at first. "What for?" "For insulting my woman." "Your woman? Huh." Carl moved to his feet, anger surging inside him now. "Yes, my woman. After all, you did give me permission to court her, didn't you? If my memory serves me right, I believe you even told me to marry her if she was as wonderful as I stated. Well, I do know she's remarkable and more, so I've decided to marry her given that you don't want her. You don't want her, do you?" "Of course I want her. I'm just scared." Carl bit his tongue hard and tasted blood. Over his dead body would he let out those words to the satisfaction of his brother. "You fool. You can have her for all I care. Can't you see you're making a huge mistake? Why would you want to marry a woman who would easily switch from one brother to the other? Because she's an amazing woman. Since you don't want her, I don't see what's your business in the matter." Carl couldn't say anything to that. Winston took the opportunity to leave him standing there in the kitchen. Too angry to eat, Carl stormed out of the kitchen through the back door. He went outside and paced, trying to draw a rein on his temper. He felt like yelling to the high heavens his frustration at the idiocy going on in the ranch. How can Winston be so stupid to think of marrying that woman? Of all the women in the world, why her? His eyes darkened as the answer he had always known came to him. Naomi was a seductress, a loose woman who was out to get any man she could find. She had poor Winston wrapped around her little finger, and the fool felt like he had won a game of cards. He would have to come up with a plan to get the caustic woman out of the ranch for good. But there was little he could do the next few days, except simmer like a boiling pot in silence. Winston became a totally different man. He always had a stupid smile on his face and a dreamy expression in his eyes which riled Carl. Carl tried to contain what he later admitted to himself was jealousy, but it was a cumbersome task. It was an effort showing indifference where they were concerned. He had thought spending time at the ranch so he could find a way to get rid of Naomi for good was the best thing to do, but after watching the red-haired beauty with his brother for 3 days, he felt like punching anyone who came within an inch of him. What were they always talking about? Why were they always laughing and locked in private conversations? Why did Naomi get on so well with Winston but couldn't do the same with him? It galled him to know that she preferred Winston to him. He had never been jealous of Winston before, but now he wished something would take away his brother from the ranch for weeks, so he could either have the chance to wring Naomi's neck or send her packing. Is that scowl going to be permanently etched on your face? Ray asked as he strode into the office. All his men had the sense to stay clear of him whenever he was in a dark mood, but never Ray. He enjoyed poking the embers of his fire. It makes you dark and forbidding, which is good for all those lazyans out there, but I dare say you won't gain a soft spot from that fine missus at the ranch with that look. How's she, by the way? Ray walked to his own table, pulled out his chair, sat and crossed his legs on the table, regarding the stiff face of his boss with satisfaction, which further riled him. The witch has turned Winston into a lovesick fool. Winston, I thought you were the one she turned into that. I mean, his words faltered to a halt when Carl threw him a look that didn't bode well for his job there. Carl smiled with relish. She tried, but failed. Woefully, I might add. Not from what I see, Ray murmured and lowered his eyes. What did you say? Carl's eyes narrowed. Ray waved his hands around, trying to come up with a plausible thing to say that would get him off the hook. What are you going to do about it? Carl grimaced at his position by the window. Lifting his hand, he rubbed the tense muscles at the base of his neck. Darned if I know. Short of kidnapping her in the middle of the night and bundling her into a train, I don't know what else to do. I've tried talking to Winston, but he refused to listen to the words of reasoning, always citing that he's free to marry her since I don't want her. I've also threatened the little chit, but she throws Winston's invitation to come to Idaho in my face. And now she has my brother eating out of her hands. He gritted his teeth, and resentment overcame him as he recalled a memory of them that morning, riding together as he rode towards town. He hadn't taught her how to ride just so she could go riding with Winston. Memories of the time he taught her to ride and the times they rode together when they unfortunately became friends followed him till he got to his office, which added to his rise in temper. Well, boss, seeing as things are, I see there's only one thing left for you to do, which is marry her, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I don't think it's working. Naomi looked at her co-conspirator with worry in her eyes. Winston smiled easily. Give it time. She mashed the potatoes harder than she intended, as sweat covered her forehead at the task. How much time? I live in fear that any day now Will might find me and I'd be forced to go back to Pennsylvania to marry him. I don't think it's long now, but maybe I need to push him a little bit more. His eyes twinkled with mischief at the thought of raising his brother's ire. Naomi recognized the glint and couldn't help the smile that puckered her lips. You're enjoying this, aren't you? He gave her a knowing look. Of course I am. Carl has always seemed so much in control, so sure of himself. It's an absolute delight to watch him crumble to pieces because of you. Oh, stop. She turned away to continue mashing the potatoes, a glowing hue covering her face. It's true. He's acting totally different from when he was with Grace. She bit her tongue from asking about Grace. Sometimes she felt if she knew more about the late woman, perchance, she might be able to get to him. Winston, he doesn't seem to be bothered by all we've been doing. I see the indifference in his eyes, as if he doesn't care if we announce we're getting married tomorrow. He behaves as if he's impermeable to any form of turmoil right now. That worries me, for I fear that instead of making him draw close to me, we might be pushing him away. Trust me, Naomi, Carl is anything but indifferent. He acts unresponsive because he's a master at hiding his emotions. Well, to people who don't really know him, I surreptitiously watch him when he thinks no one is looking. I see his hands tightening on his spoon, his cup, or on the table. I view with enjoyment his lips thinning. or his eyes narrowing when we put on a display for his benefit. Carl is reeking of jealousy, but he's hiding it pretty well. You're the closest he has come to losing his ironclad control. Naomi didn't know what to say to that. It sounded too good to be true. She wanted to believe it, but she was too scared. Don't you worry that pretty little head of yours. I've got the perfect plan just to push his emotions over the cliff. Well, I sure hope it doesn't backfire, or he'd be right there to throw insults at me again, shameless hussy and the likes. Naomi shook her head. She couldn't believe she was conspiring with a man to get another. Oh, how her mama would be turning in her grave. Maybe Carl was right after all. Maybe she hadn't seen it before now because she had always lived a sheltered life. But now that she was free, her true colors were showing. Maybe she was indeed a shameless hussy. No, you're not, Winston quickly interjected in her thoughts, clearly deducing the reason for the tears that were stinging her eyes. He swiftly rose and offered her his handkerchief. He held her hand and patted it with the other. Maybe he's right, she sniffed. No, he isn't, and well, you know it. Carl chose when Winston was holding her hand to stride into the kitchen. Naomi quickly swung towards the stove so he wouldn't see the tears in her eyes. Winston didn't drop her hand, but held on tautly to it, and even drew closer to her. She heard Carl snarl before she heard the words that broke every single hope she had for him. Will you two get married already? Chapter 22. Thanksgiving dinner was a very lively affair, one Naomi had never witnessed in all her life. Winston had invited Carl's colleagues over to the ranch house for dinner. She and Anna had spent the previous day preparing for today. Winston had sent 2 maids to help them. So much more went into making sure everything was ready for that day. A large table had been brought from one of the outer buildings, washed and laden with food. Winston had suggested they eat outdoors, but they figured it would be nightfall before they were done, so the furniture in the living room was moved aside to make room for the large table. Some of the ranch hands were also invited. Naomi and Anna and the 2 other maids had outdone themselves, so there was more than enough food and drink for everyone. There were baked beans, meat stew, pork, ham, fried potatoes, boiled corn, and so on, and of course, the traditional turkey. There was liquor for the men and apple drink for her and the women. Naomi blushed frequently at some of the bawdy jokes the men made before they caught themselves, and apologized to her for shooting off their mouths. She'd wanted to excuse herself from the table so they could have a field day at it, but the men would hear nothing of it. They all spoke in turn and begged her to stay, except Carl, which wasn't surprising. He'd been extremely quiet all through the sumptuous meal, contented with listening. His lips curled in a smile every once in a while, which relaxed the tautened features of his face. Even though she was seated beside Winston at the head of the table, she found that she couldn't keep her eyes off Carl, who was seated at the other head of the table. He was looking superbly handsome in his blue shirt that matched his eyes, paired with black trousers and black boots. His hair, as usual, fell over his forehead, and it was all she could do not to go to him and pull it back with caressing hands. She chanced a look in his direction and noticed his eyes quickly darted away. Had he been looking at her? Well, she was sure the look would be between derision and indifference. Those were the ways he looked at her these days. No matter what she did, there wasn't an ounce of emotion that crossed his face, much to her chagrin. Sometimes she wanted to march up to him and shake him until his teeth rattled. Not that she would be able to do that. He was a large and strong man. Probably all she would be able to do was shake his hand. But she so wished she could do it and force him to tell her how he really felt about her. Winston was more than sure that his brother had strong feelings for her, but his coldness towards her didn't hold much credence for that theory. The only time he had shown any emotion recently was when he found Winston holding her hand in the kitchen. "Will you two get married already?" Those words had tormented her that night, and still did if she was truthful to herself. She was almost tempted to beg Winston to marry her just to spite him, but her heart didn't lie with the superb man seated beside her, who was trying his best to make it look as if he was courting her, bless his kind heart. Naomi's color turned crimson when she forced her gaze from the odious man and found Ray studying her with a knowing smile on his face. A quick glance round the table showed no one else had caught her staring at the man at the head of the table. Receiving the impish man's wink, she rapidly lowered her eyes. Oh, what he must think of me, enjoying the attention of one man, yet gaping at another. She was certain that Carl would have called her names to his hearing. Ray most likely thought his boss was right after all. He was most likely having amorous feelings towards her at that moment, seeing as she must seem to him to be interested in every man who glanced her way. "Are you all right?" Winston whispered beside her. He would have, in every likelihood, seen her flushed face. "I'm fine," she awarded him a little smile. "It's going to be over soon. You've been spectacular thus far, and I must commend you for being the perfect hostess." A warm glow seeped into her cheeks, and she beamed with genuine delight at his kind words. "If my brother weren't so stubborn, I'm sure he would have noted that too," he added ruefully. She couldn't really take all the praise after all. Anna and the two maids had helped out too, but she guessed he was referring to receiving and welcoming the men with a warm smile on her face and making sure their bellies were filled with food and drink, all the while trying to hold a cordial relationship with them. She had learned all that from her dear mama. Don't look now, but he just glanced our way, and his lips tightened because you're smiling so sweetly at me. He has been, most likely unconsciously, doing that every time you smile warmly at any of the men. A giggle escaped her lips. She could just picture Winston as a little boy, taunting his older brother at every turn. How adorable it must have been. You can't blame me for enjoying myself. I've never seen my brother this ruffled before. I'm going to enjoy teasing him for the rest of his life about this. Probably tell your children and grandchildren about it too. Heat suffused her face at the mention of children, and Winston laughed heartily, which drew stares from the men at the table. It was a deliberate act. Pardon me, when you have the pleasure of being seated beside a beautiful and witty woman, it's difficult controlling your emotions. Here, here. The men, excluding Carl, naturally agreed with him, which caused Naomi's color to further heighten. Aren't you guys going to practice your Thanksgiving tradition this year? Ray inquired, with a slurred voice, glancing from one brother to the other. Naomi's questioning gaze to Winston made him say, "We all say what we're thankful for." She nodded. What really could she be thankful for? She had lost her mother, run away from home, and been rejected by the man she was supposed to marry. In any case, she had met Winston and escaped from a marriage that would definitely have been hellish. She had things to be thankful for. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Who will begin? Carl's gaze moved around the table. I will, Ray ventured cheerily. I'm thankful that we caught those He paused and offered Naomi an apologetic glance. cattle rustlers. One after the other, the men started mentioning things they were thankful for. There was laughter all around the table as some of the men mentioned some funny and outrageous things. Finally, it was only Naomi, Carl, and Winston who were left. "Aw, shoot, we should have asked Miss Naomi to begin it. What's that saying again? Ladies first or something like that," said one of the ranch hands, and the men agreed. "It doesn't matter," she informed them with a smile. She let out a stiff breath and said, "I'm thankful for the gift of life and smiles. When my mother died some months back, I didn't think I'd ever smile again, but I'm alive and smiling. And I guess that's because of this wonderful man by my side. To sum it up, I'm thankful for Winston." The men, who were already partially marinated in liquor, clapped their hands loudly and murmured that she spoke beautiful words. A chance glance in Carl's direction told her she had apparently annoyed him with her words. Her eyes darted to Winston, who smiled at her tenderly. The oaf didn't know that in being thankful for Winston, she was also thankful for him, because had Winston not written to her, she would never have met him. Ray shouted into the silence, "What about you, boss? What are you thankful for? If I were in your shoes, I know what I'd be thankful for." He trained his gaze on Naomi, causing her to hastily look away. Carl took his time, evidently enjoying building the anticipation of the men to hear what he had to say. He finished chewing his piece of turkey, took a swallow from his brandy, wiped his lips with his napkin before saying, "I'm thankful that, despite the fact that my brother made the biggest mistake of his life bringing in a shameless woman into our house, I didn't fall for the temptress's wiles she threw my way continually until she gave up and decided to ply her trade elsewhere." An uncomfortable silence fell in the room after the irate man's outburst. Naomi felt her breath coming in short gasps when all the pairs of eyes in the room, excluding that of the man who created the tension, fell on her. Why was he so cruel? She half rose to cuss him till she ran out of words, but Winston's strong hand on her arm stopped her. He rose gallantly to his feet and bestowed her with an affectionate smile, even though seconds ago his face was as if it was carved from stone. "I'm thankful that same temptress," he lifted her hand from the table and placed his lips caressingly on it without taking his eyes off her, "has agreed to marry me." The silence was deafening, even worse than the first one. Chapter 23. Carl didn't remember how he got there, but he found himself in the stables. He could have flown there for all he knew. If the ground had divided, he wouldn't have known because Winston's words kept exploding in his brain. The darn man was going to marry Naomi, but why? "You pushed him into it. Remember your words to them in the kitchen a few days ago? Shut up," he roared at the voice in his head. The horses neighed, bringing his consciousness back to where he was. "Oh God," he lamented brokenly, as realization of what his brother's words meant dawned on him. All the anger drained from his body. If Naomi married Winston, he would lose her forever. His life would be meaningless. "Why didn't I realize that sooner?" he asked the horses, who had their heads out from their stalls, expecting a treat from him. "Because you were being mule-headed. You refused to accept your feelings for her, insulted her, and rejected her time after time. You pushed her into Winston's arms. Where was this dang voice of reasoning when I needed it?" he snapped. But the voice was right. In order not to give in to his feelings for Naomi, he had used insulting her as a shield to protect his heart. He remembered what he'd said he was thankful for at the table and groaned loudly. jealousy, eating deeply into him over her thankfulness for Winston and not him, had been his stirring factor for that hurtful speech. He saw only too late what his words did to her before Winston dropped his bombshell. Why had he been cruel to the one woman he loved with his whole heart and being? There was no use denying it now. He was in love with Naomi. He loved that red-haired, beautiful woman with every fiber of his being, which was a wonder why he had treated her so shabbily. It didn't matter if she was a seductress or temptress, or whatever degrading name he had called her, which he realized were all false now. He would have made her change her ways. He would have given her so much love, she wouldn't have been able to look at another man. But now he had ruined it all because of jealousy and stupidity. Evidently feeling defeated, he slid down a stall to the ground, filled with straw and hay, and let out a low-pitched growl. Sighing, he came to a conclusion. He would have to either leave the ranch or Idaho. He wouldn't be able to bear seeing them together. These past days had been pure hell for him, and the thought of watching them for a lifetime while he became a bitter, cynical man who secretly loved his sister-in-law would drive him to an early grave for sure. His brain teemed with memories from when Naomi first came there to that moment. He had been very foolish in his actions, he agreed. At first, he had used Grace as an excuse, but the two women were so incomparable, he felt like slapping himself. Life with Grace had been blissful, but like what Winston said, which he understood now, it had been somewhat boring. Guilt crept up his body as it appeared he was casting aspersions on his late wife. But he was being honest. Had he done that earlier, maybe he and Naomi would be married now and settling down to a dramatic married life. Winston had been right on all counts. Naomi was indeed his kind of woman. He was such an authoritative person who loved to play things by the book and liked to have them straight. He needed a woman to shake things up for him every once in a while. But Grace had instead conformed to it without a single complaint. Little wonder he had married her because he thought that was the kind of wife he needed. But now he knew better. How many times had he looked forward to trading words with Naomi? How many times had he recalled their spats with a smile and racing heart? Countless times. She made him come alive and brightened up his life. But he threw all that away, and for what? Unfounded allegations. It hurt so badly he felt as if his heart would burst with pain any minute from now. From his sitting position, he lay on the ground and moaned loudly again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Naomi's face hurt from all the false smiles she had to give before the last guest left. What had started out as a beautiful occasion had turned sour because of Carl's hurtful words and angry departure at Winston's announcement. She could still see the rage in his eyes when he thrust back his chair, not caring that it fell noisily on the ground before striding out of the room, as if he was in haste to fight a lion, threatening to come into the house. Another awkward silence fell in the room before the men started shouting congratulations and hooting. Another round of liquor was poured to give them a toast and wish them a happy married life. Naomi. She heard her name softly called and turned from the front door. Winston, for the first time since she met him, was looking harried, and she felt compassion for him. All this was her fault. If only she had just left when Carl told her to leave. She wasn't happy that she was the seed of discord between two brothers. She was deep in regret, but at the same time, powerless yearning. "I think you went too far," she told him with a stern face. He shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't think so. You saw how furious he was, didn't you?" "Yes." But it doesn't mean I went too far. It's just Carl being his angry self. Naomi wanted to believe that, but she couldn't. Did you see the way he stormed out of here? Winston chuckled. If I was to be given a gold coin for every time I've seen him storm out like that, I'd have a chest filled with it. Naomi smiled a little. She knew Winston had done it to defend her honor after Carl threw those cruel words at her, but she thought it was too much. Carl's reaction had only been outrage. He didn't declare his love for her. As a matter of fact, he must be cussing her out right now. Now they had to plan a pretend wedding, and if the situation with Carl didn't change, they would have to either call it off or go ahead and get married. Oh, fudge. How did I get myself in this quagmire? I think I'll go for a walk, she told him, unable to share in his enthusiasm. She went to her room to pull a wrap across her shoulders. She stepped out into the cool night air and tightened the wrap around herself. It would be winter soon. It wasn't her favorite time of the year, and she gathered that the weather could be pretty harsh over here. Well, she might not have to worry about the weather with everything that was going on around her at present. With Winston's announcement, she might just find herself bodily hauled off the ranch by Carl the following morning. A chuckle released from her lips as she imagined herself kicking and screaming as he dragged her by her hair to the train station. He might have Winston locked up to get him out of the way. Stop letting your emotions run wild. The night was so cool and windy, she acknowledged it wasn't a walk she needed. A horse ride was the best thing to do on such a night. For a moment she hesitated and wondered if she should get Winston to join her, but she shook her head. He'd already done so much that adding chaperone to it made her feel she would be taking it too far. Anna, who was supposed to be acting as her chaperone, was more of a housekeeper instead of being beside her to make sure both brothers behaved themselves. She didn't mind. After all, both men had behaved like gentlemen except for... A flush crawled up her cheeks, and she shook the memory from her head. This wasn't the time to think of such things. She would get herself harried for no good reason. Her light steps took her to the stables, and she had to squint her eyes a little for the lamp, hanging low, was a little dim. She walked in the direction of the stalls and nearly screamed when she brushed her foot against something. Peering into the semi-darkness, her hand trailed up her chest to her throat when Carl slowly pushed himself to his feet. She took a step back. This was the first time she was seeing him out of his pristine appearance. His shirt and trousers were creased badly. Hay was sticking at every corner of his tousled hair, and the expression on his face was similar to the one it carried when he left the house a while ago. Both of his hands came together as he clapped continually with scorn in his eyes and a sneer on his lips. He sliced into her without mercy. Congratulations are in order, I take it. You finally got what you wanted, a promise of marriage. I guess you're all jolly inside right now. One brother refused to heal, so you made sure the other did. How clever of you. She took another step back, a little frightened by his countenance. She liked it when he was yelling at her, but now he was dangerously seething. She wouldn't be surprised if he dragged her across his knees and repeatedly hit her on her bottom. He appeared to be that angry. She wanted to shout at him, to tell him he left her with no choice. But it dawned on her that she wasn't in the mood for fighting. She wished he would just calm down long enough for them to talk like reasonable adults. Maybe she could even tell him why she was desperate to be married. Carl, it's not what you think. He cocked an eyebrow. Not what I think? Didn't you agree for my brother to have your hand in marriage? Biting her tongue really hard, she stopped herself from blurting out the truth. It was at the tip of her tongue to tell him everything, but she knew that would be disastrous, especially after all the work Winston put into the plan. Suddenly, she felt very tired of it all. She wished for once that things would just return to normal and he would stop hating her and being angry with her. Sighing, she moved her body to leave. In this mood, they wouldn't be able to carry out a reasonable conversation, and she was in no frame of mind for a shouting match. Before she knew what was happening, Carl gently drew her into his arms and placed his lips on hers. The effect was like getting a kick in the gut. It was so unexpected it made her gasp, drawing her lips further apart for him to deepen the kiss. She knew she should wrench her lips from his and grace his face with a slap, but she didn't, and instead, she leaned into him and allowed him to draw her closer into his embrace. The invigorating sensation moving all over her body was a new experience, one she knew she would cherish for a lifetime. A soft moan sounded from her, and it must have pierced his consciousness, because he suddenly withdrew his body from hers and stared at her with an expression she couldn't fathom. It took her time before she was able to focus and get her composure. "At least now I can stop wondering how you taste." His eyes widened at his words, and his color reddened. She deciphered that he hadn't meant to say that out loud, and she too became embarrassed. "I'm sorry for being too forward. You must be used to that, I suppose." Without waiting for her to respond, he swung on his heels and walked out of the stables. Naomi stared after him longingly. Her pulse raced, and her heart pumped furiously in her chest. A hand snaked forward to touch her swollen lips, and a smile covered her face. Even if everything didn't go as planned, she at least got one of her wishes to come true. Her very first kiss was from Carl. Chapter 24. Will I ever get over that kiss? Naomi's hand went to her lips, and her fingers trailed them in memory of how they had felt against Carl's last night. She had longed to be kissed by him for a long time, but now that it had happened, she couldn't get her mind off it. "Don't be silly, Naomi. Why are you going on and on about this kiss?" "I haven't been kissed before," she murmured under her breath. Oh, fudge. She was beginning to talk to herself. She nearly jumped out of her skin when Winston queried jocularly behind her, "Is today's recipe for breakfast burnt eggs?" She whirled around with a hand to her rapidly pounding heart to see Winston standing by the door with a smile on his face. "You frightened me," she accused. She had been so wrapped up in her thoughts, she hadn't heard his footsteps behind her. "My apologies. You were so lost in thought just standing there staring at the stove, I was a bit surprised myself." Then she remembered the eggs on the stove. "Oh, fudge, they're ruined." She removed the pan from the stove and stared at the charred mass in it. Flustered, she said, "I'm so sorry. I'll quickly prepare another." "It's all right, Naomi," he said as he entered the kitchen that was thick with the smell of the burnt eggs. "Where's Anna?" She brushed a hand across her forehead that was soaked with sweat as she tried to control her flailing emotions. "She's doing the laundry outside." She hastily carried a basket to get more eggs from the barn when Winston stopped her. "Don't worry about it, Naomi. I'll eat anything that's available," he informed her and drew out a chair. "Well, there's bacon, cheese, some wheat bread, I think." "That will do." "What about Carl? What's he going to eat?" His brows raised in surprise. "He left before the crack of dawn." Her shoulders slumped. "Did you really think after what happened last night he would sit here and eat breakfast with us?" Then you don't know my brother. I dare say we won't see him for a while. He'll turn his office into his second home. Unfortunately, it's fully equipped for that. She remained silent in disappointment. So, my dear, I'm sorry to say our plans have gone south. The situation is pretty botched up now. She became excited all of a sudden. But last night, I thought after our encounter at the stables, his interest was piqued. You saw Carl after he stormed out of here? Her head nodded vigorously. His quick gaze trailed her body. And you're still in one piece? Yes, well, not really, she said, remembering the kiss. Winston leaned back in his chair and folded his arms across his chest. His brows were raised in a questioning manner when he said, "What did happen last night?" Sighing, she simply said, "Carl kissed me at the stables when I went there to get a horse for a night ride." Winston shot out of the chair, covered the short distance between them, and gripped her by the arms. "He kissed you?" She nodded, looking sad. "Why so sad?" "You just said he left the ranch and might not be back any time soon." "Not if I have anything to do with it, now that I know what he did last night." "I don't understand. Was it your first kiss? With him?" Blushing, she nodded. Yes to both questions. "Alleluia. This is great news." She stared at him askance. "Don't you get what this means?" She shook her head. "We've pushed him to lose control of his emotions. Believe me, Carl isn't one to steal kisses from women, except ones he feels deeply for, and apart from you, Grace has been the only one he has ever done that to." Grace again? Will I have to contend with her ghost for the rest of my life? What was she thinking? It wasn't as if Carl had asked her to marry him. He just kissed her. Maybe it didn't even mean anything to him. I'm so happy I feel like dancing. No wonder the sly fox left. He's afraid of doing it again and again. Where are you going? We can't let this grow cold. I've got to go and prod him further. Who knows? He might just ride from town as if the devil is after him to come and ask for your hand in marriage. Naomi giggled helplessly. Winston was such a naughty troublemaker, but she appreciated all the help she'd received from him. What about breakfast? He grinned, looking boyishly handsome. I can't eat with this excitement inside me. Heck, I can't even stay still. I'll be right back. She watched from the kitchen's window as he ran across the yard to the stables. She, too, had lost her appetite after the talk. Would he really push Carl enough for him to want to marry her? She hoped so. Unable to sit still, she went to the yard to help Anna with the laundry. Every now and then, she raised her head to look in the distance to see if she would view a cloud of dust approaching the ranch. But after several peeks, and Anna asking if she was expecting someone, she gave up and focused on the clothes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A deep sigh left Carl's lips when he saw his grinning brother standing at the door to his office. If he had known Winston was coming, he would have stayed back at one of the saloons where he went to put a halt to a noisy brawl that was going on there. The disturbers of peace were presently cooling their heels in the cell, and he wished he could join them instead of facing his brother. Since when did I become a coward? Since that red-haired beauty unsuspectingly crawled into his heart. Now he didn't know day from night. It was an effort to focus both at work and at home. He was in pretty deep. To what do I owe the honor of this visit, little brother? Come to gloat. He threw at him without warning. Winston strutted into the room, to Carl's opinion like a peacock, and pulled out the chair in front of him. Of course I'm here to gloat. Who wouldn't gloat if a beautiful and spectacular lady like Naomi agreed to marry him? You lucky son of a gun, Ray put in, uninvited from his side of the office. A dark look from his boss got him rising abruptly to his feet and excusing himself. Carl leaned back on his chair and regarded his brother with angry eyes. You could at least have given me a warning instead of blurting it out like an over-eager silly schoolboy to our guests. Winston took the insult pretty well. Look, I'm not here to bandy words with you. Then why are you here? I came to ask you to be my best man. Forget it, he hissed. Why? Isn't it obvious? You know I'm not in support of you marrying that. Choose your next words carefully, brother, Winston warned quietly. Woman, Carl finished between clenched teeth. Good. I will not tolerate you insulting the woman I want to marry anymore. Carl's face hardened. Winston drew forward and placed his hands on the table before unsympathetically telling him, That's the way it is, and you better accept it. You might not like her or think she's perfect for me, but she's the woman I've chosen to marry, and I want you to respect my decision. Carl was silent for a while. In his heart, he knew he would never accept Winston's marriage to the woman he loved when he wanted to be the groom, but he would not tell his brother that. Instead, he was prepared to give an opera performance of his life by pretending everything was fine. That began with accepting to be his best man. But after that, he would resign and leave Idaho. He couldn't watch Naomi live in the ranch as Winston's wife, couldn't watch her stomach swell with Winston's babe. He would move to Wyoming and start life afresh. He had more than enough money from his inheritance to buy a ranch there since he knew about ranching. Perhaps he would also place an ad for a mail-order bride and hope to God she would look like Naomi and be as feisty as her. With that decision made, he looked his brother straight in the eyes and nodded. I'll be your best man. He wasn't certain, but he thought he saw surprise in Winston's eyes. That's great. I plan on marrying her 4 days from now at the chapel and then have a small reception at the ranch. That's fine by me. Silence descended between them. Carl cocked a brow. He wanted Winston to leave so he could give in to the sorrow enveloping his heart. Anything else? No, I'll take my leave now. Thanks for accepting. It'd be an honor to have you standing beside me while I exchange vows with the best woman in the world. Now Winston was just mocking him. His hands fisted under the table. When he kept silent, Winston rose from the chair and turned to leave. Carl thought he was hearing things when Winston muttered under his breath. This wasn't the reaction I expected from him. Winston was already out the door before he could ask him what he meant by that statement. Had he been expecting him to rant and rave like a lunatic? It wouldn't achieve anything, so there was no point in making a fool of himself. Oh, Naomi, he groaned with anguish under his breath. Chapter 25. Back in Pennsylvania. Dear Naomi, I hope this letter meets you in the best of health. I can't begin to tell you how much I look forward to your letters. Have you ever thought of becoming a writer? I don't think we've ever discussed it. I do remember you won an award in school for your beautiful handwriting. You should think of becoming a writer. I spend hours reading your letters over and over again. You make me feel as if I'm right there with you on that ranch in Idaho. I smell the dry autumn breeze, hear the birds chirping, smell the leather and horses, feel the wind in your hair as you ride, and hear the noise the water makes down by the creeks. Your descriptive prowess is very good. I must confess, that it's not always with joy I read your letters, especially when I read about Carl. Is something wrong with him? I mean, who wouldn't love a wonderful person like you? It's just not understandable to me. Yes, you do get as mad as a bee sometimes, but I think it's adorable. And all those names. Does he even know you? Doesn't he know the closest you've come to being with a man is your father? I think the solution to your problem is to open up to him. Tell him about yourself. Let him know about your father and Will. I believe it would go a long way in getting him to understand the real you. Speaking of your father, he just left my house, so I rushed to my room to give you fair warning with this letter. How do I put this? Your father is coming to Idaho. Yes, I spilled the beans. I'm so sorry, but I had to. For weeks now, I've been avoiding him, and the last time I saw him was at the park. I have a suspicion that he followed me there because I always make the maids tell him I'm not at home whenever he comes calling. But he caught me unawares today. I'm so sorry. I was about to leave for the hat shop when he came calling. I was already at the door and so couldn't avoid him. I was forced to receive him in the drawing room and offer him tea. I don't know if it's all right to tell you this, but your father has aged drastically. I don't think there's a strand of black hair anymore on his head. They're all gray now, and he has lost so much weight. He's as thin as a reed. Seeing him looking so gaunt caused a pang in my heart. Maybe that led me into telling him your whereabouts, and certainly the tears. His eyes watered, Naomi. I couldn't stand it. He misses you terribly and is really worried about you. He begged, and I just blurted it out. Unfortunately, Will has been threatening him, and your father is afraid he might do something to hurt you if he finds you. I don't know why that man can't let go. It's been weeks, for crying out loud. Your father said he has tried offering to pay him back his money bit by bit, but he refused. His intent is to marry you. I never did tell you that he also visited me using deceit, of course. Oh, he frightened me, he did. I was quaking in my slippers. I don't know why he's so bent on marrying you. Another man would have cut his losses and given up, but not Will. I wonder why. I guess that's a stupid question to ask. You're a very beautiful woman, and although it sounds implausible, maybe he does have feelings for you. Who knows? So, I'm writing this letter to tell you your father wheedled the information of your whereabouts from me. Once again, I'm sorry. Please prepare yourself for his evident arrival in Idaho. I hope this letter gets to you before he does. I had to tell him about Carl and Winston, and he was appalled at first that you were living with 2 men and weren't married to any of them. I told him about Anna, and he rested easy. I don't think he's mad at you for running away. At least, that's what I noticed. He appeared to understand why you had to leave. He blames himself for everything and wishes to make it right. He left here for the train station to get himself a train ticket, so he'd be with you within days. I pray you and Carl sort things out, and he gets to marry you before your father shows up. I've never known him to be a wicked or inconsiderate man, but I believe your father might force you to return here with him if there's no promise of marriage from Carl. Although I miss you dearly, I believe you're better off with a husband. Please write to me soon. Reading your letters are the high points of my day. I do so miss you. I have no one to go to the park with, no one to sew with, and no one to go shopping with or have treats with. I was telling my brother the other day to give me permission to visit you over there, and he almost had apoplexy. You know him and his overprotective self. I might just run away like you for a piece of adventure because with you gone, I am so bored. Yours, Agnes. Chapter 26. Another night at the office? Ray queried with a teasing note as he came into the office and saw Carl buttoning his sheriff's uniform. Carl chose to ignore his deputy as he continued dressing. Ray had been asking that annoying question every morning for the past 3 days, and he always ignored it. It was none of Ray's business if he decided to spend the rest of his life in the office. In fact, it was nobody's business, not even that of the red-haired woman who troubled his dreams every night. A twinge gripped his heart when he remembered that, in a few days, Winston and Naomi would exchange vows. He would have to stand beside Winston with a fake smile plastered on his face, wishing to be somewhere else. After Winston left his office 3 days ago, he had decided that he wouldn't go back to the ranch, sit at the same table with the happy couple, and pretend everything was all right. He had survived their show of affection for each other. He didn't think he would be able to stand them discussing their wedding and making preparations without shouting in frustration like a lunatic. It would definitely drive him crazy. Staying away from the ranch was the best option. It was the coward's way out, but he didn't care. He wasn't feeling very brave these days, not when he'd lost the woman he loved. Every now and then, the kiss he shared with Naomi at the stables flashed through his mind. Sometimes he blotted it out, but periodically he enjoyed tormenting himself with the memory. Giving in to the temptation of what he wanted to do ever since he set eyes on her turned out to be a big mistake because he couldn't get the kiss off his mind. Now he would always recall that those soft lips of hers tasted like plums and peaches. A sudden thought crossed his mind that got him scowling and tightening his hand on his holster. Had Winston kissed Naomi? It was highly plausible, seeing the way they were always together, holding hands and talking in low tones. A low growl rumbled from his chest, and he felt like flipping over his table in savage anger. He hadn't envisaged that the thought of Winston kissing Naomi would get him so angry, but he couldn't help it. Naomi was his and his alone. No one had the right to lay his hands on her except him. He felt so possessive towards her. He toyed with the idea of abducting her and taking her far away from here. He would convince her to marry him and forget all about Winston. Then he would spend the rest of his life trying to make her love him. If that was the only thing he achieved in his lifetime, he would die a happy man. What about Winston? Carl's heart sank. In his plans, he had completely forgotten about his brother. How could he stand there and coldly plan on stealing the woman Winston wished to marry? What about Winston's feelings? It was obvious to all and sundry that his brother loved Naomi. He ran a hand through his ruffled dark tresses, and a grimace covered his face. Could he really take Naomi away knowing back here his brother was pining for her? He wasn't by nature cruel, but that spelt meanness to him, and he didn't like it. Winston didn't deserve to be treated like that. Officious though he was, it would be devious and conniving of him to rob him of Naomi. Wasn't he even getting ahead of himself? Who was to say Naomi would agree to stay with him? Surely not after the poor way he'd treated her. But she had wanted him first, that he knew. An idea came to his mind that had him smiling. Naomi had come to Idaho with the idea she was to marry him. She'd chosen to marry Winston because he rejected her. If he could just convince Winston that Naomi didn't really love him, she would be his. She was only settling for his brother because she couldn't marry the man she actually wanted. If Winston would accept that logic, then Naomi would agree to marry him. But is that fair to Winston? A scowl darkened his features. He couldn't do it. After their parents' demise, he had learned to put his brother's needs before his. Little wonder Winston had decided it was his turn to do something for him by ordering him a bride. The best thing Winston had ever done for him, yet he blew it. "I give up," he said brokenly, and turned away from the window to see Ray studying him warily. "What?" Carl questioned, annoyed for no reason. Ray shrugged. "I was just wondering if I should get the doctor. In the space of a few minutes, you've moved from growling to smiling and then scowling. Makes me wonder if everything is all right." Carl eyed his friend and pondered for a second if he could tell him about the turmoil going on inside him, but he should have known that, having worked with him for years, Ray would surely decipher what was going on with him. His deputy let out a deep sigh and stressed with blunt frankness, "If I were to be consulted over the issue, I'd say you should go and talk to her. You might be fairly surprised by what she'd say." Carl folded his hands across his chest and leaned a hip on his table, his brow arched on his forehead. "What are you talking about?" Ray sent him a frowning appraisal. "Stop being coy, Carl. It doesn't suit you. That beautiful lady has got your emotions tied up in knots, and even though you try to hide it, it's as plain as the nose on your face. I still don't get why you allowed her to go. That Thanksgiving dinner made me realize how true Winston's words were. My God, she's a wonderful woman. She was the perfect and courteous hostess, a good cook. She could even carry on conversations with us and the ranch hands, not to mention her beauty. What more could a man ask for in a woman?" Carl gesticulated with his hands. "Good job, Ray. Make me feel worse than I already do." A grin spread across his deputy's face. "You're welcome. Maybe it will push you to stop feeling sorry for yourself and go after her." Carl rose to his feet, dropped his hands, and shook his head. "What about Winston?" "Just have a talk with him. I'm sure he'll get to see reason with you," Ray proffered with a sly glance his way. "No," Carl solemnly pronounced. "I can't do that to Winston. I've already made a decision. Prepare yourself. You're going to be the next sheriff. I'll leave Idaho for good next week." "What?" Chapter 27. "Where are you going looking so fetching?" Winston queried softly after whistling at her. Naomi blushed a fiery red. She had indeed taken special care in dressing that morning. Her gown of sea green had rows of white ruffles in it, and it somewhat complimented her eyes. Her hair was drawn back and tied in a severe knot at her nape, but the strict hairstyle was softened by tendrils of her curls framing her beautiful face. Her reticule and slippers matched her dress. "Could you please take me into town?" she asked softly, and drew close to him where he was rubbing down a horse. His brows rose. "Into town? Why? Do you have some shopping to do? If you can wait till tomorrow, I intend to go then. Today, I've got to go to the range. We've got to round up the remaining cattle because winter is coming." Naomi understood Winston's explanation, but she was shy in telling him why she was going into town. He would think her silly, but she had come to a decision because she couldn't take the suspense anymore. "Naomi, are you all right?" There was concern imprinted in Winston's voice. He dropped his brush and came closer to the fidgeting lady. Naomi lowered her eyes. How was she going to tell this man who had become a good friend and a brother that she already had her trunk packed, and if everything didn't go well in town today, she would buy a train ticket and leave whenever the train came? She was sick and tired of trying to decide whether Carl truly felt something for her other than anger and disgust. Winston insisted his brother felt strongly for her, but she couldn't believe it anymore. This was the 4th day of Carl's absence from the ranch. When Winston returned that afternoon after going to prod his brother, he didn't mention it, but Naomi had read worry in his eyes. Even though he remained optimistic as the days passed, Naomi had slowly given up. Despite the fact that he had insulted her cruelly, she missed Carl and wished to see him. On the other hand, she pondered if she wasn't making a cake of herself. If Carl had feelings for her, he would also desire to see her and not stay away, right? Naomi, Winston's voice cut into her thoughts. She lifted her eyes and noted the concern in his blue ones. Letting out a sigh, her hands rolled over the strap of her reticule. I'm going to see Carl. He took a step back in surprise, and a frown puckered his lips. He opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. He closed it and tried again, making her giggle a little. Did he send you a note? He queried hopefully. She shook her head. You would have been the first to know had he done that. Winston appeared so crestfallen, Naomi felt he looked adorable. Then why are you going to see him? Naomi sighed and moved away. She turned her back on him and twirled her hands. Her forehead creased in a frown, and she couldn't stay still. She began pacing and trying to find the right words to explain to Winston what she intended doing. Winston, I know you told me not to worry, but I can't help it. Carl might never come back to the ranch ever again. My presence here has finally driven him from his home, and I feel guilty for that. This morning when I woke up, I came to a decision. I'm going back to Pennsylvania. There was an uncomfortable silence between them. She whirled around to see Winston staring at her with both shock and disappointment in his eyes. Her heart broke to see him looking like that. She quickly walked up to him and clasped his hands with hers. Please understand, I can't stay here any longer. It's been weeks of hoping and praying that Carl and I would get married, but it looks more like a dream now that will never see reality. I've got to be truthful to myself. Our pretend wedding is in a few days. There's no way we're going to get out of it, so I might as well leave now than face embarrassment when the wedding doesn't go through. She dropped his hands and stepped back while he digested all she'd said. Winston was silent for a while before he cleared his throat. Holding her eyes with his, he asserted a bit frantically, Naomi, I completely understand what you just said, and I can't blame you for giving up on Carl. I know it'd be futile trying to get you to change your mind, but I really wish you would. He ran his fingers through his hair. In all honesty, I don't think Carl will allow our marriage. I know you don't think that's the case, given his behavior recently and his harsh words. But believe me, it's true. Everyone knows he's got feelings for you, from Ray down to our newest ranch hand. But for the life of me, I just don't understand why he's holding back. If he weren't my brother, I would have put a gun to his head and demanded he marry you without delay. In spite of the situation, Naomi let out a silly laugh. She could just picture her wedding day. Winston would hold a gun to his brother's head, while Carl would have a terrible scowl on his face. Then she'd giggle helplessly as they exchanged vows before a perplexed preacher. Winston's solemn face dissolved into a smile as he heard her respond with hilarity. He chuckled. Glad to know you can still laugh in the face of things. She shrugged. I might not be laughing by the time I get back here today. He tensed, and his face became glum again. Why do you really want to see Carl? I want to confront him. If, as you say, he has feelings for me, then he'll have to look me in the eye and tell me he doesn't. If he says he does, well, I don't know what we'll do, because I know I'd be too joyous to think, she asserted with derisive cool. What if he says he doesn't? Her countenance became that of utter depression. I'll buy a train ticket. Winston placed his hands on her shoulders and regarded her with a plea in his eyes. "Naomi, I beg you, please don't go. Just be patient. I don't think Carl would stand beside me and watch us get married." "But what if he doesn't do anything about it?" she cried helplessly. "We'll end up married, or worse still, I'll be a runaway bride again." Winston laughed. "I really don't think that'd be the case. We can't take chances, you know that." "I do, but I don't think confronting him would be a good idea. Carl's pride won't let him admit his feelings to you. Not even if I make him kiss me." Winston's eyes widened and he laughed again. "Can I come along to see that?" Heat coursed through her cheeks. "Of course not. I don't plan on going through with it. I don't even know how to make a man want to kiss me." He cocked his head to the side and shot her a charming smile. "I could teach you. I don't think it's that difficult." Naomi nearly had apoplexy at the thought of Winston teaching her how to entice Carl to kiss her. Then she saw laughter dancing in his eyes and realized he was only teasing her. A sigh escaped her lips and she laughed uneasily. "Quit beating around the bush, Winston. Could you please find someone to take me?" He conceded reluctantly. "All right, I'll find someone to take you." A bright smile crossed her face. "Thank you, Winston." Naomi wondered if Winston was right, as one of the ranch hands took her into town in a wagon. Wasn't it overtly bold and daring of her to go and confront a man about her position with him? But she'd never been one to sit on the fence while waiting for something to happen. It wasn't her way of doing things. She usually grabbed the bull by the horns, and that was what she was doing right now, forcing a confrontation between her and Carl. If he was okay with hiding in his office for the rest of his life, she wasn't going to wait for him like a sitting duck at the ranch. No siree, she was going to have it out with him. Her confidence dropped a notch when the man pulled the wagon to a stop in front of the sheriff's office. Even before she waited for the man to help her down, a passerby already offered to do so. She smiled at the man, but it quickly vanished from her face when she thought Carl might be looking from his office and would accuse her of flirting again. She wasn't here to quarrel or argue with him. She just needed an answer. "Thank you, kind sir," she politely told the man who tipped his hat at her prior to moving on. She told the ranch hand not to bother when he made to escort her into the office. The fewer people who were around for the discussion, if she could call it that, the better for them, in case she and the sheriff shouted the whole town down. Ray did a double take when she came into the office. A broad smile crept along his face as he rose abruptly to his feet and hooked his thumbs in his belt. "Well, I'll be. Ain't you just a purty little thing, Miss Naomi? You look like fresh blossoming flowers in spring." Naomi beamed with joy at his kind words, even as her color heightened. She noticed with a little dismay that Carl wasn't in the office. "Come on in," Ray invited with a sweep of his hand as she hesitated by the door. "You're mighty welcome." "Thank you, Ray," she softly intoned, and sat on the chair he pulled out in front of his table. He strutted like an all-important personality to his own chair and sat with much pomp that made her giggle behind her handkerchief. "What brings you here?" he asked solemnly. She found it funny that he was trying to seem all serious when there was a glint in his eyes. "I came here to see the sheriff," she shortly informed him. He shot her a rueful glance. "Dang, you just missed him. He's having lunch with our county mayor, but don't worry. I'll keep you entertained before he returns." And entertain her he did. He regaled her with tales of his training to be part of the sheriff's team and spine-tingling stories of his encounter with bandits. Naomi wanted to ask him about how Carl handled criminals, but felt it would seem forward of her, principally as he caught her staring at his boss during Thanksgiving dinner. Ray was telling her of their latest conquest with cattle rustlers when she felt the hairs at her nape rise. All of a sudden, her pulse started racing, and she knew without bothering to turn around that Carl was behind her. Her suspicion proved correct when Ray's animated eyes went above her head, and he smiled broadly. "Look who came to see you, Carl." Naomi took that as her cue to slowly rise to her feet and turn around. The sight of him took her breath away, and her lips parted involuntarily. Carl always looked exceptionally good in his uniform. Her eyes hungrily trailed his body, and she noted he had lost a little weight. There was stubble on his chin, which made him look dangerously handsome. Even though she couldn't interpret the look in his eyes, she was certain he wasn't happy to see her. "I'll take my leave," Ray said, into the thick silence that cloaked the room at Carl's arrival. Naomi offered the man a fond smile, and from the corner of her eyes, she saw Carl gritting his teeth. Why wasn't she surprised? Nothing had changed, apparently. "Why are you here?" Carl queried immediately. Ray left the room. His eyes, which had gone dark blue, raked her from head to toe. Naomi stepped away from the chair to walk towards him. Even though her heart was beating rapidly, she thrust out her chin and stated, "I'm here to see you." He eyed her with a little bit of confusion. "You're seeing me." Deciding it wasn't appropriate for her to blurt out the question dancing on her lips, she chose to prevaricate. "Why haven't you been at the ranch these past few days?" He placed his hands on his hips and looked her all over as if she had no right to ask him such a question. She actually didn't, but she needed to know and hoped he would tell her the truth. "I've been busy," he smoothly fielded. "Oh," was all she could say, for she had expected another answer. He kept silent and continued regarding her like a rattlesnake about to strike. Naomi found that comical, but she didn't feel like laughing one bit. She decided to go all in. "I thought maybe it's due to Winston's announcement at the Thanksgiving dinner." He dropped his hands and threw her a glare filled with resentment. "Why would you think that?" Her eyes elevated defiantly to hold his, and she spread her hands a little in explaining the obvious. "Well, you left the ranch the following morning and haven't been back since then." With a bored expression on his face, he folded his arms across his chest. "Naomi, why are you really here?" I said. "Shut up and tell me the truth," he retorted hotly. "We both know you aren't here to ask me why I haven't been home when you don't care two hoots about my whereabouts." "That's not true," she protested vehemently, and bit her lips when she acknowledged what she had just blurted. A brow arched on his forehead. "What are you saying? That you care about me?" Naomi sighed and shook her head. This wasn't going as planned. Was that hope she just heard in Carl's voice? Highly unlikely when he was still staring at her as if she was thrusting poisonous ivy at him. She'd just come out and say it. "I'm tired of waiting for you." A frown contorted his face. "Waiting for me?" "Yes." She bit her lips in unease and stared down at her reticule. "I need to know the truth about your feelings for me." She heard his sharp intake of breath, and she hastily lifted her head. His blue eyes clashed with her brown ones, and they stood there staring at each other in intense silence for some minutes. "Why do you think I have feelings for you?" The question was so unexpected, she had no response for him at first. She just stood there with a scarlet face and her mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. She swallowed thickly, darted her tongue across her lips before she had the courage to say, "You kissed me." His eyes softened, so much so that she could read affection in them, which made her chest tighten with joy and hope. His eyes descended to her lips, making the veins at her neck become so taut she was afraid they might snap. Her heart urged her to run into his arms, but she was glad she didn't give in to the temptation because of his next words. "So, are you trying to tell me you haven't been kissed before?" he queried with sardonic bite. When her cheeks became rosy red and her head bowed, she heard him sigh deeply. She never thought the conversation would be this embarrassing. She could only pray that Ray and his colleagues weren't outside the door laughing at her. "I haven't been kissed before," she quietly told him, still staring at the wooden floor. She heard him respond with scorn. "Do you expect me to believe that?" The manner in which he spoke, as if he was making a mockery of an event that was so special to her, made something snap inside her. Her eyes lifted and then glazed with anger. "You can believe whatever you want. I don't care. I came here to ask you about your feelings for me. I'm tired of waiting for you to decide whether you want me or not. One minute you treat me as if you want to marry me, the next you treat me as if I'm the plague. I'm tired of your mixed signals. Do you want to marry me or not?" Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Carl pushed his hand through his hair and whooshed out his breath silently, as the fiery lady waited for him to answer a question that, to her, was very simple, but to him was very complicated. He wished he'd taken the mayor's offer to see him off to the next county. Maybe Naomi would have gotten tired of waiting and gone back to the ranch. And maybe he would have gotten wind that she was looking for him and stayed away from his office as well. Amazing how she was indirectly running him out of town, first his home, now his office. He realized with dismay that she was still waiting for an answer, studying him expectantly. His hand went to his chin, and he rubbed his stubble. He desperately wanted to tell her he would marry her in a heartbeat. He wanted to tell her he loved her more than he ever thought he could love someone. But he couldn't. For Winston's sake, he couldn't tell her all that. His brother loved her and wanted to marry her. He would be sticking a knife in Winston's back if he were to give Naomi an answer in the affirmative. He closed his eyes for a moment to shut out those beautiful and pleading eyes. Wait a minute. Why is she asking me such a question? Does she have feelings for me? Hope rose in his chest, but he squashed it immediately. It didn't matter if she loved him too. All that mattered was that Winston was in love with her, and he'd be the elder brother he had always been by letting go. All of a sudden, anger surged in him. Why was Naomi really asking him such a question? How dare she ask him about his feelings for her when she'd agreed to marry his brother? He opened his eyes and they flashed fury at her. "What's your motive for asking?" he curtly demanded. She appeared flustered for a moment. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out, which made him angrier. He shot her an embittered look, disgusted by her questioning methods. "Is it because of the kiss? A simple kiss is responsible for your desire to abandon a man you already promised to marry? What kind of a woman are you?" "It's not like that," she shouted, looking mortified, but he was past caring what she had to say. His frustration over the past few days took over, and he yelled at her with thunderous bite. "How dare you come in here to ask me such a question when you're marrying my brother in a few days? So if I say I have feelings for you, you'd abandon my poor smitten brother at the altar. I've always known you're a shameless woman, but this is the height of it. Where's your self-respect as a woman?" His anger made him impervious to the fact that there were tears in her eyes, and she was gaping at him in horror. He tore into her without mercy. "I kissed you, So what? You're going to allow that incident to ruin Winston's life? Oh, or is it that he has kissed you too and you realized I'm a better kisser? Or is this just a corny way for me to kiss you again? Well, if you want... His tirade came to an end when her hand went up and slapped him so hard across his cheekbone. He was certain her fingers must hurt because he saw her flinch a little. You're the most loathsome man I've ever had the misfortune of coming across, she bit out in great fury. He was too stunned to say anything. He just stood there glaring at her with his cheek stinging. There were tears in her eyes when she shouted, I'm such a fool. I should have listened to Winston when he told me coming here would be a big mistake. What's she talking about? Winston knew she was coming to see me. What's going on? You're so dense. I'm amazed this poor town has you as sheriff. Naomi, watch your words, he warned fiercely, tired of her yelling at him when he didn't understand what was going on. She scoffed and launched back furiously at him. What are you going to do? Kiss me? After all, we've both established you're incapable of loving someone. Maybe kisses are the only things you can offer. He felt as if she had given him another slap with her words. A nerve twitched in his chin, and it was all he could do not to drag her across his lap and teach her not to taunt a man with such words. I give up, she cried and ran out of his office before he could say a word. Carl just stood there for minutes on end, replaying the bizarre scene over and over again, and he still didn't understand what happened. All he remembered were Naomi's eyes glazed with tears prior to running away. It gutted him and made him feel like an utter cad. Chapter 28. I sure gonna miss you, Miss Naomi, Anna admitted, wiping tears from her eyes. Naomi's eyes were also teary as she removed her handkerchief from her reticule. She had told herself she wasn't going to cry, but here she was, wetting her face with tears. Anna had been weeping ever since she gave her the news of her intended departure. Please stay, Anna begged, grasping her hands in extreme anxiety. Naomi shook her head as tears spilled from her eyes. I can't. There's nothing for me here. There be. Master Carl will come to his senses, I tell you, Anna insisted with conviction. But Naomi shook her head. She'd also thought that, but there was no point deceiving herself anymore. Carl would never be hers. He'd made that absolutely clear the previous afternoon. She couldn't understand why he still thought she was all those names he insisted on calling her. After all the time they spent together, she didn't think he'd ever insult her again. She sniffed and offered her friend a little smile. I'm sorry, Anna, but I've got to go. I don't want to miss the train. Joe has put my trunk in the wagon, right? Anna dropped her hands and nodded. Tears were still coursing down her cheeks. Naomi reached forward and took the maid, who had become a close friend, into her arms. She smiled through her tears. I'm going to miss you. Thank you for everything. You were more than a chaperone to me. I'll never forget you. Her words made Anna cry harder. The young lady was almost at the point of sobbing hysterically, so Naomi hastily left the room. She dabbed her eyes with her handkerchief, thrust her chin forward, and walked into the living room where she saw the man who was like a brother to her. Winston was standing at the fireplace, staring into the embers as if he'd never seen anything like it before. His eyes, which were filled with sadness, went up when she cautiously entered the room. He straightened and gave her a small smile. There were bags underneath his eyes as if he hadn't slept a wink the previous night. His lips tightened with strain, and he looked as if the sun had gone out of his life. Her heart went out to him, but she just had to go. "Are you ready?" His voice sounded strange to her ears. It was laden with grief. She let out a deep breath to keep herself from weeping in his arms, just as she had done when she returned from town yesterday. "I'm sorry, Winston. I apologize for all the trouble I've been to you and for ruining your plans." He covered the distance between them with determined strides. He gently took her hands in his. "Naomi, please don't blame yourself. None of this is your fault. The entire blame lies at Carl's feet for being a stubborn man. I can only apologize on his behalf. As you can obviously see, my mother raised only one gentleman in our family." Naomi couldn't help the small smile that filled her face, even though her eyes were awash with tears. His eyes became hopeful as he came up with an idea. "I know I begged you continually yesterday, but I have to beg again. Please stay. I could find a place for you to stay in town or its outskirts, anywhere you want to stay. I could also get you something to do. I believe the school in town would need a teacher soon, since Mrs. Bates is very sick at the moment. Or maybe you could work in the stagecoach stop since you're such a good cook. There are a number of places I could get you to work if you'd only stay." Naomi shook her head and willed her tears not to fall. She'd cried enough for God's sake. She, who wasn't one to give in to tears, had cried so much since she came to Idaho, more than she'd ever done in her life. "Thanks, Winston, but I can't. Besides, I've already bought my train ticket." After running out of Carl's office and humiliation staining her cheeks when she saw Ray standing by the door and shooting her a look filled with pity, she composed herself when she got outside. Swallowing back her tears, she made her way to the train station and bought a ticket for the north, but instead of Pennsylvania, New York. She'd never been there before, and she knew no one in the state, but there was no way she was going back home to marry Will. She'd start life afresh there. Most likely, look for a job, live frugally, and start saving until she had enough to pay off Will so her father could join her in New York. Given that there was nothing to hold him back in Pennsylvania anymore, even if it took years for her to come up with the whole sum, she would set her father free from the shackles of the loan shark. He groaned regretfully. "When you convinced me into giving you money for a ticket a while back, I was hoping you'd never get to use it." Naomi sighed. "I also hoped that would be the case, but things have changed." Winston swore viciously. "That brother of mine is so stubborn, I feel like taking a whip to his hide. If I find him. I went into town when you stayed in your room last night and refused to come out. His deputies had no idea where he went. They could only tell me he left shortly after your departure. That was after Ray told him strong words." Naomi had nothing to say to that. She was tired of rehashing what took place in Carl's office the day before. She still couldn't believe that she had practically thrown herself at his feet. Yet he rejected her. A sob caught in her throat, and she hastily pushed it back. After returning to the ranch and recounting in tears to Winston all that happened, she ran into her room and stayed in there for the rest of the day. The dinner Anna brought was barely touched, as was breakfast that morning. Her feelings ranged from self-pity to anger. Swallowing her pride for the sake of love, she'd gone to brazen it out with him and got humiliation for her efforts. "I'm going to town to look for him, so help me. I'll shoot him with his own gun if he refuses to come with me," he declared with a note of finality. But she stepped in his path. She protested tenderly. "Winston, please let it go. It's too late. Besides, he thinks you and I are still getting married." Winston scowled. "I can't understand how mule-headed he's become over the years. He used to be very quick on the uptake. From all you told me, you practically expressed your feelings to him and told him I was in on it." She shrugged. Who was to know what went on in the mind of the sheriff? She was tired of trying to find out. All she knew was that he believed her to be a loose woman, and nothing would ever change that. Naomi tried to stop Winston from leaving, but he refused and hurried out of the house to get to the stables. He told her he would send a ranch hand to take her into town so she wouldn't miss her train. That was if he didn't find his brother. Naomi was pacing the small room when she suddenly felt tense. She whirled around and her heart started thumping wildly in her chest. Standing there, looking as if he had run all the way from the town to the ranch, with his hair disheveled, his uniform rumpled, and his boots dusty, was Carl. His brilliant dark eyes trailed her body before coming to rest on her eyes. The intensity of his hot gaze made her throat dry. Her lips parted. "You can't leave. I can't allow you to go. I won't," he declared with firm resolve, his face strained and his stance taut. Joy stole up her body, and her cheeks became a rosy hue. When he, however, took a step into the room like a caged tiger, she unconsciously took a step back. He halted in his tracks. He gave her a nervous glance. "You don't have to be afraid of me. I'll never hurt you. I promise." She swallowed thickly. "I know." "Please don't go," he murmured tensely, and pleaded with both hands raised together. Naomi wanted to tell him she'd stay for as long as she wanted, but still hurt at the way he treated her yesterday. She thrust her chin out and tried to look indifferent. Why ever not? After all, it's what you've always wanted ever since I set foot here. She coldly shot at him and smiled inwardly when she saw apprehension lift into his eyes at her icily spoken words. "That was before. Things have changed," he rasped in a pensive mood. "What changed?" she questioned, a bit sharply. He wasn't going to get a soft landing with her. "I fell hopelessly and irresistibly in love with you," he simply declared, and her eyes widened. Her heart missed a beat, and extreme joy flowed through every pore in her body. With 2 strides, he closed the distance between them. He lifted his hands and gently cupped her face. He surveyed her steadily and said, "I don't expect you to forgive me for all the hurt I've caused you, but please find it in your heart to. I'm so sorry. I love you." Naomi was so stunned, she couldn't find her voice. She was scared to believe his declaration, but when she gazed into his eyes, she saw so much love shining in their blue depths, she couldn't believe her eyes. Tears burned her eyes, but she refused to shed them. This wasn't the moment for tears, however joyful. Winston had been right after all. Carl really did love her. "Please, you can't go, and if you stay, you can't marry Winston. I love my brother, but he can't have the woman I love. I'm prepared to abduct you on the day of the wedding and lock you up somewhere until I make you happy enough to forgive me and love me." Oh, darn, I'm rambling. His hands went through his tousled hair again, and the pleading in his eyes was too much for her to bear. So she forced herself to come out of her numb state and have mercy on him. He grasped her hands, his eyes impatient. "Please, I'll spend the rest of my life making up for the way I've treated you if you'd only give me a chance." He dropped her hands and grabbed her gently by the shoulders. "I know you think Winston is a better man for you. Certainly he is, but my life will be empty without you. I'll try to be as good as Winston, I promise. I just can't lose you. I love you." The words seemed wrenched from the depths of his soul, so much so that it made Naomi giddy with elation. Lifting her hand, she cupped his bearded chin. "You need a shave." His shoulders slumped upon hearing her words, and he looked so deflated, her plan to tease him unkindly at first dissolved instantly. "And you won't lose me. I think you've groveled enough for me to tell you I love you too." He did a double take and stepped back with widened eyes. "Do you really mean those words? You love me?" he echoed with ringing disbelief. She nodded with tears brimming in her eyes at the look of hope and joy mixed with skepticism in his eyes. "You're not just saying that out of pity, are you?" he queried tentatively as his throat bobbed up and down in loss of composure. "No, I'm not. And if you weren't as thick as a sheep in the head, you would have known that a long time ago, but you thought my love for you was me trying to seduce you into marrying me." His hand hit his forehead, and he groaned loudly, which made her laugh. "You're never going to let me forget calling you all those names, are you?" "No, Sheriff, you can count on that." Her smile could rival that of the sun. A fond smile dashed across his face. "Could you please stop calling me that? You have never once called my name. It rubs me the wrong way any time I hear you call me Sheriff." Naomi's head went back as laughter gurgled from her. So he had noticed, just the way she had also noticed then that he didn't call her by her name until they became friends that first time. "Carl," she said, putting him out of his misery. He pulled her into his arms. "Say it again, Naomi, my love." "Carl, Carl, my love." With a loud groan of sheer delight, his head descended and his lips captured hers just as her hands elevated and linked around his neck. Chapter 29. Naomi's laughter rang out in the clear morning sky as she tried to steady her fishing pole in the mass of water. Carl let out a small moan and admonished softly, "Hush, my love. You're scaring the fishes away." "Me?" she asked with all innocence. "Who's standing in the water?" Carl turned and shot her an affectionate smile that tugged at her heartstrings. She nearly fell from her position on a huge fallen tree near the stream she was attempting to catch a fish in. Carl instinctively brought out his hand to steady her, and she smiled in appreciation. "I told you to sit," he reminded her with a cocked brow, and she giggled. "It wasn't a comfortable position for me." "No. You just don't want to be seated while I stand. I should have known you'd be competitive." "Look who's talking. Who placed a wager on catching the biggest fish?" "Well, who didn't believe me when I said I'd caught a very big fish once?" Naomi giggled helplessly, which caused her to make a sudden movement. Her balance on the log threatened. She let out a frightened shriek as she tried to maintain her stance. "Dear God, this beautiful woman will be the death of me," Carl exclaimed. "What a wonderful way to die," Naomi teased. "Get off the log or come join me in the water," he ordered. She gave him a look of mock horror. "And have the fishes nibble at my feet? No, thank you." "Then stand still," he instructed her, trying to be stern with her, but he couldn't. Not with her looking so fetching. Naomi clicked her tongue at him. "I'm trying." He eyed her posture. "If you dare fall inside the water, I'll wring my neck." "You've told me that twice already," she completed with a pretty pout. She saw laughter dancing in his eyes and grinned at him, enjoying the fact that she was causing him untold worry. She made a swirling movement as if she was about to fall. From the corner of her eyes, She saw his face pale, and he hastily reached for her, lifting her skirts with one hand to display her pair of slender calves and bare feet. She scuttled away from him towards the edge of the log. A giggle passed her lips when she saw him scowl. Naomi's scream was, however, genuine when the rotting branch beneath her feet gave way, and she found herself inside the flowing stream. Cursing, Carl threw away his pole and dashed in after her. His hand went around her just in time before the rushing water took her away. He dragged their wet bodies from the water, holding her tautly in his arms while her hands were clasped around his neck. Breathing heavily, he gazed down at her with chagrin, even though love was evident in his eyes, and said, "I should have known what I was getting myself into when I fell in love with you." "My knight in shining armor," she teased, and placed a cold kiss on his wet cheek. "Flattery won't get you out of this, young woman. My hand is going to test your hide for your gross disobedience." Naomi stiffened in his arms, warning bells ringing in her head as she saw the dangerous threat in his eyes. "You wouldn't." His grin told her he would, and he'd enjoy doing it. She struggled to get out of his arms, but his hold tightened. "Whoa, where do you think you're going like a frightened filly? You asked for it, darling, and you're sure gonna get it. If you lay a finger on me, I'll make sure you regret it." His brows lifted mockingly. "You and what army?" Realizing she'd been caught, Naomi rolled her eyes and gave him what he desired, albeit grudgingly. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "Sorry for what?" he asked, tongue in cheek. "You're going to make this difficult for me, aren't you?" "Honey, you see me soaking wet and shivering. Does it look like I fancied a dip in that icy water?" "But you were standing in it." "In my boots, not my whole body. Now, how's that apology coming along?" She clicked her tongue and rushed out, "I'm sorry for not listening to you and for falling off the log." "Beautiful," he said, and leaned down to give her a quick kiss. "Now we better get back to the ranch and change out of these wet clothes before we catch our death of cold." Forgetting about their fishing poles and her boots, Carl helped Naomi onto her horse prior to climbing onto his. They raced the horses back to the ranch, where Winston gave them a comical look. "And the fish?" he questioned with a teasing note. Carl dealt him an angry look, while Naomi giggled and ran into her room to change her clothes, smiling at herself in the small mirror as she combed her red tresses. Naomi recalled the past 3 days since Carl declared his undying love for her. It had been nothing but bliss. She was so deliriously happy, she feared something would come and take it away. She and Carl were inseparable. Granted, he went to work, but since winter was approaching and the crime rate was excessively low, he spent most of the time at the ranch with her. They went horse riding every morning, and he took her into town the previous day to the dressmaker's. He instructed the woman to sew an assortment of clothes for her, much to Naomi's delight. The following day, he was planning on taking her to the next town so they could go to the theater. At night, they went for walks, just holding hands and enjoying looking at the moon and stars. A knock on her door got her whirling in its direction. Her heart missed a beat again when she saw the love of her life standing there with his hair wet and looking as handsome as ever. "Ray just sent word to me. I've got to head to the stagecoach stop. There's a bit of a disturbance there with some of their passengers." "Oh." Her countenance was deflated, and it showed. He smiled affectionately at her and drew her into his arms. "Don't worry. I'll be back before you know it." He placed a chaste kiss on her cheek and was gone. Naomi spent the rest of the morning chatting with Anna, and preparing snacks for the picnic she hoped to have with Carl that afternoon when he returned. As usual, she was overjoyed to see him when he returned. Carl told her about the disturbance as they made their way to the creek, carrying the picnic blanket and basket. He had placated ruffled tempers with a talk, and when one of the passengers tried to show he could be violent, the sheriff had convinced him otherwise by threatening to throw him into jail and throw away the keys. Naomi laughed and spread the blanket beneath their favorite tree. She opened the basket and began unpacking the food. Carl sat across from her on the blanket and leaned against the tree, watching her with affection. She served him some food and handed the plate to him, which he took with a fond smile on his face. She served herself too and sat beside him. "Pretty soon we won't be able to come here again," Carl stated regretfully. "It'll become very cold and the waters will freeze." She smiled ruefully. "That would be a shame because I have a lot of fond memories here." "It will always be in your heart," he informed her sweetly, and her eyes softened. They talked about mundane things as they ate. When they were done, she put aside their plates and they drank wine together. Carl leaned down the tree, turned towards her, elevated a knee, and draped his hand across it. Her perfectly shaped brows lifted when she noticed he was regarding her solemnly. "I want to tell you about Grace, Naomi." Naomi didn't know what to say. She'd wanted to know about Grace for so long. She didn't even notice when she stopped yearning for it. Carl's intense gaze was still on her before she realized he was seeking her approval. "Go ahead," she softly consented, and curved her body in his direction to give him her undivided attention. Jealousy forked through her when he told her how much he had loved his late wife, but she brushed it aside. How could she possibly be jealous of a dead woman? Grace was his past, while she was his present and future, hopefully in view of the fact that he was yet to ask her to marry him. As he spoke on about Grace, Naomi came to the conclusion that she liked the late woman. Had she been alive, there was a possibility that they would have become good friends. It was such a shame that she died so young and without bearing a child for her husband. "I'm so sorry, Carl," she sincerely told him, and placed an affectionate hand on his shoulder. He placed his hand on hers and shrugged. "It's all in the past now. All I can do is look forward to the future." He fixed her with a look filled with promises. She blushed. He took her hand and placed his lips on it. Sensations moved all over her body, but she ignored them and asked, "What happened to the rest of her family?" He sighed. "Her sisters live with their mother's sister and her husband in Denver." "Do you keep up correspondence with them?" "Every once in a while we exchange letters. We weren't really close, but any time I find myself in Denver, I always make sure I pay them a visit." "We should invite them over sometime," she suggested, and then turned beet red at her forward proposition. He hadn't made any move other than courting her, but here she was, making plans for the future. When she chanced a glance in his direction, she saw amusement in his eyes, and her face became flushed again. "Would you do me the honor of visiting her gravesite with me?" Her eyes widened at the question, but he smiled warmly at her. She didn't know how she'd feel standing there looking at the burial place of the woman Carl had loved with his whole heart and who, until recently, he still obviously loved. She, nevertheless, nodded. He took her hand and helped her up while she removed crumbs of their meal from her dress. Her gaze fell on what few flowers were left at the creek beds, as most of them had dried up during autumn. She moved her body in their direction. "Where are you going?" he asked, with wonderment in his voice. "To get some flowers. I'll be right back." He stood there and waited for her. When she came back with the flowers, she read both love and admiration in his eyes. He took one of the flowers, broke its stem, and placed it in her hair. The gesture was so sweet, she smiled like a ninny. He offered her his arm, and together they walked to the clearing in the woods where Grace lay in peace. The flowers on the headstone had dried, so she pushed them away and placed fresh ones on it. Her heart went out to the dead woman when she saw the engraving on the stone. Poor Grace had been only 19, her present age, when she died. She felt so much pity for the woman. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Carl saw the tears with bewilderment and drew her into his arms. I wish I had listened to Winston sooner. He placed a kiss on her forehead. You're indeed an amazing woman, and I'm proud to call you my own. A watery smile tugged at her lips, and she sniffed back the tears. He put her away from him and went down on one knee. Her heart slammed painfully in her chest as her eyes became as huge as saucers. What are you doing? I'm doing what I should have done a long time ago, my love. He grinned at her. This place must definitely be the oddest place on earth to do this, but it's just for you to know I've truly let go. I've surrendered my past to have an incredible future with you. Naomi Ruth Hart, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? The tip of Naomi's tongue snaked out to wet her dry lips as she just stared at him, not knowing what to say. She had hoped, prayed for this very moment ever since she set eyes on him, and now that it was finally happening, she was struck dumb with excitement. My love, you're supposed to say something, he murmured with a flushed face when she just continued gaping at him. Dizzy with love, her face aglow like a halo, she cleared her throat and her lips twitched. Certainly, this shameless hussy will marry you. After all, that's why she has been seducing you all along. Laughter rang out of her body when she saw his face darken with embarrassment, and he let out a loud groan. I'll marry you, Sheriff Carlton Jones Saunders. He rose to his feet, snatched her into his arms, and buried his face in her glorious mane that smelled of peaches. I love you, he whispered fiercely. Chapter 30. I think we should get a preacher to come here instead of going into town to get married, Naomi cheerfully said during breakfast 2 days later. Carl didn't care where they got married. All he wanted was to call her his wife. His hand went to his thigh to pinch it, just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Naomi loved him and had agreed to marry him. It all seemed too good to be true. Just when he thought he had botched things up, the universe smiled on him and gave him a second chance. I totally agree, Winston put in and took a sip of his coffee. The parlor is large enough to conduct the ceremony. Carl focused his attention on his brother, to whom he'd forever remain grateful for the rest of his life. He recalled with mirth how he almost had a heart attack when Winston's message of Naomi leaving finally reached him where he was cooling off in the hotel after that heated exchange with her. He had debated within himself for minutes on end whether he should go and declare his love to her. After the way he treated her, he was scared she would laugh in his face and throw his love back at him. Replaying the heated moment in his office, it dawned on him that she was probably leaving because she didn't get a positive answer from him. All the while, he rode back home like a plague was after him. He wondered why she called off her wedding to his brother. It was while he was still holding her in his arms, after they had declared their love for each other, that Winston, smiling like a ninny, had walked into the room, clapping his hands in obvious delight. His brother told him he'd gone in search of him and was ready to bloody his nose just to get him to listen. He then told him that the so-called courtship between him and Naomi was just a ruse to get him jealous and acknowledge his feelings for her. Words couldn't describe the relief he had felt, that Winston wasn't in love with Naomi and he wouldn't have to fight a duel with him to win Naomi. Love for both his brother and Naomi had flowed out of him when he thanked them for not giving up on him even though they had used deceitful means. His eyes returned to Naomi, who was looking particularly fetching that morning in a pale yellow muslin dress, which complemented her creamy skin. Her hair, falling loosely over her shoulders, and her back just the way he liked it, looked so soft and shiny. He was tempted to run his fingers through it. "Here we go again," he heard Winston grumble beside him, and shifted his attention back to him. His brows raised when he saw his brother staring at him with amusement, and, after darting a glance Naomi's way, saw her lips twitching. "What? I called your name thrice without an answer. You just sat there gawking at Naomi with a mesmerized glint in your eyes. Not that I can blame you." Winston chuckled. Carl grinned as he watched Naomi and Winston exchange a conspiratorial smile. No longer did he feel jealous at their familiarity with each other. But the men in town were a different matter entirely. When he took her shopping and saw how she was fawned over, it had taken all his strength not to draw out his gun at them. Naomi, he understood now, wasn't a flirt. She was usually just being polite and friendly to the men. She treated the women the same way. When she looked at him, it was with love and adoration. He'd admitted to himself that he would always be jealous and possessive of her, but he would learn to live with the fact that his woman was very beautiful. So naturally, men would admire her. Perhaps when they were married, men would respect that she would never be theirs and back off. Or he might just take a whip to their hides. "Have I thanked you for all you did, just to make sure I fell in love again with the perfect woman for me?" he drawled lightly. Winston's chest expanded at his brother's appreciative words. "Not that I can recall," he coyly stated. Carl reached out and clamped his hand affectionately on his brother's shoulder. "Thank you, Winston. I can't tell you how happy I am. Thanks for looking out for me." Winston shrugged. "I was just returning the favor of what you've always done for me. You're welcome, by the way. I'm glad you didn't totally botch up my having the best sister-in-law any man could wish for." Carl's eyes glittered with love when he saw his betrothed blush at his brother's words. He was so fortunate to have her. He thanked inwardly his late parents and Grace, who he felt were somewhat watching over him. When he heard a knock on the front door, Carl stood to answer it. He needed to put a little distance between him and Naomi, because the glow on her face was enticing him to draw her into his arms and kiss her, right there in the presence of his brother, which would greatly embarrass her. His warm gaze touched her before he departed from the kitchen. Whistling, he strode down the hallway to open the wooden front door. Ray stood with an elderly man who appeared somewhat familiar. "Morning, boss." "Morning, Ray," he called. "What are you doing here?" "This man came to the office to look for you," Ray responded quietly. Carl's attention went to the man who looked tired and worn out. His face was pinched with stress, and his thinning gray hair hung loosely on his head. His brown eyes, which were sharply surveying him, looked recognizable, but he couldn't quite place them. "How may I help you, sir?" Carl asked after the appraisal. "I'm Benjamin Hart, Naomi's father." Chapter 31. "Papa." Naomi quickly rose from the table and ran into the outstretched hands of the man. Tears streamed down her face in waves. She couldn't believe he was here. It all seemed like a pleasant dream to her. "My little girl," the man cooed, caressing her hair with a shaky hand as he held her as if he'd never let go. Naomi drew out of his arms a little to stare lovingly at his face. Twice as many wrinkles than when she'd left home were etched into his worried face. Guilt stole up her chest and squeezed her heart. She had done this to the poor man. The pronounced gray hair, the wrinkled face, the bags underneath his eyes, the weight loss were all her fault. What a bad daughter she was. With tears still running down her rosy cheeks, she blurted, "Oh, Papa, I'm so sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. Please forgive me." A loving smile wrinkled further the corners of the man's tear-glazed eyes. "Hush now, my girl. If anyone is to be blamed for anything, it's me. I should be the one asking for your forgiveness for pushing you into this." "Oh, Papa." She went into his arms again and continued weeping, completely oblivious to everything but her father's presence. She had missed him dearly. Like the way she used to feel whenever she was frightened as a little girl, she felt everything would be fine now that the man was here. A throat clearing loudly brought into her consciousness that she wasn't at home with her father, and they were in fact not alone in Carl and Winston's kitchen. Hot pink staining her face, she pulled away from the smiling man and looked behind him. Carl, smiling affectionately at the adorable scene, had one broad shoulder propped indulgently against the threshold. He straightened when she stepped away from her father, strode forward, and handed her his immaculate white handkerchief, which she took with gratitude. What a fright she must look, sobbing her heart out in another man's kitchen. She dabbed at her eyes and whirled around to fix her gaze on Winston, who was also smiling. "Papa, I must introduce you." She returned to Carl's side as her father gawked at them. "Don't tell me you're already married," he sputtered, which caused a shiver of alarm to run up her spine. Naomi noted her father's horrified gaze and became flustered with awkwardness. "No, Papa. We'll be married soon, though." Relief and apprehension crossed her father's face, causing her to wonder what was going on. She left Carl's side to clasp her father's hands. "What is it, Papa? Is everything all right?" She searched his eyes for answers. The man gave her a withering smile and patted her cheek. "Nothing, my dear. A man takes honor in giving away his daughter in marriage." Not really satisfied with his answer, though she nodded in acceptance, she made the introductions. Her father shook hands with the two men and then stared pointedly at her. "Is there a place where we can talk privately?" All the color drained from Naomi's face because, dear God, she knew what he wanted to talk about. Not wanting to ruffle the blissful waters, she hadn't found courage to tell Carl about the whole drama with Will and her father. Instead, she had acted like the proverbial ostrich and dug her head in the sand. She loved him hopelessly, but he'd always accused her of being who she was not. If she told him she'd left a man at the altar, would she lose him again? Carl stepped forward to take charge, as Naomi just stood there with pallor akin to that of a ghost. She saw his questioning expression, but she chose to ignore it. "Naomi, why don't you ride back into town with Ray, book a room for your father at the hotel, and have all the privacy you want with him?" Those words jerked her out of her frozen state. Her father told her he'd wait for her outside. Then he shook hands with the men again and walked out of the kitchen. Naomi dashed into her room to get a wrap, a bonnet, and a reticule. Even though her father was outside the ranch house with Ray, Carl refrained from touching her when she came into the kitchen to say goodbye. Winston, however, had no problem doing that, which made her laugh a little as he hugged her and teased his brother about belated propriety. Despite the fact that her insides were in turmoil, she shot Ray a bright smile and tried to converse amicably with him on their way to town. Father and daughter couldn't say a word to each other until they were ensconced in the hotel room, and then he told her what she feared most. "William is still searching for you." Her heart sank. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "What a morning," Carl said as he finished the last morsel on his plate and lounged in his chair with a satisfied smile on his face. Breakfast had been more dramatic than it usually was. He wondered if Naomi had invited her father for their wedding, but that wasn't plausible because he had only asked for her hand 2 days ago, or had she invited him for her and Winston's supposed wedding? But it was a ruse. He raised his head to ask Winston what he thought about it when he noticed Winston was studying him warily. His brother had been somewhat jumpy from the time Naomi and her father left. His brows arched. "What is it, Winston?" "What?" He shot him a no-nonsense appraisal. "You've been acting weird since Naomi and her father left. What are you thinking?" "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just glad things worked out as planned. Now you get to ask Naomi's father for her hand in marriage." "You sent for him?" "No, I'm as stunned as you are at his presence." "Really?" Carl's eyes darkened with suspicion. Winston chuckled. "Please don't practice being sheriff on me. I had enough to last me a lifetime when we were kids." Winston's smile of satisfaction grated on his brother's nerves. "Then tell me why you can't meet my eyes, which is a telltale sign of you being nervous and keeping things from me." Carl frowned when Winston still refused to meet his eyes. He was right. Winston was hiding something from him. "Spill it, Winston. What meddling have you done recently?" Winston was shaking his head when they both heard a knock on the door. Carl groaned and wondered who it was this time. The ranch hands hardly came to the house, and Ray had promised to hold forth pending his arrival at the office. Without waiting for Winston to rise, he stood and strode purposefully out of the kitchen to the front door. A tall, slim man with a thin mustache stood by the door. He was in all black clothes, and his eyes were equally black. He removed his hat and pushed back his raven-wing mane. There was something dark and sinister about him which put Carl on alert. "Who are you?" he questioned, not bothering to be polite because he didn't like the look of him. "I'm William Branson, and I'm here for my wife." "Come again?" Carl leaned forward, believing he didn't hear well. The man's smile turned cocky. "Are you hard of hearing, Sheriff? I said I'm here for my wife." "And who might your wife be?" Carl questioned with sardonic bite. He couldn't possibly think of who'd want to be married to such a man. All he could think of was that poor Anna had gotten herself mixed up with such an unflattering man. He didn't speak like someone from these parts. Naomi Hart Branson. Carl thought he was hearing things again. Did this man just mention my Naomi? It's not possible. Naomi couldn't possibly be married to such a man, not while planning a wedding with me in a few days. That would be tantamount to bigamy, the man intoned coldly. "Did you hear what I just said, Sheriff? I'm here for my wife, Naomi. Now, is she in or not? I'm tired of standing out here in the cold. I'm not used to such harsh weather." What the heck was he talking about, harsh weather? Was the man crazy? Carl's subconscious was denying the fact that the man called Naomi his wife, and he didn't want his train of thought heading that way. So he just stood there, staring at the man like something that crawled out from under a rock. Appearing disconcerted, a deep frown altered the man's features. Perhaps I might come in and maybe have coffee or brandy to warm my cold bones. Carl didn't budge from the door. In fact, he folded his arms across his chest and gave the man a fulminating glare. Did Winston put you up to this? Confusion marked the man's face. Winston, who's he? He sighed. I grow weary of this game you're playing, Sheriff. Where's my wife? Carl? Carl stiffened and whirled around to see Winston, surveying him with trepidation in his eyes. His brother strode forward and gave the man a piercing look. You said Naomi is your wife? Carl dealt the man a scornful look. Come on, Winston. Don't encourage the man. He's obviously lying or someone put him up to this. And I seriously suspect you, after all, you were acting odd when Naomi left with her father. Benjamin is here. The man interjected with a smile on his face. He's my very good friend. I didn't know he also discovered the whereabouts of my wife. I got tired of waiting for him to fetch her back home and took matters into my own. Winston hurriedly inserted sternly. But Naomi told me she didn't marry you. She, in fact, left for Idaho on the morning of your wedding. The man's eyes increased in size and he appeared insulted. No such thing happened. I have our marriage certificate right here. The man reached into the bag he carried and continued his explanation. She was so upset when she lost our baby a few months after our wedding and wanted to get away, but I didn't accept how upset she was until she left. I've been searching for her ever since. It was fortunate that she finally wrote to her friend Agnes, and I was able to know her location. This is a dream, no, a nightmare. All I have to do is shake myself awake, and I'll find myself in bed, sweating profusely. The thought ran through his mind again as he closed his eyes, but when he opened them, a wrinkled paper was thrust in his face. Angrily, he jerked it from the man, and his whole world came crashing down when he perused its contents. Naomi Ruth Hart was indeed married to William James Branson. The wedding had taken place at a church in Pennsylvania 6 months ago. Engulfed with rage, the paper crumpled in his hand, but he let it go when the man raised an alarm and reached for it. With his face like a thunderstorm, Carl straightened to his full height. Your wife is in town with her father. You can take her back home from there. I'll send someone down with her trunk, Carl said, dealing the man an icy stare. Then he stepped back and slammed the door in the man's smug face. He stalked to the living room and paced the fireplace with one hand on his waist and another on his forehead as he tried to control the fury swallowing him up. Carl. He paused and shot his brother a frown filled with antagonism. Then he stabbed a finger in the air. Not one word, Winston. Not a single word. He turned and gripped the mantel above the fireplace hard, whilst trying to control the agony raking his body. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Feeling as if the weight of the world was on her shoulders, Naomi silently let herself into the ranch house. She hadn't been able to spend a long time with her father because after his news, she had ended up weeping in his arms. With her mood ruined and seeing the tired lines at the corners of his eyes, she bade him goodbye and told him she'd be back later in the day so they could talk things over. He agreed and, hugging her, told her that everything would be all right. It was hard believing him when she had to go back to the ranch to tell Carl all about Will. Ray magnanimously asked a colleague to take her back to the ranch. Naomi pondered all the way how she was going to broach the topic with Carl. He had quite a temper, and she didn't want it directed at her again, being the target for so long. A small gasp left her lips when she raised her head and saw the subject of her thoughts standing at the hallway with arms akimbo. There was a calmness about him which the fury in his eyes belied. His jaw was rigid, and a muscle moved along his cheekbone. "Carl," she intoned quietly, and took a step back when he dropped his hands from his hips and took a step her way. The rage in the depths of those blue eyes got her swallowing nervously. "Back so soon?" he demanded curtly. His gaze trailed her body in such an insulting manner that she put her arms around herself. She nodded, wondering what the cause of his ire was, until he launched at her furiously. "I thought you'd want to spend more time with your husband." Husband? Carl thought her father was her husband? Surely her intended wasn't a patient for Bedlam. How could he possibly think that about Papa? She knew he was jealous and possessive, but this was taking it too far. Her mouth became dry as a bone, and she had to swallow before she could respond. "That man isn't—" "I'm not referring to him. I'm talking about William Branson," he countered scathingly. Her face lost all its color. Her heart started pumping rapidly, which caused shortness of breath. She had to force oxygen into her lungs, but Carl's gaze was still merciless on her. A certain dread filled her body. How did he find out? Who could possibly have told him? Then she stilled. Winston. She'd confided only in Winston. But how could such a sweet man betray her trust? Why would he talk to his brother about such a sensitive issue? It made no sense, or was he pissed at her for not telling him all this while? "Oh, Winston, but I plan on telling him. I was just scared." "Got nothing to say?" Carl slashed with derisive bite. Naomi blanched before responding. "Winston told you, didn't he?" "Leave my brother out of this," he icily told her. "You've deceived him long enough. I happen to have the misfortune of meeting your husband, whom you abandoned in Pennsylvania to come and deceive innocent men here." Husband? What was he talking about? Then it hit her what he just said. Carl met Will. Oh no, did that mean Will was here in Idaho? "You said you met him?" she cried in bewilderment. He eyed her cynically. "It's a wonder you didn't meet him on your way here. Maybe you did, and you're just pretending as usual, you treacherous witch." Oh God, not the name-calling again. Darting her tongue at the tip of her lips in a nervous motion, Naomi took a step towards the angry man. "I don't know what's going on here, but I swear to you on my mother's grave and everything I hold dear that Will isn't my husband. Yes, we were to be married, but he isn't my husband. Let me tell you everything. My mother—" Carl interposed harshly. "Shut up. Do you expect me to believe a word you say after your deceit? Do you think I'll stand here for you to tell me a cock and bull story about the man you left simply because you lost your baby and needed somewhere to go? How could you be so heartless? Now, I understand the sadness in your eyes sometimes." She stamped her feet on the ground in exasperation at his false accusations. "It was due to missing my mother, whom death consumed, and my father as well. It had nothing to do with Will. Lost baby? I don't know what you're talking about." She heard him let out a growl that sounded like an animal caught in a trap, and knew there was no hope of freedom. Then he stalked in her direction. He shot her a look of wholesome fury. "Get out of my way, or so help me, I'll carry out my threat and wring your lying, deceitful neck." "Carl," Winston shouted from behind him, "this has gone on long enough. Please listen to Naomi. She's saying the truth." Carl dealt his brother a glance of pure rage that got Naomi unconsciously moving out of his way. He brushed past her to the door and slammed it so hard she thought it would break in half. Naomi hastily turned to Winston with tears and pleading in her eyes. I was so frightened of telling him. I wanted us to be married first. Winston shook his head regretfully. You should have told him before now, but I understand. Don't worry. I'll talk to him. I swear, Will isn't my husband. I didn't marry him. You don't have to swear to me. I know you aren't lying. The moment I laid eyes on the loan shark, I knew he was a dubious fellow. Don't worry. When Carl calms down long enough, he'll discover you're telling the truth. I love him. I don't want to lose him. Winston gave her a small smile and left the house. Naomi ran to her room, lay on her bed, and wept profusely. Chapter 32. Carl! His brother turned and regarded him with great wrath. Dang it, Winston. I hope you didn't follow me to try to extol that chit's virtues, because you just might have your nose bloodied. He continued his angry stride towards the creeks. It gutted him that he had been right about Naomi after all. He felt every inch a fool for not following up on the investigation he had started. Blinded by love, he'd allowed her to pull the wool over his eyes. His heart was breaking into fragments at her deceit, but he held on to anger because if he gave in to the despair in his heart, he might just break down and cry like a baby. He hadn't even felt this way when Grace died. He was tempted to go to a saloon in town and drink himself to stupor, or go to the fort at the outskirts of the town to pick a fight with one of the soldiers. He hoped he'd be beaten to a pulp until he lost all sense of feeling in his body. At least, then he'd stop thinking of Naomi and her treachery. Carl, please stop and listen to me. Carl rounded on him in blazing fury. Get away from me, Winston. I'll not be held responsible for whatever I do to you right now. I don't want to hear anything you have to say in her defense. Winston shrugged in a nonchalant gesture. That's too bad because you're going to listen to me all the same. The infuriated man swung away and continued his angry walk down to the creek. Remembering that Winston knew about Naomi's deceit, he turned and threw his brother an incensed appraisal. I can't believe you knew about all this, and you were willing to remain quiet about it, even as I was about to marry her. Winston let out a heavy sigh and reached out his hand to his brother in a desperate plea for understanding. It was not my place to tell you about her past, just as it wasn't my place to tell her about Grace. A scowl darkened Carl's face as he recalled that he had taken Naomi into his confidence about his late wife, but she hadn't deemed it fit to return the favor. I told her about Grace. Right then, she should have told me about her husband before I made a fool of myself by asking her to marry me. Winston threw up both hands in exasperation. For God's sake, Carl, he isn't her husband. Besides, she was scared. You'd accused her of so many things in the past. She was scared you'd do so again if she told you, and also judge her for leaving Will at the altar. With your sense of propriety, there was every chance you would have sent her home to marry William, believing it was the right thing to do. Carl wasn't impressed by his brother's reasoning. How the heck would I have done that when I was willing to steal her from you, my own brother? She should have trusted in my love for her and told me. He stabbed a finger at his chest, clearly slighted. Winston cocked a brow. So you do love her. Carl eyed him, his blue eyes reflecting impatience. Of course I do. With every fiber of my being. Why do you think I'm as angry as a mother hen? Winston closed the space between them. He placed a comforting hand on his brother's tense shoulder. Then believe what she's saying and help her out of her pickle. Carl angrily flung his hand away and moved a few steps from him. For God's sake, how do I find a way out of her being married? How did she propose to get away with bigamy? Winston gritted his teeth. Oh, you stubborn mule. She isn't married to him. Almost got married, but she isn't. Does Naomi strike you as someone who would engage in bigamy? Carl didn't think so, but he didn't know what to believe anymore. She had lied to him. Well, lied by omission, but practiced dishonesty nevertheless. Winston drew closer. Will you please calm down long enough for me to tell you what she told me so we could both find a solution to this mess? Carl scoffed. A mess it is indeed. I still can't believe she told you and not me, and you didn't tell me. Winston shook his head. Are we back to this again? Carl, you've got to understand something. She sees me as her brother, who losing might hurt, but only a little. On the other hand, she sees you as the man she loves. Losing you might drive her crazy, so don't judge her. Besides, you were such an oaf then. She didn't think telling you would make any difference. She was also scared what your sheriff's sense of duty might make you do, like arrest her or something, when she didn't really have a choice in the matter. Put like that, Carl was wont to agree with his brother. He'd behaved abominably towards her repeatedly, so he could understand why she'd been wary of telling him. But he'd trusted her enough to tell her about Grace. Couldn't she have confided in him about William? But he had to ask himself, wouldn't he be reacting this way also had she told him before now? There was every chance he would have felt immense pity for William, thinking he was a lovesick man. He would have written to him and tried to find common ground for them all since he was a peace-loving man. And from William's countenance that morning, he didn't want harmony. Something about him didn't sit well with Carl. Sighing, he sat and leaned his back against the tree while Winston stood over him and related all that Naomi had told him that very day at the same spot. Carl's anger at William grew as his brother talked on. How dare he force a man to give out his daughter's hand in marriage? A man who was still grieving for his dead wife, and Naomi, the poor girl, had still been mourning for her mother, and was to be thrust into a marriage with a man she didn't know and who was most likely twice her age. Difficult though it was, he was slowly beginning to understand why she had run away. It was cunning, but he knew she didn't really have a choice. It made him a little anxious that had she not run away, he would never have met her and fallen in love with her, which had made him happier than he had been in years. Carl pushed himself to his feet. There was determination on his face as he brushed dried leaves from his trousers. Winston was grinning broadly. You believe me and you have a plan, don't you? He nodded. If what you say is true, then I have to open an investigation on William Branson, the loan shark from Pennsylvania. When I get to the office, I'll send a letter to the sheriff over there about him. Hopefully, I'll get a reply before this whole drama blows over. Winston nodded. That's good. That's the sheriff talking. Now what about Carl, the man who's in love with Naomi? His brother shot him a derisive glance before saying, I'll make Naomi's life a living hell for not telling me about her past. You can count on that. Winston looked disappointed. But, Carl added, enjoying the lost puppy look on his brother's face, I'll make arrangements with the bank for her father's debt to be paid off if she's indeed not married to him. A smile of satisfaction spread across Winston's face before he stated, Be warned, Carl, the debt is huge. Carl scoffed. So also is my inheritance and savings. I was going to use it to set up a ranch in Wyoming after you married Naomi, but I guess it'd be of better use now. You planned on leaving Idaho? Story for another day, Winston. Right now, I need to get into town to put things in place. I could also help out. The ranch is doing pretty well. We could both pay in equal halves. Carl shook his head vehemently. It's my duty to do it, Winston, since she's my woman. So quit trying to play her knight in shining armor. She's already got one. And with those words, Carl left his brother looking after him with a wide smile on his face. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The tears kept falling. She didn't know how to stop them because they just ran unheeded down her face. When she woke up that morning, she had been so happy that she was loved by Carl and they were getting married, but now he hated her again all because of Will. Couldn't the man have stayed away? Why did he want to marry her at all costs? She didn't love him. As a matter of fact, she would be miserable as his wife. She sniffed and wiped away the falling tears yet again with her damp handkerchief. The only plausible reason she could give for William being in Idaho was that he had probably followed her father when he discovered her location through Agnes. "Papa, why weren't you careful?" Her heart broke again when she recalled the scene with Carl. She didn't blame him one bit for being angry. She too would be angry if a strange woman showed up and claimed she was his wife. If only she could get through to him and explain, albeit belatedly. "Naomi?" Her heart leapt in her throat, but sank again when she noted it wasn't the brother she wanted who called her name. She heard Winston's knock before he pulled down the doorknob and entered the room. She hastily rose from her bed and swung her legs to the side to place them on the ground. Raising her handkerchief to her eyes, she slowly dabbed them. Leaving the door wide open, Winston came into the room and sat on the bed beside her. "Naomi, please stop crying," he cooed softly. She elevated puffy eyes at him. "Why shouldn't I cry when my life has been turned upside down and there's nothing I can do about it?" "Maybe you can't, but Carl can." A sob caught in her throat. "But he isn't willing to. He hates me now." In spite of the situation, her friend chuckled. "No, he doesn't hate you. He loves you so much he has come up with a solution to get you out of your predicament." Naomi could hardly believe her ears as hope began to rise in her chest. She sniffed and asked, "He has?" "Yes." Winston smiled warmly at her. Her eyes were frantic. "Does that mean he believes Will isn't my husband?" Winston cocked his head from side to side, as if trying to choose his words carefully, and hope died again in her. "He doesn't," she stated despondently, and stared at her handkerchief. Tears glazed her eyes again. "He's coming round to it, but he's still very angry. You know him and his temper, but don't worry your pretty little head about it. Carl has offered to pay your father's debt to get Will off his back for good." "What?" Winston told her enthusiastically. "Yes, that's the only way he could think of to get the loan shark to go back home and leave you and your father alone." Inexplicable joy made Naomi throw away her years of training to be a lady, and she threw her arms around the man who was going to be her brother-in-law. When she hastily pulled away, her cheeks as red as a plum, she saw she'd surprised him. "I'm sorry." She wrung her handkerchief in embarrassment. He chuckled helplessly. "It's okay. I understand your joy. If I didn't know Carl would have thought I'd gone mad, I would have hugged him too after he proffered the solution." Her eyes lit up with delight and she giggled, but some seconds later the sparkle died out. "What's wrong?" She shook her head. "It isn't right for my intended to pay my father's debt. I don't think Papa would agree to it. Even though he seems to be at the lowest point in his life at the moment, my father still has his pride. I suppose so, but I was thinking we could make him see it as a wedding gift. Shocked laughter rushed out of her. That would be the most expensive wedding gift in history. Winston chuckled. Anything to keep you here and continue your wedding plans to Carl. If he'd still have me. Of course he will. Why do you think he's going out of his way to do this? Moreover, the sheriff in him wants to look into William, so it's a win-win situation. Naomi was silent. It looked too good to be true, so she was afraid of hoping. Besides, she didn't know if her father would agree to such an arrangement. Having his proposed son-in-law pay his debt wouldn't sit well with him. Winston touched her softly on the arm, and she raised her eyes to his. Do you think you can convince your father to accept Carl's proposal? I really wouldn't want all the hard work I put into getting you and Carl together to be in vain. Besides, where's the place of pride where love is concerned? Naomi had to agree to his reasoning after he said all that. She hoped it would all work out in the end, so she gave him a nod that brought a bright smile across his face. Chapter 33. My dear, I'm so sorry. I had no idea he followed me. Had I known that, I would have stayed away and written to you instead, but I so desperately wanted to see you, Benjamin Hart ruefully said to his daughter. Seeing her father so wrought with pain and regret, Naomi rose from the chair in the hotel room and went to him. She clutched his hands in hers. Oh, Papa, please don't. I'm so happy to see you. But I led that devious man right to you. I should have been more discreet. You wouldn't have known because, like you said, he's tricky. Anyway, it doesn't matter, Papa. Besides, I think it's even for the best he came. How can it be for the best? The man has threatened both our lives. He told me if he doesn't marry you, no one else will. Naomi paled at the words, but she shook it off. Her prospective husband was a sheriff, and he'd come up with a way out William couldn't refuse. Papa, my intended has come up with a solution. Really? What is it? He wants to pay off your debt to Will. No, but Papa, it's the only way to get Will to go back home. Naomi let the tears welling in her eyes fall. Papa, I don't want to marry Will. I love Carl. Silence enveloped them at her outburst. Her father, after staring at her intently, gently took her hand and led her to the bed and made her sit. He sat beside her and wiped away her tears with his hands, like he used to do when she was a little girl, which made more tears drop from her eyes at the affectionate gesture. Naomi, be honest with me. His daughter nodded and wiped away her tears. You were positively glowing this morning when I met you at the ranch, and I knew something had changed in you. But I need to know, are you happy here? Naomi smiled through her tears. Deliriously so. He fondly smiled at her. I thought as much. Naomi stared bashfully at her damp handkerchief. She didn't feel comfortable talking to her father about the man she loved. Her father understood and smiled at her. He put an arm around her shoulder, and she leaned on his chest. I've mightily botched up things for you, haven't I? I can't tell you how sorry I am for doing this to you. If only I'd been wiser. I was so desperate to get your mother healed. I suppose I didn't think of the consequences of what I was doing. I ran down my business paying doctors and herbalists for a cure for her, and that wasn't enough to make me stop. I borrowed from the bank when the business went down. Then William too, which led us to where we are today. I'm so sorry that you are at the receiving end of my unwise choices. If only I could turn back the hands of time. It's okay, Papa. I understand. I do the same for the person I love. I understand that now that I love someone. I'm glad you understand, my dear. I'll make this okay again, I promise. Naomi raised her head from his chest. Papa, we've found a solution. William can't refuse Carl's offer. Don't be so certain, Naomi. I don't think he's interested in the money anymore. He wants you, and he means to have you at all cost. That's my fear, but don't worry, my dear. I'll find a way to convince him to leave so we could go back and handle it man to man. Carl, the man shook his head. No, Naomi, I can't accept the money from your intended. It isn't right. This has nothing to do with him. It has everything to do with him, Papa. If William isn't paid, he won't get to marry me, and I can't bear not being married to him. Her father drew her to him when her voice broke with tears. Certainly, he'd be wondering why she was so teary-eyed when in the past she hardly shed tears. Please understand, my dear, I can't have him pay my debt. I don't expect you to understand, but it's a thing of pride. What kind of man would I be if a stranger came in to save you when it's my duty to? I'll find a way to get Will to leave, I promise. Naomi echoed Winston's words. Where's the place of pride where love is concerned? Her father was silent at that, deep in thought. Naomi prayed inwardly that he would agree to Carl's proposal. Chapter 34. Do you know where William is staying? Benjamin asked a few minutes later. She lifted her head and shook it. Not really. He's probably staying in this hotel too. It's the only one in town. Her father slowly rose from the bed. Then, I've got to find him and speak with him. I'll go with you, Papa. No, my dear. I've got to speak with him alone, man to man. Papa, please. I was too proud to plead with him last time. But perhaps if I do so now, he might listen to me and take the money. Naomi, I repeat, please understand that I can't allow Carl to pay my debt. What kind of a father would I be if I let my prospective son-in-law marry my daughter in such a manner? Crestfallen, she silently vowed to mention the money at any opportunity. Her father was being blinded by manly pride. If Will didn't choose the option of her father going to debtor's prison in Pennsylvania, but insisted on marrying her instead, she didn't think whatever he had to say would sway the loan shark. Okay, Papa, but please let me come with you. I might be able to get through to him if you can't. He shook his head, but later agreed when she held his hand and gave him a pretty pout that he couldn't resist. With a grim smile, he nodded, and she threw her arms around him to give him a hug of appreciation. They left the room together and went down to the lobby. The man at the reception didn't want to give them Will's room number, but when Benjamin tossed him a few coins, he obliged. Father and daughter climbed the stairs again to the loan shark's room. After letting out a deep breath, Naomi's father knocked on the door. Naomi had to squelch the instant dislike she felt for the man who opened the door after a few seconds. And I'm supposed to marry this man? A man I can't even dredge up a single emotion for other than loathing? Never. What a pleasant surprise, the man said, rubbing his mustache in an irritating fashion. Not you, Benjamin, because I was expecting you, but I didn't know you would come along with your beautiful daughter for a visit. Naomi bit back an angry retort. She was here to plead with him, so she wouldn't let him rile her no matter what. She didn't, however, have to pretend she liked the sight of him. Thrusting out her chin, she looked him squarely in the eyes. A smug smile appeared on his face, and Naomi bit hard on her tongue again to hold herself back from throwing every cuss word she knew at him, no matter how limited it was. "William, may we come in?" she requested coldly with a fake smile on her face. "Definitely," he remarked fluidly, and with a swipe of his hand stepped back for them to enter. Naomi was already beginning to regret coming to his room as she and her father sat on the chairs available in the small room. He sat on the bed staring at them, at her expectantly. "What do you want?" he snapped at her father. "William, I'm not going to begin by talking about how you came to be here and why you are, so I'll just go straight to the point." Naomi, not usually one to have a violent streak in her, felt like slapping the sneer off the loan shark's face. "Will, I want you to leave Idaho on the next train that comes through this way. We'll go together. I want us to go back to Pennsylvania to resolve our issues. I don't want my daughter to have anything to do with it. I've told you before that I intend spending the rest of my life in debtor's prison, seeing as I can't pay back your money," Benjamin carefully explained. "Oh, Papa." Her father turned to look at her. "It's okay, Naomi. If it would get you free of him, I'm willing to do anything." "But, shh." "What a touching scene," Will sneered and rose from the bed. Father and daughter stared at him as he took the stance of someone deep in thought. He walked to the window and looked outside, then fixed both of them with an unreadable stare. "No," he simply said. Naomi's father rose to his feet. "Please be reasonable, William. My daughter doesn't want to marry you. Why do you want to marry her at all costs?" Will gave him a look of raging disbelief. "Are you blind? Take a look at your daughter. Any man would kill to have her." Naomi blushed to the roots of her hair as the man's eyes trailed her from head to toe in a way she didn't like. Her father's face hardened, and he took another step towards the loan shark. "But she doesn't want to marry you. My daughter's happiness matters to me a lot, and I'd do anything for her." "Then you should have thought of that before you came to me for money you couldn't hope to repay." "Yes, I did. Not her. So leave her out of this and do whatever you will with me. I beg of you." The man pleaded desperately, but the indifference in the loan shark's eyes showed clearly that he wasn't moved. "Don't tempt me into accepting your offer of doing whatever I like with you." Naomi felt the drama had gone on long enough. She rose fluidly to her feet and walked to her father. She touched his arm and he turned in her direction with dull eyes. Compassion streamed out of her. She'd promised him she wouldn't mention the money, but she couldn't stay still anymore. Not when the scheming man was treating her father like this. "What if my father pays you the money back with all the interest accrued?" she asked the man who cocked an eyebrow at her. "Naomi, don't." "No, Papa," she said in a low tone. "If that's the only way to get rid of him, we have to take it." Will folded his arms across his chest with a jeering look in his eyes. "How do you propose to pay me back?" She threw him a cold glance. "That's none of your business. You'll get your money before you leave here, and my father and I will be free of you." Will threw back his head and gave a laugh that chilled her to her bones. "It isn't that simple, my beauty." She eyed him. "Why isn't it simple?" He looked mockingly from father to daughter. "Both of you must think me to be a fool of the highest order, a simpleton perhaps." "What are you talking about?" Benjamin questioned. "When I found out your daughter's location, I sent my man down here to investigate ahead of me. It took some time, but he was able to get someone who was willing to talk about her. From his findings, I gathered she and the sheriff are in love and planning on getting married." Naomi's eyes broadened in surprise. She had wondered how Carl got to meet Will, and she had thought it was in town, but she was only just realizing that he might have gone to the ranch to seek her and make trouble. He continued, "You see, I can't allow that, not after she humiliated me by not showing up at the church on our wedding day, combined with all the stress of finding her. He took a step toward her. You see, my dear, you had no inkling of the humiliation I faced when you didn't show up at the church. I was at the receiving end of mockery from my family, friends, and business associates for weeks after I'd bragged to them that I was marrying the most beautiful girl in Pennsylvania. And now you want to ride off into the sunset with your sheriff after all that? He shook his head with a smug smile on his face. Not in this lifetime, my dear. In fact, over my dead body. Naomi was still trying to find her voice, so she couldn't say anything to him. It wasn't that he wanted her anymore. He just wanted revenge. She left him hanging at the altar so she would pay for it. Tears smarted in her eyes at the unfairness of everything. She had repeatedly told him that she didn't want to marry him, even gone out of her way to show him contempt, which she wasn't used to, but he'd insisted on marrying her. So was she really to be blamed for what she did? But there was no point looking for who to blame. This was a dicey situation, and if she didn't handle it well, it might just spiral out of control. Swallowing her pride and doing what she had never done before in her life, she slowly went down on her knees. Naomi, get up, her father snapped and placed a hand on her arm, but she shook her head with tears brimming in her eyes. Please, Papa, I have to do this. Perhaps if I had done this back home, we wouldn't be in this quandary now. No, my dear, I put you in this predicament. I'm to be blamed for everything. Oh, Papa. She shook away her tears and focused her teary gaze on the lone shark who was staring at them with contentment. William, I'm sorry. I know I put you in a very precarious situation, but I was just a frightened girl who had lost her beloved mother and was about to be pulled into a marriage she wasn't ready for. I felt ill-equipped to handle what was going on around me, so I panicked. I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive me and my father and accept the money from my intended. I'm sure someday soon you'll find a woman after your heart. A poor wife will I make. William clapped his hands when she was done talking. Quite an orator you are, he jeered. Then his face became menacing. Listen to me, and listen good. The next train to the north arrives in 2 days. You and I will be on that train back to Pennsylvania, or else. He deliberately left his words, hanging with a smile on his face that was filled with evil promises. Angry, now that she had made a fool of herself begging him, Naomi rose abruptly to her feet and didn't think she could hold back her tongue anymore because he didn't deserve it. The man just wanted to pay her back. He didn't want the money. He was just being his mean and wily self, trying to deny her love and happiness because he most definitely didn't have them in his life. Or else what, you despicable cad? She fiercely threw at him. A smug smile graced his face. Yes, that's the feisty beauty I intend to marry. You brought her out at last. I was bored with the meek and docile princess, which doesn't suit you. Holding back the urge to spit at him, she curtly said, I asked you a question. Or else I'll make your beloved sheriff disappear. For good. Fear snaked up her spine at the threat to Carl's life, but she couldn't give in to it now. Her father cut in. You can't make such threats, William. What more do you want? She has apologized. You'll get your money. Why don't you just go back to Pennsylvania? Nobody wants you here. Anger slashed across the man's features. I want her for a wife, and I mean to have her. You don't want me. You just want revenge. He shrugged. So, I get to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In the powerfully charged moment, Will strolled to the window and stared out of it as if the other occupants of the room weren't there. Naomi gritted her teeth as he smiled at something, probably a lady of the night. She'd rather die than marry this man. "I will never marry you," she declared bluntly. "You can do as you please, but you'll never have me." "Papa, please let's go," she pleaded with her father, who was staring at the loan shark as if he wanted to have him strangled. His fists bulged, and then his shoulders slumped all of a sudden. Naomi knew he was blaming himself again. She touched his arm as he walked towards the loan shark. "Papa, we have to leave," she begged, and turned in the direction of the door, believing he would follow her when he saw her departing. Chapter 35. Standing by the door with a raised hand to knock, Carl paused his movement to take a minute to ponder if he was doing the right thing. He wasn't certain if it was wise of him to be there at William Branson's hotel room door, not with fury still inside of him. The man had sprung the element of surprise on him that morning, so he hadn't really been able to handle him well at the ranch. But now that he was a bit clear-headed, he wasn't certain he wouldn't beat the man within an inch of his life if he dared speak out of turn to him. Even though he was still very angry with Naomi for not telling him about her past, he realized she wouldn't have come down to Idaho if she was married to William. She would have had the marriage dissolved. The fact that she told Winston about it was also her saving grace. It was while he was sending letters to the sheriff in Pennsylvania that he decided he couldn't lose her. She'd brought too much joy into his life for him to return to the dark and empty void that had been his existence before she came. He would do anything to see her married to him, even if it meant going to the loan shark to discuss the way forward, man to man. He had the mind to tear the marriage certificate into 1,000 pieces if he dared present it to him again. If by some unfortunate chance he was truly married to Naomi, he was prepared to convince him to let her go and have the marriage dissolved. Though from what he had seen of the man that morning, he didn't look like one who'd suffer fools gladly, but he wouldn't let that stop him. His love for Naomi would make him go to any length to keep her, even if it meant begging the man. He would do it for the red-haired, feisty beauty, and then wring her lying neck when William left. Pulling his anger under control, he lifted his hand to knock, but was stunned when the door swung open, and he saw the woman he wanted to fight for, standing there with guilt in her eyes. "Carl," she gasped, and her hand rose to her throat. What the heck was she doing there? Suspicion darkened his eyes, and before he could ask the question, he heard William say, "Honey, who's there?" before the man appeared and put an arm around her while his betrothed just stood there staring at him with shock in her eyes. "Carl, Swinging away without bothering to say a word to the smugly smiling man or having any desire to listen anymore to Naomi's lies, Carl ran down the steps and out into the cold weather, calling himself all sorts of names. Why would Naomi be alone in William's room if he wasn't truly her husband, or maybe she was in cahoots with him? Guilt was written all over her face. Perhaps they were charlatans, and this was the way they operated. The woman would answer ads for mail-order brides. She would come and make sure the man fell in love with her. Then a man would come claiming to be the estranged husband, and then the besotted fool would have to pay the so-called husband after the lady spins the story Naomi had woven about her father's debt. She'd probably then sneak away with William when the money had been paid, back home to plan for another unsuspecting victim. "I'm such a fool," he muttered. but he was the last fool they'd ever deceive. He'd make sure of that. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Carl was already running down the stairs when Naomi pushed herself out of her shocked immobility. By that time, her father was at the door, and she wished he had come sooner. If Carl had seen him, then he wouldn't have thought she was there alone with William. She knew it looked suspicious, but she wished he would trust her and give her the benefit of the doubt. "Unhand my daughter," Benjamin demanded ferociously. Will dropped his hand from her shoulder and raised it in mock surrender with a smile on his face. Naomi hadn't even realized he was still touching her. Her body felt nauseated by the act. William's face became a mask of frosty anger. "Now you know not to trifle with me." Naomi eyed him warily. What was he yapping about? "I saw your beloved sheriff heading towards the hotel from my position by the window a few minutes ago. Intuitively, I knew he was coming here to see me. From his reaction this morning, it was clear you didn't tell him about me. I could already see the anger boiling in his eyes, and I decided he needed just a little push for it to tilt over, hence his performance just now." Naomi's eyes raised in apprehension. He was indeed a devious, conniving, and the most despicable man she had ever had the misfortune of coming across. He mockingly held her gaze. "Why don't you just prepare your mind to come with me 2 days from now? It's obvious the sheriff doesn't want you anymore. Let's go back to Pennsylvania and get married, and all will be forgiven." Naomi pretended as if she was considering what he said. Then she drew closer to him, and with all her might, she stepped on his foot. He let out a curse word and swung back his hand to smack her, but her father held it firmly and warned him, "Don't you dare try it. I might be at your mercy because of my debt, but I will never stand by and watch you smite my daughter." Naomi surged forward after her father flung the angry man's hand away. "Over my dead body. Even if he doesn't want me anymore, I'd rather visit an apothecary and drink all the poison they have there than marry you." Just as she turned to leave, she heard her father tell William that he'd get his money before he caught the train, and after that, he should leave or the sheriff back home would handle him. Naomi didn't bother to wait to listen to what he told her father. She ran down the stairs and prayed she would see Carl and explain things to him. She ran out of the hotel in time to see him galloping away on his horse. Calling his name would attract undue attention to herself, so she waited impatiently for her father. "Papa," she called frantically the moment he stood beside her, "we have to go after him. I know him. He has a terrible temper and trust issues." "And you still want to marry him?" The man sounded bewildered. In spite of the situation, a bright smile crossed her face. "Yes, Papa. More than ever, I want to marry him to teach him how to trust and rein in his temper, just as Mama told me she taught you how to stop cussing at the drop of a hat." Her father looked shamefaced at judging the sheriff, and he smiled at her. "Oh God, I miss your mother. You remind me so much of her with your looks and behavior." Naomi's eyes watered. "She's with us, Papa." He nodded. "It's foolish of me to allow my pride to get in the way of your love for this man. I accept your intended's proposal. If I have to work for the rest of my life to pay him back, I will. I just want to see my little girl happy. Oh, Papa." Naomi embraced her father, ignoring the onlookers. "Now, let's go get your man." Beaming with delight at her father's words and acceptance of Carl's proposal, she went to the sheriff's office to ask for Ray's help. The deputy sheriff was able to organize horses for them, and she was surprised to see her father could ride a horse quite well. He told her someday He would narrate how he learned how to ride one. They had a leisurely ride back to the ranch because they both thought everything had been settled. Her father would tell Carl that he was there with her at William's hotel room and has accepted his offer to pay his debt, but as a loan, and then he would give his blessings for them to get married. Things, however, didn't go that way because Carl wasn't at the ranch, and a message to town showed he wasn't at his office either. In fact, no one knew where he was. Carl was missing. Chapter 36. Where is he? Long strides took Winston back and forth in the room. His fingers ran through his disheveled hair. Worry lines creased his forehead, and his fingers clenched and unclenched continually. His eyes dimmed as he stared out the window into the darkness. Naomi studied the troubled man with guilt-filled eyes. The handkerchief between her hands had been wrung to the point that it was almost in shreds. She chewed her bottom lip repeatedly and couldn't stop her left foot from tapping on the ground again and again. This is all my fault. If anything happens to Carl, I'll be to blame. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she blinked them away again, knowing if she gave in to tears, she'd cry throughout the night and the following day most likely. This wasn't an occasion for tears. It was time for prayers if she ever wanted to see the man she loved again. Dear God, please let Carl be safe. I'm so sorry, Winston, she told the restless man with a sob in her voice. Winston swung from the window to cast anxious eyes on her. He sighed and covered the distance between them in 2 strides. Taking her hand after sitting beside her, he patted it comfortingly. It's not your fault, Naomi, Winston assured her. No one told Carl to be so stubborn. He'd stick cotton in his ears to avoid hearing explanations. Naomi knew Winston was trying to cheer her. The thought of Carl putting cotton in his ears would have been funny at another time. But right now, all she wanted to do was weep uncontrollably. She couldn't help feeling that Will had something to do with Carl's disappearance. Carl was a sheriff and was used to fighting with people, but what if he was caught off guard? Will must have had him followed when he angrily left the hotel. It meant Will's men were everywhere, and irrespective of the outcome of their meeting, the loan shark had planned on abducting Carl. Her reasoning was that it was too short a time for Will to have come out of the hotel to give his men instructions, so Carl hadn't stood a chance. He would have been captured anyway. Naomi worried her bottom lip further. She knew it was a ploy by the loan shark to get her to go with him when the train arrived in 2 days. But can I leave Carl in Idaho behind? Of course, she would in a heartbeat. If it meant that Carl would return home safely, she would do it. He was the world to her, and she'd die if anything ever happened to him, particularly if she was to blame. A sob caught in her throat, and her hand automatically went to her mouth to stifle it. Winston let out a heavy sigh and gathered her in his arms. Everything's going to be fine, Naomi. By the time that obstinate goat who calls himself my brother finishes stewing, he'll return to his senses and come back. Oh God, Naomi moaned. Winston thought his brother had gone into hiding until his anger dissipated. When she arrived at the ranch with her father and didn't see Carl, she'd only told Winston that while she was in Will's room with her father, his brother had shown up and then left angrily before she could explain. To tell Winston now that she suspected foul play on Will's part had her surging out of his arms and staring at him with guilt and trembling lips. What is it? Winston questioned with a note of unease in his voice. I, she stammered. Winston had always been good to her, but now she feared that he might hate her when she told him what she suspected. Winston took her hands in his. "Naomi, you've become like the younger sister I'd prayed for, so please tell me what's wrong." She snatched her hands from his as if they held a deadly poison. Sweat beaded her forehead, in spite of the cool night air filtering in from the window. "You'll hate me by the time I tell you. Winston's brow rose in consternation. "Hate you? I can never hate you, Naomi. Why would you even say that?" "Because I don't think Carl is seething somewhere," she blurted out, before the courage to tell him disappeared. A frown contorted his face. He lifted his hand and scratched his forehead. "What are you talking about? Do you know where Carl is?" She shook her head despondently. "I wish I did, but what, Naomi? Spit it out." He snapped at her for the very first time. His frustration and worry over not knowing his brother's whereabouts poured forth. Still wringing the handkerchief in her hands and avoiding his eyes, Naomi stuttered, I think Will abducted him." "What?" Winston was on his feet in an instant, and a frown puckered his lips. "And you're only just telling me?" Tears she'd been holding back spilled down her face at Winston's obvious anger. She watched him run his fingers through his hair over and over, while a grimace curled his lips. Her spirits sank lower. She rose quietly to her feet, but she didn't meet his eyes when she said, "I'm so sorry, Winston. I wasn't sure. I'm still not sure, but as the hours passed, I began to wonder if Will had carried out his threat." His eyes sharply turned to glare at her. What threat? Naomi bit her bottom lip again and finally raised her damp eyes to his angry ones. "Will threatened to make Carl disappear if I didn't agree to go back home with him." "What?" Winston's eyes were so thunderous, Naomi let out a short gasp and took a step backward. She had never seen him this angry before. Had she ever seen him angry? "I'm so sorry." All she could do was apologize. Her presence in Silver Creek Valley had caused a lot of strife in the lives of the Saunders brothers. Winston turned his back on her, obviously trying to rein in his anger. His shoulders were tense and tucked under his ears, like he was ready to pounce on Will and tear him to shreds if he laid eyes on him at that moment. Naomi moved forward to stand beside him, no longer trying to hold her tears at bay, but allowing them to pour down her face. If only she could turn back the hands of time. Maybe she should have just agreed to marry Will. Carl would be here at that moment, safe and sound with no knowledge of her. At least he'd have peace in his life. She would live a terrible life with the loan shark, if it meant that her beloved Carl would come to no harm. A shiver of trepidation ran down her spine at the thought that Will had done something terrible to Carl. Oh, she would surely die if she never got to see Carl again, never got to argue with him. Let him yell at her. She would welcome the fight. If he never smiled at her again or called her beautiful names, she was more than certain she would be a patient of Bedlam. Unable to stop herself now, she began sobbing profusely. Winston whirled in her direction, and the look of sheer pity on his face made her weep even more. He strode forward and took her in his arms again. "It's okay, Naomi. Everything will be fine. I promise. We'll find Carl and have Will arrested. Nothing will happen to that mole-headed brother of mine. You'll see. He'll be too angry to allow Will to do anything to him. I know he'll fight till he escapes. That's the kind of man he is. So you don't have to worry. He'll be back." Naomi knew those words were for him as much as they were to comfort her. She nodded, but it took her quite some time to stop crying and pull herself together. Winston released her from his hold and stared down into her wet eyes. I'll have to inform Ray and the others what you just told me. If indeed that horrible man is responsible for Carl's disappearance, then we have to track him down, and fast. I believe Ray will bring him in for questioning and hold him until he tells us where my brother is. Distressed, Naomi dabbed at her eyes with her wrinkled handkerchief and nodded. Her throat was parched, but the thought of going to get water wasn't among one of the things she wanted to do presently. I'll go with you, she offered after swallowing thickly. Winston shook his head. It's already dark. Besides, I'll ride faster. Just stay here and wait. Carl might come back. And, as if to lighten the mood, even though his face looked grim, he said, grab him and kiss him before he says a word. A small smile graced her face. He grinned at her, though worry was evident on his face. He stepped away from her and hurriedly left the room, leaving her to pace as tears resumed in her eyes. Naomi decided she had to leave the house for a short while because everything reminded her of Carl. Right there in the living room was where he professed his love for her. They'd spent many wonderful moments together in the kitchen, even though half of that time was them arguing. Her bedroom brought back the memory of him giving her flowers. With tears still rolling down her face, she walked to her room to get a wrap, and then quietly left the house. The creek was a distance away, but she headed there with the hope that she would see the man she sought, leaning against the tree in the indolent way he often did. Halfway there, she changed her mind and directed her steps towards the stables. Winter was almost here, but she recalled the flash flood that nearly took her life, so it was best if she went with a horse. Naomi had just reached the stables when a strong hand covered her mouth, and she was jerked backwards into a hard chest. I knew my patience would pay off, Will whispered fiercely into her ear. You're mine now to do as I please. Naomi's heart was beating so rapidly, she feared it might burst in her chest at its intensity. She wished now that she had listened to Winston and stayed in the house. She wanted to tell him to give up because Carl's men were after him. The strong hand moved from across her mouth to her nose, shutting off her air. Before darkness finally enveloped her, she prayed he'd let Carl go now that he had her. Chapter 37. What the? Carl grumbled as someone stumbled upon him in the dark. Cursing, he pushed the body away and swung his leg from the bed before reaching for the lantern, which hung beside the windowsill to increase its burning flame. The light illuminated the figure on the bed that was struggling to rise. Jones, what's the meaning of this? He demanded furiously at the ranch hand who was obviously drunk. Humor danced in his eyes as the man showed great difficulty in trying to stand up from the bed where he lay slumped. Carl folded his arms across his chest and cocked an eyebrow at the man when he staggered upright. Boss, the man slurred, and his eyes broadened as if he'd seen a ghost. How many times have we warned you to stop getting drunk? This might very well be the last time you do so, Carl chided angrily. The man's jaw had dropped, which irritated Carl. Now he wanted to pretend he hadn't been warned before. He decided he would allow Winston to handle it. He strode to the door and heard the man say, Boss, I ain't that drunk. Is it really you? No, it's my ghost come to haunt you, Carl retorted hotly. You'll be given your wages, and then you can go find another job where you can get drunk every night. Boss, no. Everyone be looking for you. What? The man was even more drunk than he thought. The man swayed where he was standing by the door. The stench of liquor coming from him was nauseating, but Carl withstood it. Boss, I swear, we be thinking ya is missing. Ray, Winston, and your men be out of there searching, thinking the loan shark got ya." Carl finally understood what the man was yapping about when he mentioned William. All the anger he had felt when Naomi had opened the man's door came rushing back. A dark scowl crossed his face. Earlier that night, he had ridden as fast as he could out of town. When he reached the ranch, he had changed his mind about going to the house in order to avoid Winston. Instead, he'd gone to one of the bunkhouses. Lying on the bed, he had yearned to put a bullet in William. Maybe he would drag Naomi across his lap to repeatedly strike her nice derriere for going to the man's room. He had dozed off, only rousing when the drunk man had fallen on him. Grimacing, he yanked open the door and rushed to his horse. He hated it when he was the subject of worry to anyone. Now the whole town would think the sheriff had been held captive by a lunatic, and all because of a woman, a beautiful and feisty woman he loved to death. His promise of a living hell for her before they got married, payback for the gray hairs probably residing on his head, was a delightful thought. He chuckled at all the plans he had in store for Naomi. More pleasant days ahead, he thought, with a broad grin on his face. He drew the horse to a stop in front of the house, not bothering to stop by the stable since his presence was a matter of urgency. Winston ran out of the house. Carl had barely swung down from the horse when Winston enveloped him in a bear hug. Carl returned the rare hug, accepting that his brother had been really worried about him. Winston pulled away, and his face lit up with a smile. His gaze took him in. "Thank God you're safe. Did you escape from that madman?" Carl chuckled and shrugged. "Escape from sleep is more like it." "What?" "I was sleeping in one of the bunkhouses. I wasn't in the mood for any of your lectures when I came back from town, so I decided to rest there a little. One of the ranch hands just told me what's going on. Why would you think that deranged man abducted me? He threatened doing just that to Naomi." At the mention of Naomi, his face tautened. Where is she? He was in a jolly good mood to give her a piece of his mind. Winston cast him a look of unease that made his brows rise. "I don't know where she is. I came back and couldn't find her. I rode back into town, assuming she was with her father, but she wasn't with him. The loan shark is nowhere to be found either. I've been at my wits' end not knowing what to do with the two of you missing." Fear slammed into Carl's chest. He had to grip it tightly from the pain squeezing his heart. Naomi was missing? He had no doubt that William had something to do with it. The cad had threatened to hold him, a sheriff, against his will. Only God knew what he'd do to a defenseless woman, especially one with a terrible tongue. His love for Naomi was immense, but there were times he felt like strangling her. Will, on the other hand, lacked even a speck of love for anyone but himself. Without saying a word, he walked to his horse and climbed it swiftly. He glanced at his brother. "I'll come with you," Winston offered, but Carl raised a hand to stop him. "I need you to be here. If she comes back before I do, tie the chit to her bed. I'm going to have stern words with her." Carl hoped his words would come to pass. It was better to think she had gone to look for him rather than to think William had taken her. Winston must have seen the despair on his face because he said, "So you want her back?" "What kind of a stupid question is that?" he snapped. His brother shrugged. "Well, you're always so quick to get angry with her, insult her, and not listen to her." Carl received the chastisement with grace. It was true that, with Naomi, he was at his worst behavior. It was time to be honest with Winston. Fixing his brother with a weary stare, he said, Do you want to know why I act that way with her?" Winston nodded. Carl trained his gaze on the horizon, illuminated by the moon's light. "It's because I'm scared. Scared I don't understand." Carl shifted uneasily on the saddle and stared hard at the reins in his hands. "Winston, I love Grace dearly, but I lost her. The way I love Naomi now can't be compared at all to the way I loved Grace. When Grace died, I didn't feel like dying, though I felt a part of my heart shatter. But with Naomi, truthfully, I'll die if I lose her. The thought of living without her drives me crazy and makes me react badly." "Oh my," was all he heard his brother say, as he stared up at him with something akin to shock. After a few moments, he drew in the reins of his horse and heard Winston say, "You should tell her the way you really feel. She knows you love her, but she also thinks you hate her. You were quick to return to insulting her." Pain squeezed his chest again. Naomi thought he hated her? Nothing could be further from the truth. But he couldn't blame her for thinking that. He always acted abominably where she was concerned. He'd have to learn how to put away his anger and fear where she was concerned. But knowing her, she would do something to rile him, and he'd lose control yet again. He had never met anyone before who could make him lose control except her. "Please find her and bring her back," Winston implored him. He nodded and nudged the horse with his boots. He was a short distance from the house when he decided it was best if he walked and tracked Naomi's footsteps. An Indian he'd befriended from a tribe which wasn't hostile had taught him how to track footprints of both humans and animals. He tracked Naomi's footprints down to the stables and noticed something wasn't right. The indentations made by her slippers ended there, yet there was no horse missing. When he looked closely with the help of the moonlight, he was able to see another set of footprints. This one, he was certain, belonged to a man. Carl swallowed thickly and followed the new set of footprints. It ended just a little distance from where he found the first one and disappeared in the bushes. With his pulse racing out of control, he went in search of Naomi. When he found her rumpled handkerchief caught in a shrub a short distance from the stables, he knew his intuition was right. It nearly drove him crazy. William had taken Naomi prisoner. Where had the evil man taken her? Determined not to give up, he went into the thick bushes. The sharp edges of some of the weeds scratched him and tore at his shirt, but nothing stopped him from forging ahead. However, when he had gone quite a distance with no sign of them or clues for him to follow, he retraced his steps. Help in searching for the woman he loved was needed. Returning to the stables, he took a fresh horse and rode like the wind into town. After stopping by William's room to make sure he wasn't there, and so he could beat him to a pulp, he frantically went to Naomi's father. The man was glad to see him safe and sound. When Carl told her father of his suspicions, her father visibly aged before his eyes. He mentally berated himself after bluntly admitting she'd been captured by the loan shark. Carl was stunned when the man broke down and started crying. It made Carl feel awkward, but he tried his best to comfort the man. "It's all my fault," the man repeated continually. Lifting his tear-stained face, he told Carl all about the money he'd borrowed from the loan shark, which had him indebted to him for life. "I wanted to save my wife at all costs, but I did not know it would be to the detriment of my daughter." Carl nodded with understanding. He would have done the same thing had Naomi been in that situation. He couldn't judge the man for loving his wife. Now they had to find Naomi and pray she was all right. Chapter 38. Everyone in the office was tense as they stared at the piece of paper on the small table. It was a map of Silver Creek Valley and its surrounding counties. They all listened as Carl gave them instructions on the various directions they were to go in order to find his woman. Carl's intense gaze roved around all the men in the room. I don't need to tell you how personal this is to me. Y'all know Naomi and I are to be married in a few days, and that date must stand. They all gave him solemn nods. So, we must find her at all cost. As much as I want to be the one to bring that oaf who took her to justice, any of you can reel him in like the dirty, sly fox he is. Have fun in doing it until I get my hands on him. The men nodded again. Carl was glad that, from the look in their eyes, they understood loud and clear the message he was trying to convey. If they wanted to have fun by bloodying Will's face, he'd just given them permission to do so. "Excuse me, boss," Pete inserted hesitantly, and all eyes in the room refocused on him. He scratched the back of his neck, and a small smile tugged at his lips. What do we do if perchance he pulls his gun at us? Carl cocked a brow and crossed his arms on his chest. Why, Pete, I never imagined such a gunslinging crackshot like you would ever ask such a question. You already know the answer to that. A grin spread across the man's face. It was obvious that was what he had hoped to hear. Carl didn't mind if William came back as a corpse if he failed to surrender. All he wanted was Naomi, safe and sound. He had ordered them to spread out in every direction because the loan shark would try to leave Idaho with his bride-to-be. But in case William was hiding somewhere, waiting for the train to arrive so he could sneak in with Naomi, Winston and one of his men had been stationed to look out for them. "Let's go," he announced, as he took the heavy knapsack filled with supplies to last him for days in his quest. All the men moved out of the office, and Naomi's father came in. Carl stared at the man whose gray hair seemed more pronounced, and the wrinkles on his face appeared as if they had been carved there overnight. The bags underneath his eyes were a testament that he probably hadn't slept a wink the previous night, just like him. Pity made Carl want to give Benjamin a hug, but he held himself back. "Where's my own bag?" her father questioned, looking everywhere around the room. "What?" A thick frown distorted the man's face. "Did you think I'd sit here and wait while you go rescue my daughter from that madman?" Carl sighed and reached a hand up to clasp his nape. "With all due respect, sir, I'm sheriff and Naomi is my betrothed." The man's face hardened. "She's also my daughter, and everything happening right now is because of me." Carl didn't want the man to come with him. He would slow him down and might not allow him to do what he intended, which was to rearrange William's face. But the determination in Benjamin's eyes showed he wouldn't take no for an answer. So without saying a word, Carl nodded and indicated for him to come along. They went to a small office where he stuffed supplies into a bag and handed it to her father. Carl's plan was to head back to where he couldn't track William's footprints anymore. So, he and Benjamin rode back there in utter silence, but as minutes turned into hours and they passed through sage-filled land, creeks and valleys, Carl, tired of the silence, asked Benjamin how he learned to ride a horse so well. Benjamin turned out to be a great storyteller. He regaled him with tales of how he groomed horses for a living before he made enough money to set up his merchant business. Carl laughed. "Really?" The man nodded with a smile. "Hard to believe, isn't it?" "Yes, it is." He'd never in his wildest dreams thought that this man did such a meager job. There was an aristocratic air about him which debt had tried but failed to diminish. That conversation was the genesis of so many others. When they camped for the night, Carl felt as if he'd known Naomi's father all his life. They shared cans of beans and beef jerky before bedding down for the night. When they realized they both couldn't sleep, their conversation continued. Benjamin told Carl all about Naomi and her mother. Naomi was a cute little girl, but when she threw a tantrum, she brought the whole house down. Carl fondly imagined Naomi as a vexing child, always wanting her way and showing bad-temperedness if she didn't get it. God, I love that woman. He wasn't one to give in to prayers, but since he desperately needed divine intervention to get the woman he loved back, he inwardly prayed like he never had before. Exhaustion from the journey eventually made their eyes heavy, and they were fast asleep within minutes of each other. The following morning, they were on their way again. Their conversation this day was mellow because each of them was very worried about Naomi. They had ridden for a day, yet they couldn't find the woman they sought. Dear God, please, let us find her unharmed, Carl prayed inwardly. As if heaven heard his prayers, his eyes lifted, and in the distance, he saw what looked like a shed. He quickly indicated for his companion to stop moving. What is it? Benjamin asked, with anxious eyes that roved around him. His hands tightened on his horse's reins. I see a shed up ahead, Carl whispered, as if they were already within sight of the place. Naomi might be held there, so we have to tread with caution. Benjamin nodded his head repeatedly and drew his horse to a stop beside Carl's. What do we do? He questioned, looking far into the expanse of thick bush. We have to alight and go the rest of the way on foot. If there's a man in front of the shed, then you can be sure Naomi is there, Carl murmured, his eyes still trained on the place where he hoped, with all his heart, he would find the woman he loved. They both came down from their horses and looked for somewhere to tie the animals so they wouldn't give their presence away. All around them was thick bush, but they managed to tether them on some solid roots. Carefully, Carl led the advance to the shed, not minding that thistles scratched and cut his skin. He continued stealthily forward until he was only a few feet from the shed. Joy rose in his chest when he saw a scruffy-looking man guarding the shed door. He squatted and indicated for Naomi's father to do the same. Beside him, the man dropped to his haunches. Naomi is definitely in there, he informed the man with a smile. Visible relief poured out of the elderly man, and it was all Carl could do not to grab him and hug him, for he too was happy. I'll take out the man and go size up the situation through that excuse of a window in the shed. As soon as I'm out with Naomi, I want you to get to the horses and ride away from here as fast as you can, he carefully commanded and brought out his gun from his holster. What about you? Benjamin asked. Carl was surprised to see concern in his eyes. He'd known this man for only a few hours, yet he was already treating him like his son. Carl had to swallow the emotion clogging his throat before he could respond. I can take care of myself. I just need Naomi safe and sound away from William. All right, the man conceded. Wait here, Carl commanded, and stealthily moved closer to the shed. He went around the place, crouching very low in the bush so he could attack the man from behind. Walking cautiously behind the man like a lion about to strike, he reached him and hit him with the butt of his gun, careful to stifle the man's grunt with a hand across his mouth. He dragged the man to the side of the shed, and quietly crouching, he positioned himself under the window. Trying to calm his racing nerves at what he might see in there, he counted to 20 before he slowly and carefully raised his head to look in. The shed was plain, save for a chair which the loathsome man sat on and a table. Another man stood beside William, poised with a gun. Happiness lit his face when he saw the reason for him being there seated on the bare ground. Her gown was dirty, her hands were tied behind her, and her hair was an untidy mess on her head, with wisps trailing down her face, shoulders, and back. He wasn't surprised to see the gag around her mouth. A low chuckle escaped his lips. She must have talked William's ears sore or repeatedly called for help, which was sure to anger the lunatic. Yes, his Naomi wouldn't just sit still like a frightened little girl without trying to escape or cause trouble for her abductor. Love for her engulfed him for several moments. When she threw back her head and the hair covering her right cheek parted, anger surged through him. The evil man dared lay a hand on his woman. It wasn't enough that he'd abducted her. He had hit her too. Oh, he was going to get the beating he clearly deserved. Clutching his gun as his face became a mask of cold rage, he thought for some minutes what to do. He didn't want to go in there guns blazing when Naomi might be caught in the crossfire, but he so wished he could do that. He shook his head. Death from gunshots would be too mild for William. He needed to get this rage out of him by testing the man's face with his hands. His prayers were answered when William, probably realizing his man was no longer pacing, called out to him, "Reed?" Carl hoped he would send the other man out when he didn't get an answer. Luck was on his side when he instructed his man to do just that. Carl quickly but silently went to the door to await the man by plastering himself on the side of the shed. When the man cautiously came out, gun first, Carl took the gun from him and, gaining advantage with the element of surprise, knocked the man flat with the butt of his gun. His heart went to his throat when he heard rapid movements inside. The click of a gun told him what William's next move would be, so he promptly dived away from the door mere seconds before gunfire erupted. Afraid he might hit Naomi if he returned the gunshots, he released a shot into the air to encourage the man to exhaust his bullets. He then kept shooting into the air to incite the man to shoot further. The man continued shooting, but in a matter of minutes his bullets were gone. Carl heard the rapid clicking of metal on metal before a thud sounded. Assuming William threw the empty gun away, the sheriff took that as his cue. He speedily rose and pushed the ramshackle door down with a well-placed kick. The door landed with a crash inside the shed. Alarm broadened his eyes when he entered the room, with both guns thrust out and ready. William stood behind Naomi, who had obviously been roughly roused to her feet. The man had a sharp-looking blade to her throat. Appearing as if he didn't have a care in the world, Carl decided that only being level-headed would save Naomi's life from the unbalanced man. Carl sat on the chair and carefully placed one of the guns on the table. He trained the other at the loan shark. Whistling, he poured himself a cup of brandy from the flask on the table and swiftly swung the liquid down his throat. "Give it up, loan shark. There's no way out of this," Carl spelled out bluntly, with as much nonchalance as he could muster. He even managed a yawn. William didn't appear fooled in the slightest. "I'll kill her." "Go ahead," Carl pressed, noticing Naomi's eyes widen and then dim with sadness. "Hold on, beautiful. I know what I'm doing." "I'm not here for her." He slotted in dryly and poured himself another cup of brandy. The liquid was caustic, but he had to continue for the sake of Naomi. "I'm here for you, for breaking the law by abducting someone." William cocked his eyebrows and a sneer covered his face. "You must think me a fool. Do you expect me to believe that?" Carl shrugged. "I don't care what you believe. All I know is that you're coming back with me to answer for your crimes. And as for this thing, his eyes trailed her body coldly, and he put a lot of disgust in his next words. Why would I want to marry a woman who lied to me, was seen coming out of your room without a chaperone, and then spent a night in your company? She's as good as ruined. I have a name to maintain. He avoided looking at Naomi because he knew he would find hurt in her gaze. Throwing aside his fears, when William threw back his head and laughed, Carl held Naomi's teary gaze with his and shook his head slightly, a movement to belie his words. At the same time, he used his hands, motioning his need for her to duck to the side of William's blade-wielding arm. She did exactly as he indicated and hurriedly tilted as far away from the threat of the blade as she could. Not intending to kill the man, Carl fired a warning shot that grazed his arm. The man bellowed with pain, and the knife clattered onto the floor. His hold on Naomi loosened. Using that opportunity, Naomi pushed herself away from him and ran to Carl, who rose and caught her with one arm. "Run to your father outside," he whispered into her ear, and squelched the urge to take her into his arms and wipe away her tears. She pulled away to look at him with those lovely brown eyes. He couldn't savor the moment because, from the corner of his eye, he saw William's blade flying through the air, straight at her. He pushed her away just in time before ferociously shouting, "Go!" Her startled glance fell on the knife that flew between them and out the door. She had become immobile with shock, so he held her by the shoulders. There was no time to loosen her bonds or untie the gag. He jerked her towards the door, hoping William didn't have more knives to throw. "Go to your father," he instructed again in low tones, and didn't wait to see her reaction before he pushed her out the door. "You're going to wish you'd never been born," he announced to the man who was staring at him with blatant hatred. Carl was more than ready to shoot the man between his eyes, but he needed to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget in a hurry. "We shall see," the man scornfully said. Carl took a cautious step forward and nearly had a heart attack when a soft voice filled with emotion spoke from behind him. "Please don't get hurt, Carl." Without turning, he snapped, "You stubborn woman. Indeed, you'll be the death of me. Now leave." But nothing. Get out of here." When he was sure she had gone, judging by the sounds of her running footsteps, he decided he must make the fight very short. The stubborn woman could not come back there to show her support. Unhappiness was already filling him that he hadn't been able to protect her. Indeed, the fight was very short. William wasn't experienced in hand-to-hand combat, probably used to having his men do his dirty fighting for him. Perhaps he was dependent on guns. Carl used swiftness of mind, brawn, and tactics to bring the man down. Not long after, the loan shark was lying on the dirty floor with a bloodied face. Carl stood beside him and placed his booted foot on the man's chest. "You're under arrest for the abduction and assault of Miss Naomi Hart," he relished announcing to the man. Chapter 39. "You'll pay for this, I promise you." William spat out blood and glared at the sheriff with murderous hatred. Unperturbed, Carl drew the tight rope around the man's hands, which made him wince. Carl smiled with enjoyment. "You don't know who you're dealing with. By the time I'm done with you, you'll hate having been born." Will threatened with venomous hatred, his dark eyes narrowing into slits. Carl clicked his tongue and sighed. "Do you want to ride all the way back to Silver Creek Valley, unconscious or gagged?" The loan shark's eyes promised fire and brimstone at the sheriff's words. "You dare not do that to me. I'll have your head if it's the last thing I do. You'll regret." oomph. After punching the man straight into unconsciousness, Carl flexed his hand. Minutes later, he looked on with satisfaction as the loan shark landed on the ground with a thump in front of his men. Their hands were bound behind their backs. He left them in the care of Benjamin while he rode to the fort a few miles away to solicit the help of the soldiers. From his calculations, he knew Ray and his men would be in the area, so someone needed to relay the message to them to head east. Carl then returned to the shed to await their arrival. Carl ignored the bound men and loan shark. He sought out Naomi and her father, who were standing beside the horses. The red-haired beauty avoided his eyes. Every time he gazed in her direction, she looked away, which was beginning to irritate him. He strode briskly to them. Benjamin smiled at him as he approached. "I suppose it'd be against the law for me to punch that man for what he did to my daughter," he said ruefully, as his gaze dropped on the man who was still lying on the ground, out cold. Carl grinned at him. He liked this man. "Be my guest. I'll make sure to look the other way, but you might have to wait a while for him to rouse." The man gave him an answering grin. "I can see that. Patience is one of my strong points." Carl laughed heartily, just as he heard the sound of horse hooves coming their way. His hand automatically reached for the gun in his holster. Relief washed through him when he saw Ray and two of his men riding fast in their tracks. They covered the distance within minutes. The deputy sheriff alighted from the horse and shook hands with Carl. The other men also did the same. Carl tried not to grit his teeth when Ray and the others approached Naomi to fawn over her about her being safe. His eyes darkened when she bestowed them with smiles he had hoped to receive, but was still waiting for. Remember your decision not to get mad at her again. It was excessively hard when she was doing everything within her power to rile him. He turned away from the infuriating scene and walked to where his prisoners lay. When some minutes elapsed and his men were still there, laughing and smiling at his betrothed, something snapped inside him. "Ray, Clay, and Jack, if you're quite satisfied with the reason you came all the way here, could you please help me with these unlawful cads?" Carl was satisfied when he saw the men redden and hastily changed their course to where he was standing. Naomi turned away when his eyes settled on her. His fists clenched. Why hadn't she said a single word to him? Why was she showing gratitude to the men who had nothing to do with her release? His ribs hurt from where William's blow had caught him a few times. But there she was, showing concern for his men and not him. It was unmanly of him, but he couldn't help the hurt that clenched in his chest. "We'll take them back to town and I'll arrange with the sheriff in Pennsylvania to put them in prison over there," he informed his men after schooling his expression to one of indifference. The arrangements were made, and they were soon on their way back to Silver Creek Valley. Carl took the rear, not wanting to come in contact with Naomi in case he made a fool of himself by begging her to talk to him. His men probably sensed the tension between them and rode beside him, leaving father and daughter to ride ahead. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Haven't you punished him enough for whatever he did?" her father asked her as they drew closer to the place she had called home for some weeks. Naomi sighed. It was as plain as the nose on her face that she was mad at Carl, but she didn't want to talk about him to her father. She didn't want him to see her tears. "What are you talking about, Papa?" She stalled and tried to get a hold of her flailing emotions. "I'm talking about your intended. You didn't speak to him all through yesterday, not even when we bedded down for the night. Today, you're still ignoring him." She pursed her lips and turned slightly on her horse to look at her father, who was staring intently at her as if he was trying to read what was going on through her eyes. Her gaze moved surreptitiously behind her and fell on the man who had been riding solitary all morning just like a lone wolf. Papa, when I had something to say to him, he pushed me away again. I'm tired of chasing after him. If he wants me, he'll have to do the chasing, she solemnly affirmed. She was surprised to hear a chuckle from her father. Her startled eyes found his amused ones. Both of you are just being childish, I see. I am not. Her color heightened. Yes, you both are, the man insisted with a smile. You're waiting for him to come to you while he's waiting for you to talk to him. This is hilarious, but I dare say love makes us do silly things. Love? She scoffed. That man doesn't love me. Sure he does. With the little time I've spent with him, I know he does. Greatly for that matter. Naomi cast wary eyes on her father. But he's always yelling at me, always throwing insults at me and accusing me of one thing or another. Oh, let's not forget that he has a vile temper which makes him deaf to all explanations and reasoning. I thought that was why you wanted to marry him. Remember what you told me in front of that hotel? Naomi blushed a fiery red. That was then. What changed, my dear girl? Well, he insulted me again inside the shed. He acted as though he didn't want me. Though, when I think of it, I believe it was just a ruse. But then, when I went back into the shed to give my support, he yelled at me and called me stubborn. That wasn't the way I envisaged our reunion when he came to rescue me. I thought he would take me into his arms, tell me he's so happy I'm all right, and then Naomi bit hard on her tongue and turned beet red. So used to talking to Winston, she'd let herself go. If I hadn't spent a whole day with Carl, I'd draw up his own gun against him right now and demand recompense for kissing my daughter before the marriage. Naomi shifted on her horse with unease and looked straight ahead as she tried to picture herself somewhere else instead of riding beside her father and enduring such an embarrassing conversation. Her father laughed. But he's a fine man and already prepared to make an honorable woman out of you, so I don't mind. Shock reflected in her eyes when she whirled in the saddle to gape at him. A smile curled the corners of his lips. He shrugged and said, I can't deny the fact that I like, respect, and admire him. You couldn't have picked a finer man to marry. I'm so sorry I stood by and did nothing when Will wanted to marry you. I can't begin to imagine how miserable you'd be right now had that happened. It's okay, Papa. We've passed that. I would have thought less of him had he not kissed you, her father added, which had her jaw dropping in surprise. He smiled at her. I'm just saying, you two make a perfect couple. I'd love to see you married before I return home now that everything has been resolved. But that's not to say I won't pay William his money. Maybe by the time he gets out of prison, I'll be able to do that. Naomi stared despondently at the reins in her hands. Papa, do you think there will be a wedding? He doesn't even care that I'm ignoring him. Her father dealt her a look filled with incredible disbelief. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. After all, you're still very young and so entitled to be naive. Carl is anything but indifferent to you. That man cares deeply about you. It feels odd to say so, but it's the truth. He stares at you with longing when you're not looking. It was somewhat funny watching him last night, as he stared at you all through the night as you slept. He didn't know I was awake when he walked over to you and brushed tendrils of your hair from your face. I bet the way he looked at you was the same way I used to gape at your mama. Naomi's face flushed with happiness at his words. Then Why does he act so unconcerned around me? He shrugged. I don't know. Maybe he thinks that's how a man ought to behave. Or maybe he just can't handle the way you make him feel. Some people react badly to emotions that are new to them. You'll have to figure that out for yourself. All I know is that he loves you, and I'd be proud to call him my son-in-law. Tears glazed her eyes. She reached out and held his hand. He placed his on hers, and they shared an intimate moment before she pulled away. A smile touched her lips as she came up with a plan to rile Carl so much that he'd be forced to talk to her. She hoped, after the fight that would definitely occur between them, he would put aside their past and move forward. Chapter 40. Gritting his teeth as if he wanted to grind them into dust, Carl raced his horse to the ranch. He was going to have it out with Naomi and tell her what he thought of her flirting with his men and showing kindness to William Branson. It wasn't enough that she paid no attention to him all through their journey back to the ranch. When they stopped by the ranch to freshen up before heading to town, she had taken it upon herself to be extra nice to the men, fetching them glasses of lemonade and asking repeatedly for them to tell her about their journey while trying to find her. She hadn't even gone in to change her dress or attend to the bruise on her cheek. Most appalling of all was her offering the loan shark a glass of lemonade and apologizing to him as if she had cared about him. Apologizing to him for what? Kidnapping her and causing everyone to worry? He silenced the voice that was telling him he was just jealous of all the attention she paid to the men when he didn't get any from her. Oh, she was going to get the length and breadth of his tongue. He would have none of that from his wife. If he didn't curb it now, she would bake cakes for the criminals in his jail. Carl didn't bother stopping by the stables. He rode straight up to the house and was grateful that Winston was riding at a leisurely pace behind him. No doubt, his brother thought he couldn't wait to be alone with his betrothed, having fretted about her for so long. Thankfully, Naomi's father had gone with them to town. He swung swiftly from the horse and marched into the house with great strides that took him to the kitchen where his quarry was seated at the table, sipping in a relaxed manner from her peach drink. Fortunately, Anna wasn't in the kitchen with her. Naomi raised an inquiring eyebrow at him. Her lovely eyes raked him from head to toe, and then she reached for her glass and drank from it before lowering her eyes as if he wasn't there. I will have none of that, he snapped with derisive bite. When she didn't respond, he grew more infuriated. I will not have you making a nuisance of yourself before my men. She rolled her eyes at him. Are we back to that again? Sheriff, you need to make up your mind. Am I a tease or not? Her return to calling him sheriff made him want to break every piece of furniture in the house. I don't know what you are anymore. I don't know if you're a tease, a temptress, a liar, or an intending bigamist. The last word got to her because all the color in her face drained and she looked like a lost little girl, so much so that he almost reached for her. But in the next instant, she was on her feet and staring at him as if she'd love to sock his nose. I am not married. He scoffed. How do I believe that when it seems as if all you've ever told me are lies? She drew closer and yelled in his face. I've never lied to you. I didn't tell you about William because I was afraid you'd react like the mule-headed man that you are. Don't you dare call me names, he retorted sharply. She did a dramatic head turn. Oh, the honor is for you alone? You didn't find it hard returning back to your old self by calling me names. A snarl contorted his lips. That's because you lied to me. I can't believe you didn't tell me you were betrothed. To think I loved and trusted you enough to tell you all about my late wife. That would have been the perfect opportunity to tell me about William. And have you sent me back to Pennsylvania to marry him because of your sense of duty? She threw at him. I wouldn't have done that, he snapped, and pushed his hand through his hair. How was I to know? You always want things done by the book, and you would have come up with good reasons why it isn't fair to William, she pointed out. His face darkened. That's not true. I would have paid him off just as I intended to do before he took you away. She shrugged. I couldn't take such chances. Did you even plan on telling me at all? His gaze seared her. Lowering her eyes, she said in an undertone, I planned on telling you after we were married. He shot her a look filled with ringing disbelief. My God, do you have any idea of how manipulative and scheming you sound right now, almost as devious and conniving as your betrothed? Naomi paled. You are my betrothed. He arched his brows and placed his hands on his hips to stare sternly at her. Am I? Am I really? Because it sure doesn't look that way to me anymore, seeing the way you cozied up to my men and William as if I don't exist. And worst of all, you didn't tell me about the loan shark. Naomi raised her hands and gesticulated with them as she shouted, What was I to do? I love you. I didn't want to lose you by telling you about my sordid past. Well, you just did, he affirmed and walked out of the kitchen with determined strides. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After their heated argument, Naomi went to her room and wept. She cursed William to Hades for coming to ruin her happiness with Carl. In 3 days, she was supposed to marry Carl, but as things stood, there was no way that event would take place. That night, she tried to talk to Carl, but he wouldn't listen to her. Even at the dinner table, he stormed out of the kitchen, taking his heaped plate of food with him. Don't tell me we're back to this again. Winston eyed her warily and chewed on a drumstick. Naomi sighed and leaned back in her chair. Yes, we are. Your willful brother refuses to listen to me. I don't know what else to do. A twinkle entered his eyes. Have you tried the age-old trick of kissing him? Naomi rolled her eyes. Please don't start with that again. He can't stand me, so I don't think that's going to work. Winston laughed heartily. My brother is some piece of work, but since you love him and are going to be married to him, I suggest you find a way to get to him when he's in such a mood. Naomi got up from the table and wrapped her arms around herself. She made her way to the window to look forlornly out of it. I don't know what to do, she said with a note of depression in her voice. Winston rose from the table and walked up to her. He placed a consoling hand on her shoulder. Naomi, you know what to do, he said shortly. She twirled and searched his eyes. What do you mean? His gaze was solemn. You know what I mean. What did you do to make him declare his love for you? She stared at him askance. I did nothing. Really? He tipped his head to the side and gave her a knowing look. A bright smile spread across her face. She knew what she had to do. Read or listen the next story now. Save more with our bundles. Bonus scene. Where is she, dang it? Carl paced the living room with his hand moving back and forth on his jaw. He was of the opinion that, at this rate, he would need to see a doctor soon, because Naomi was always doing things to get his heart beating out of control. Naomi had been missing all day. He came home for lunch and was told the distasteful news by his amused brother that his betrothed was nowhere to be found. Carl didn't find anything funny about it, but his annoying brother thought it was hilarious that she'd run away from him again. Carl had climbed on his horse and raced into town to her father's hotel room, believing she was there and that he'd have a Herculean task of getting her back. He'd had to lie to Benjamin about his daughter's whereabouts. He told him they'd had a row when they came into town and she left him, so naturally he'd assumed she'd gone to see him. He had endured a 30-minute lecture from the man on how he ought to be patient with his daughter and her infuriating ways. Carl gave the man a tight-lipped smile and inwardly promised retribution on Naomi for making him suffer. Upon getting home to find that she was still missing, he'd gone to the creek to search for her. When he didn't see her there, he went further down the valley, but it was like she disappeared into thin air. That was when he began to worry. What if William, who was still in jail, had a free man who had done harm to Naomi? Carl went back to the house to ponder on a solution. His brother's relaxed state told him the chit wasn't in any harm. "Darn it, Winston, tell me where she is," he demanded harshly of the man who was seated indolently on a chair. Winston shot him a lazy glance. "What are you talking about?" A snarl distorted Carl's face. "You know where she is. I believe you both planned this as payback for what I told her yesterday." Winston sat up on the chair. There was disappointment in his eyes. "You told her something terrible again? Carl, what's wrong with you? When are you ever going to learn? What did you tell her this time?" His fingers ran through his hair, which he usually did when he was tense. "You know dang well what I'm talking about." Winston shook his head. Carl decided the bemused look in his eyes wasn't pretense. He knew his brother well enough. Sighing heavily, he said, "I told her she has lost me." "You did what?" Winston looked as if he was going to have apoplexy. He sat up straighter on his chair and gripped its arms hard, his eyes as wide as the plains out back. Carl remained silent. He didn't have anything to say in his defense. Messing up royally seemed to be the only thing he did where Naomi was concerned. "You don't have to chide me about it. I know I shouldn't have said that," he quickly remarked before Winston could take pleasure in chewing his hide. "Then why did you?" he asked, puzzled. A flush crept up Carl's face, and he avoided looking at his brother. "I just wanted to get back at her for ignoring me and flirting with everyone else." Winston's jaw was dropped when Carl chanced a glance in his direction. "Carl, that's immature," he said, when he finally stopped staring at him in shock. "Do you think I don't know that?" Carl retorted heatedly. "I know I made a very silly mistake trying to play her own game with her." Winston kept silent. "And now I might have lost her forever." He slumped into a chair, a picture of utter despondency with his head hung. Winston chuckled. "I don't think you have. She's probably out there somewhere playing the find me game. So since you've started playing her game, you might as well complete it." "You think she hasn't left?" There was hope in his voice as his eyes lit like the sun. "She didn't take anything, if that's what you're trying to find out. She should be around the valley somewhere," Winston said, with the utmost nonchalance that grated on Carl's nerves. He rose fluidly to his feet. "You planned this with her, didn't you?" Winston stared at him with amusement playing in his eyes. "Now, why would you think such a thing, Carl? I promised to stop meddling, didn't I?" "Well, I know you can't resist helping her," he threw back at his brother, who shrugged with a great measure of unconcern. "Fight your love battles yourself, Carl. I'm done interfering," he remarked, and lay back on the chair. "If I find out you had anything to do with this," he warned with narrowed eyes, but Winston scoffed. "And when I find that headstrong woman, I'll do nothing but kiss her and tell her you love her." Winston interjected mockingly. Knowing his brother's words rang true, Carl stormed out of the place. He went back to the creek, which was Naomi's favorite place, but she wasn't there. At a loss over what to do next, he strolled towards the meadow. He thought his eyes were deceiving him when he saw a figure clad in yellow among the flowers. Was that Naomi seated before Grace's grave? What was she doing there? Relief mixed with anger flooded through him. He'd been searching for her all day, almost going out of his mind with worry, but here she was, looking as beautiful and as carefree as ever. Before he could pause for some seconds to rein in his temper, he reached her and curtly said, "Do you have any idea what I've been through looking for you?" Taking her time, Naomi leisurely rose to her feet before turning to look at him. By God, she's beautiful. The pale yellow dress complemented her creamy skin, and the dried leaves all around her matched her hair and her eyes. Her cold demeanor made him want to pull out his hair. "Why were you looking for me? You told me I've lost you, didn't you?" She said that with so much unconcern the apology he'd practiced all day died in his throat. "Tell me what I'm supposed to do, Naomi. What must I do when another man appears to claim you, my betrothed, as his wife?" She rounded on him with fiery eyes and stabbed a finger to his chest. "You were supposed to trust me. You ought to have given me the benefit of the doubt." He grimaced. "Maybe if you had told me about him in the first place, I wouldn't have had any reason to doubt your words. I knew you ran away from something in Pennsylvania, but I didn't think it was from a supposed husband." Stamping her feet on the hard ground, she yelled, "Will and I were never married." All the anger suddenly dissipated from his body and nearly made him slump to the ground. Why was he fighting with this woman when all he wanted to do was take her into his arms, kiss her, and declare his love for her again? Besides, they had a wedding to plan. I know that now, but that loan shark came bearing your wedding certificate. Do you have any idea how the thought of losing you felt? It was like my heart shattered into a million pieces. Tears covered her eyes, and he yearned to haul her into his arms. But they needed to have this talk. "I felt the same way yesterday when you told me I lost you." He took a step closer to her, but held his arms stiffly at his sides. "I was mad at you." The tears spilled from her eyes. "You're always mad at me. Why?" His fingers raked through his hair. It was time to be honest. His eyes softly held her wet ones. "Because I don't know how to handle this all-encompassing love I have for you. It scares me that I'll fail you, and you might somehow or someday stop loving me because I'm such a mess." More tears spilled down her face. "But I fell in love with that mess. So why would I stop loving you?" Her words humbled him, so much so that he was lost for words for some minutes. She covered the silence by saying, "I'm very sorry for not telling you about William. I, too, was scared of losing you because of him. I promise you right here and now that I'll always be honest with you if you'll do the same." His head moved up and down quickly in agreement. Then he finally reached out and drew her into his arms, enveloping her in a bear hug. He withdrew a little to stare into her tear-glazed eyes. He wiped her tears with his hands. "I almost let my fear of something beautiful make me lose you. I'm so sorry for all the name-calling and for the harsh way I've treated you. Never again. I'll learn to control my emotions where you're concerned." "I'll help you," she promised, smiling through her tears. "Please promise me you'll never flirt with any man again apart from me. I might just give in to the temptation of shooting them one day." She laughed heartily. "I was just getting back at you for yelling at me in the shed." His fingers trailed her hair. Please don't do that again. I'm too jealous and possessive not to react. A smile accompanied her nod. I love you, Carl declared passionately. She cocked a teasing brow. Still, forever and always.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.